stage fixing to say, "Oh man, shut up, man. Just because a man got a lot of money, if he ugly, I mean, yeah, okay. Well, I'm a ugly man with some money, and I've dated women that I know wouldn't give me the time of day if I didn't have some bread. Period.
But are we talking about ugly men or criminals? Because I thought we talking about men that commit crimes, like not just aesthetically pleasing. I thought that's what we were talking about. I
Well,
mean,
if that's what you're talking about, then here's the deal. Whether they're criminals or bankers or accountants or auto mechanics or whatever they are, if they ugly and they got some money, however they got their money, a woman don't give two flying fucks. However they got their bread, if they got some bread, how they look is irrelevant. Now, I'm just talking about my experience. I'm not speaking for all men. All I'm saying is, when I was young and broke, woman wouldn't give me the time of day. In fact, one girl socked me one time for even talking to her. And as soon as I got some bread, everything got different. It got real different.
Yeah. Now she socked you.
He might like
yeah, because she felt like, who did I think I was?
Look at me. I'm fine. Did you like being socked?
You got the nerve to try and talk to me? Really? And you ain't got no money? Y'all see them videos where the girl be talking crazy to the dude. She's sitting on his Ferrari, Bugatti, whatever it is, and she don't know the car is his. And she talking to a dude, get away from me. Ugh, really? As if. Soon as he go to open the door to get in the car, what happened? This your car? Oh my God, really? Could you give me a lift? Can I ride you?
Let me say this, bro. And I usually agree with you, and I agree with you right now. And I'm gonna say something polarizing, ladies. Just give me a chance to unpack it. Most women, not some of you, but most women don't give a fuck where men get their money from. They don't care. They're not gonna question it. And that money definitely makes them more attractive. But let me say good morning to Weed Man. Joseph, good morning. Happy holidays to you and your family.
How you doing? Happy holidays. Hey, man.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
Nothing, just chilling, man. Sitting here smoking, rolling my joint. So the question, I guess, is why women like bad guys? I think I've been married for a long time now.
But see, I was gonna say that you got lucky. You found your woman. You guys been together since Jesus Christ. But
right, yeah, 20 years.
Yeah. Why do women like bad boys?
But with that being said, what I think and what I pick up, I would say, without anything that would be offending any sex, I think the risk. I think there's a level of risk that and this is the same for men who aren't risky men, right? They put themselves around that environment and they kind of get a feel off it, right? It's fun, it's exhilarating, there's depending on who you're with and what you're doing, there might be levels of power and control, right, involved with that relationship. So there's a lot that actually comes along with dating a bad boy, right? Like my uncle, the leader of a biker gang, he's got a wife up in Kentucky, right? And I'm pretty sure she feels a certain kind of way versus my father and his wife, and kind of how their dynamic is when it comes to the bad boy, because they're both bad boys. But the wives are clearly, attracted to a different type of thrill or risk or whatever. Yeah, or mental illness, P. I mean, that's, to be fair, 100%.
Well, thank you, family.
But you can't jump over, Jay, you can't jump over the fact that Unc sounded like he was a surfer boy out of California. He's like, as if.
Man, why are you going to poke
I was just saying how they talk to me, the responses that I get from women when you initially start talking to them, and then they realize that, you the kind of dude that they can walk into Louis Vuitton and buy that $17,000 purse, right? Not with their money, with your bread, and they ain't got two nickels to rub together. So they walking around with a $17,000 purse on their arms, but they ain't got no money.
You have no money.
That was part of being a bad boy back then, though. You ain't had no money. The women spent their money on you.
Man, no. They didn't spend their money on me, man. A woman wouldn't buy me a biscuit. She wouldn't buy me a roast fried sandwich without the roast.
Wouldn't buy you a
women trying to buy me everything.
Wait, hold on a second. Let me say good morning to Hillary. Hillary, good morning. You look gorgeous in your PTR, Hillary.
Oh, thank you, my brother. I appreciate that. You know, I think one of the things that you guys are saying the girls are doing for excitement and whatnot. Do you ever think about maybe the fact that these are women who probably have a lot of trauma in their lives and therefore are looking for anybody to protect and take care of them, and they see somebody who's done. And I mean, this goes for women who just like the guys in jail, who all of that stuff, the ones that go for the serial killers and everything. It could be more than just a little dangerous, but more to the point that they want a man, an alpha, somebody who they know for a fact will protect them, and that is some of the attraction to it.
Well, Hillary,
I was gonna say, JB, I agree with you that a lot of women, when it comes to the money shit, it doesn't matter where you got that shit from, because at the end of the day, if I'm used to a certain lifestyle, if I didn't grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth, or if I grew up struggling, and even though this man, he might be, he may not be I don't want to go to the degree that he's a killer, but let's say he's a drug dealer, right? Or let's say he's just doing some nefarious shit where he robbing people and stuff like that. It may not be right, but at the end of the day, he putting food on the table. And for some women, if you're not used to a man doing that, you will accept that, because at the end of the day, he's your lifeline. He's your livelihood. So yeah, you're right. There are some women that will overlook a lot of stuff when it comes to the money, because at the end of the day, if that man is providing and he's shown that he can protect time and time again, she's not gonna care about that.
Well, let me say this before I go to be masterful of yourself. So when I came home from incarceration, I'm not gonna lie, I was intimidated to tell women about my past. I just came home, I was scared, and I have to be honest with you, not one woman that I've spoken to gave a shit. When I told them the truth, I was like, listen, this is where I came from, this is what I did, blah, blah, blah. And I didn't have any money. But now that I got money, it's a whole other ball game. I agree with what said earlier. Be masterful.
Because you have the magical penis.
Well,
Hello.
Long time no speak. How you doing? Happy holidays.
Happy holidays. Good to see you, JB. Hello, room. Thanks for having me.
So let me ask you a question. Why do women like bad boys, in your opinion?
So, I wouldn't put it in the same category as Luigi. The bad boy thing, I would agree with a lot of the other women said. I think it really just has to do with instinct and survival, knowing that you have a man that would be willing to do things outside of the norm to fight for your nest, you know what I mean, your home, and not be afraid, right? It shows like an element of fearlessness, and I think that that's sought after for security, just psychologically within women. So I think that might be a little bit of that, but I don't think that that's what the Luigi situation is. I've seen a lot of people, I'm going to make a big claim, and for people who it is controversial, I think. But I think that any woman who is at any level sort of either condoning or admiring in any capacity Luigi, I feel that they are, as another woman had said or another person had said on stage, they're severely lacking in not only emotional maturity, but a need for revolution. They understand that there's a problem in society, because it's not just the women. I've seen it with a lot of men too, especially on Facebook, and a lot of the men in these on these threads, in these debate rooms, which are generally male dominated, and you see, the men, it's like 50-50. They're going back and forth, and it makes me so curious. And you see men come up with these seemingly logical explanation, or I wouldn't say logical, I'll say reasonable, in their mind, that there's an element of reason that they've justified why that this guy should die and why he is a hero. And so I think that's more of what the Luigi thing is. But I think that those people are dangerous people. I think, and I'll move to say that, and I'll end there, that anybody that is admiring him without understanding the true connectedness of how the entire system works and what it means to misrepresent somebody like a CEO saying that he's a murderer and justifying a murder as a heroic action, while I think it misrepresents the entire moral reason of why we were upset at the CEO to begin with, which is a profit, a callousness, and a profit-based system. He wasn't an intentful. The CEO wasn't an intentful murderer. There was no intent of, like he wasn't a terrorist. And I think that there's a lot of risk misrepresenting that. And the people that are advocating for that, I think they're just hungry for a change. And at this point,
let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. I'm asking respectfully. Do you think if Luigi looked like Danny DeVito, he would get as many fans, as many female fans?
To be honest, yeah, sure. I think that there probably wouldn't, but that also then goes to show, like, what's the explanation for the male? This extreme amount of male, would it be different for the male? And so asking me that, would it be different for the male support as well? I don't know. Can I ask you that? Do you think as a male that there would be, if he looked like Danny DeVito, there would be less men moving to call him a hero as well?
John Wayne Gacy, Charles Manson. Look at all of the extreme love letters and devotion those freaking wackos got. I mean, those dudes were ugly. I mean, ugly. And look at all the women that threw themselves at them once they were incarcerated.
So,
does anybody remember Prison Babe from back in the day, like from a few years ago? That he was like a black guy. He had really pretty green. He was fine.
Yes. Oh my God.
His name was like Jeremy something, and everybody the internet like went crazy over him, and women was like, "Oh my God, I want to marry him." Like, I forget why he was in jail. I forget
he got a modeling
contract. They tried to call that motherfucker my twin, bro. Oh my.
You do look like him.
In other pictures, probably, yeah. I
Okay.
think with B-Master, I wanted to say this, because B-Master kind of touched on something different. I think I spoke to it when this first happened, and I also think I told you that this was going to be a white boy that was better off. I think I gave that synopsis here when you asked a couple of us. I'm not sure, but honestly, I think that because he looks good from a non-homophobic standpoint, I think more men do support him. Looks has a lot to do with everything. It's kind of the first thing we deal with. However, understanding the argument that's taking place here is pretty in-depth. You're looking at society turning over kind of a new leaf, a dangerous leaf. And I wrote an article on it the other day. I think I told y'all, or Jay, you about it. It's called something in the Jacobins. If you guys don't know about the Jacobins and the French Revolution, you should definitely go learn about them. They're pretty much what we know is starting modern-day terrorism in the way it's done. Not just in a physical fashion, but also in a systematic fashion, eliminating your opponents and getting them out of office, pushing people out and stuff. So go look at that. They're called the Jacobins, and they came around in 1800s, if I'm not mistaken, during the French Revolution. I had to learn about it in school for global terrorism and domestic terrorism, and the resemblances in where society is heading today, and where we're heading based on the actions of people and the social engineering is definitely down a slippery slope. So I don't know if it's looks, male or female. I think society as a whole is now being pushed to a much different place.
Thank you, Lee, man. So to answer your question, be masterful. I think men who resonate with Luigi resonate with the message. I think some women resonate with his message, as crazy as it is. But I think some women also look past it. They don't give a shit about the message. They just see a fine-ass young man, because that's him in MG's profile. They look at that, they see the six-pack, they see the smile, they see the caterpillar eyebrows.
Oh, that's him?
And they're like, that's him. What do you think, Alpha?
Yeah. What? And not my type. Not my type.
Well,
another thing about it is people just want to touch fame. I mean, honestly, like it doesn't really even matter what it is. If you've got a name out there for even a few moments, people just want to touch fame. They want to be part of it.
I agree with that. I don't know how to say your name, sir.
It's the way it sounds the way.
Well, good morning, happy holidays. What do you think about the message?
I think it keeps the manosphere right yet again. You just keep winning. Keeps it right. You were right about your. You're looking at it. This man is a murderer. I mean, he was like and you know has all the given the official confession. Does that stop the ladies not liking him? He's a man who right again.
But then how would you explain the male support? No.
Well, that's easy. Men are both. Were there guys that didn't like Jesse James? Were there guys that didn't like Adolf Hitler? Were there guys that didn't like German Mao or Saddam Hussein? They had guys who supported them too. There's no argument that men support horrible men. Nobody denies that. The issue is women supporting horrible men. Women love narcissists. They complain about them all the time. Women love assholes. Women like reproducing with them. Why do you think there's so many assholes walking around? Because women like reproducing with them.
But
They
the
love
question,
assholes.
but sir, the question, and I'm not going to disagree with you, but the question is, why do they love these assholes? You and I have both seen guys who are just straight assholes, sloppy, fat, disgusted, with some of the finest women in the world. Why?
Because women like being treated like crap. The Professor Tom Leykis said it best. Treat women like crap, they always come back.
Ladies,
Sir,
I disagree.
I'm not saying whether I personally agree with it, so that we're clear. I am not giving a personal endorsement or giving a value judgment. I am just looking at behavior, what people do. The first cardinal rule of pickup is you never listen to what women say. You always watch what they do. I just look at what they do.
I mean, JB, I'm just looking at my eyes, right? Like psychoanalyzing this. I hear everybody on stage, like he's attractive, right? I'm doing the eyeball test. Like I said earlier, if this man was living at home, I don't know how old he is, but whatever. If he's living at home, he's jobless, he's a dusty, he would get no women. Like attractiveness.
Do you believe that?
I mean, for me, like so. For example.
But I can
Girl, bums getting coochie every day out here.
Yeah,
Okay,
there are guys that look like him that are laying up on a woman's couch getting waffles right now.
Every day out here.
Okay, well, I can't relate to that. I have no idea. Like for
now,
me,
you
that
may
would
not
not
be able
work.
to relate to it, and that's fair.
I can't relate.
I can't relate to it either, but I see it happen though.
Yeah, it happens all the time. This is prime. This is the prime time of cuffing season. You best believe there are Luigis and Leroys. He's the black equivalent. Luigis and Leroys and Jorge's out there right now laying up on a woman's couch at the bank, blowing her back out, and she's cooking him breakfast, and he ain't got a pot to put in the window to throw it out of. That guy's coming home from jail right now, coming from jail to a woman's couch.
Hold on a second, ladies. Before you jump on him, I'm going to agree with everything this man is saying.
So this guy looks unassuming. He doesn't look crazy. Like, right? There's a certain look and aesthetic. He looks like the boy next door. I shouldn't call him the man. I don't remember what Ted Bundy was.
This guy didn't hurt any women, yo. This guy didn't hurt any women. He didn't attack any women. Like,
Ted Bundy killed women and women loved them.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. The comparisons in which we're providing don't line up with Luigi. Luigi is a murderer. He's not a woman beater or oppressor. Like,
we don't know that.
I think we're just talking in terms of
based on his life statements. They said he was a good guy.
Predatory.
And just like this guy,
couldn't
even
have
though he's not my type, I do see that he is attractive. So I do see the feelings that women would have. But I think that's what we're talking about. Not necessarily the crime he committed, but Ted Bundy had the same appeal. He was very attractive. That's actually how he was able to get a lot of his victims. He took them out on dates where he would break into. He would follow these girls on college campuses, follow them around, and then wait till they go to sleep at night, and then kill them in their sleep. Some of his victims. So, it's just the similarity is more about the attractiveness and their appeal to women more so than the crime.
So
yeah,
that was my thing. I got lost in translation when I was listening to Mumia then, but he was like, "This Luigi's on the couch and comparing." I'm like, "Damn, but they're not the same three kind of."
I'd like to hear what the room thinks about.
Hold on 1 second. Everybody mute up, please. Mumia, please mute up. It's a good feedback. Thank you. So I'm gonna get going. Of MGP and Beth want to keep it open because I got in real life stuff to do. What I'll do is I'm gonna mod Weedman. He'll be the bouncer at the door. He'll be in good hands with Weedman. So guys, have a great day. Happy holidays to everybody, and I'll see you in the clubhouse streets.
See you, Jay.
Have a good one, Jay.
See you later,
Happy Jay.
Hey, I just wanted to share with you guys, I just found some polls, which I wasn't familiar with. So I'm looking at them as
She wasn't familiar with the polls?
Center for Strategic Politics, and they did some polls, which is very interesting. Apparently, men are 3 times more likely to find justifiability.
I'm like you, Dina. I'm weak too. I can't get through this without somebody to touch, without somebody to love. Is that because sex numbs the pain, or is it because I'm some evil fuck monster? I don't know. But I do know I was somebody before I came in here. I was somebody with a life that I chose for myself. And now it's just about getting through the day without crying. And I'm scared. I'm still scared. I'm scared that I'm not myself in here, and I'm scared that I am. Other people aren't the scariest part of prison, Dina. It's coming face to face with who you really are. Because once you're behind these walls, there's nowhere to run, even if you could run. The truth catches up with you, Dina. And it's the truth that's gonna make you her bitch.
It's the truth that's gonna make you her bitch. Scared straight from Orange is the New Black. Let's go to Dr. James. Good morning, Dr. James. Fresh 5, if you want it.
Yeah, good morning. I appreciate that. So I was kind of thinking about what I wanted to talk about because seems like the conversation has been a bit all over the place today, and it's kind of nice to just not be sort of in the midst of a contentious argument. I don't come to conclusions for contentious arguments. So
Really, you don't, huh, Dr. James?
This has been kind of nice, even if it's not talking about all sort of sunshine and rainbows. I do appreciate just a good conversation, connecting with people that I'm getting to know, and developing whatever we call this. Are these relationships, friendships, whatever? Is there a different word that we haven't come up with for these types of bonds that we share? I'm not sure, but I think there's really something here, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate coming to your room, Steve, and popping out where I can, and
What are you and Patty
so I
doing?
guess
What are
there's
you
that.
and
That's kind
Patty
of
up to
sort
today?
of always glazed around anything I say in here. Yes, I just want to say I guess I'm gonna take up the space a little bit. Yesterday I spent the entire day making a fire in my wood burning fireplace and just hanging out by the fire and really kind of doing nothing, just having a very sort of slow, contemplative day, which is rare for me, and it was so good. I mean, it was just such a nice. I don't know. When I make a fire, I use it kind of in a how do you call it? Like a ritual burning away, the stress burning away. If I have something that's really been bothering me, sometimes I even do these visualizations and stuff. And I'm not going to push snake oil on anybody because this is really my thing. But I find it to be really healing. And I think there's something really healing in a lot of ways about a lot of the elements. I mean, water is something else that I find to be really healing. And since we're in the Acid Atheist room, my mind is floating to this idea of, you see even in religion and spirituality, the elements get invoked for certain rituals. Some people really believe in these things in a very literal way. I can't help but wonder if the previous speaker, who was talking about an app and different things, if they really believe all those things, or if it's just sort of a means to an end. Maybe this is someone who's really just looking to get their big break, and they came up with this idea, and they see a market for it. People do that all the time. I find that to be a little bit, and again, I don't want to disparage anything that is being done or he's doing or whatever, but it did feel a little bit like a grift to me, and I didn't like that. It's like probably the low point for me in the conversation too is listening to someone essentially give us a kind of a clunky pitch for an app. In any case, let's see, what else do I got?
If that was a pitch for a new app, that's one of the worst pitches I've ever heard.
Well, I don't know what it is, so that's why I'm really trying hard to not get hyper focused on that, because that really bothered me.
Do you pitch an app by saying if you don't believe in God, you're going to hell?
Oh no, I'm talking about the other guy who was talking about the app where they fly into buildings and have their mental hacking marathon or whatever, and they're going to sell the app and get like 500,000 angel investors. I mean, It sounded like a clunky pitch to me. Just in case someone was listening and wants to invest in the app, you can send it to my crypto wallet. That's kind of what I was hearing. I don't want to get focused on that. I literally told myself before I started speaking, just don't talk about this one thing that I really want to talk about. So that used to be really common on, I guess I am going to talk about it. That used to be really common on this app. I would hear a lot of people grifting, and actually real scams I remember used to go on almost every night on Clubhouse for some kind of NFT thing, or, this was really kind of the Wild West as far as that kind of stuff went. It seems like those people jumped over to Chatter and different apps now, but how did you all interpret that? I mean, is that all good for you? I'm just curious. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm...
Interpret him or interpret you?
Well, you can say anything you want, actually.
Well, no, you said, how was that for all of you? You're talking about what you said or what he said?
Oh, sure. Yeah, no. I think for me, I was feeling a little protective of the group. I was wanting to sort of mute it, and I don't know what that was in me. So I guess I am checking with all of you. Was that totally no big thing, or do you think there are people that might actually buy into that?
I didn't hear what you guys heard. We'll go to Alfonso in 30 seconds. Towards the end of the 5 minutes, I heard the nieces and neighbors saying, I'm waiting for the crypto, and the crypto never came, and I didn't hear a website. You guys thought, yes?
Yeah, no, fair enough. I think when you say you didn't hear a website, and you didn't hear sort of the closing part of the pitch, I think that's the thing that kept it from being probably what I would have considered to be a real...
In other words, dude, what we refer to in journalism is he buried the lead. And let's see what Alfonso thinks. Alfonso, you were raising your hand. Go ahead.
So, knowingly or in my ignorance, I usually give people the benefit of the doubt. I think that's what you were doing as well. Just being true to the fact that you want to give everyone a fair fight.
Yeah, in fact, I think he even specifically said that his app wasn't finished yet, but go ahead.
Yeah, and so, like, we've been kind of reinforcing it's more about the connection than doing what's right at the beginning. And I think if it went further and he was, what I would have done in this case is what I was thinking to myself, if I was running this room, I would have asked him, what are the warning signs? What are the cautions you would ask people to take when somebody offers a similar service as yours, right? And that would put the burden on him to try and be a little more, or be honest about the work he's doing. Because he might truly believe in it, or he might just be a grifter, as you said. And then be a better person, how to overcome troubles and problems, and always do your research and ask for other people's opinions so that you get, so you can prevent someone taking advantage of you, and then move on. But I think, and I, this, Dr. James, I always get criticism for allowing people to speak when other people disagree or blatantly think that they're lying, that they're coming in with an agenda that is to hurt people, which I think most of the time is not the case. So I think I would always prefer to give people the benefit of the doubt, give warnings in a way that's not going to create an argument and fighting and dissension, but otherwise I think we're usually safe listening to each other.
Hey, Alfonso, I just wanted to say really quick. First of all, thank you. Thank you for speaking up. I really appreciate that. This was one of those moments where I think you really put into words maybe the other side that I wasn't allowing myself to see, which is I'm really doing my best, to help you both out in the way you've asked for it versus sort of the way I necessarily would do it if it was my own thing. And so I know here there is sort of a focus on giving people a bit of space, to show respect, to not be so on the itchy trigger finger with moderating, but to kind of see where things go. And I like that. I mean, it's definitely a great approach, and it's part of why I spend time with you all. It's good to be able to kind of lean into people's ideas, sometimes even to the point of hearing, okay, maybe this is a place that I don't appreciate about this person, but either let's talk about it or let's at least uncover it so it's out there for everybody to see. So I think there is something to that. But what I hear from you, Alfonso, that I really like, and it's very consistent, is compassion and connection. And you and I definitely share those values. And I think it's great that you found ways to live out those.
Yeah, when deciding whether or not to shut down someone's speech or someone's journey can be very delicate. Clearly, we had a couple of people in the room that thought he was trying to sell or hack an app. I personally didn't think so. I was paying more attention, to the believe in God or whatever like that. I wasn't paying so much attention to the app. A lot of the nieces and nephews here thought that he was attempting to sell an app. Like I said, if he did, he was doing a horrible job at it. I don't even think we heard the name of the app. We didn't hear a website. We didn't hear a phone number. We didn't get a link. We certainly didn't hear anybody saying, for this amount of dollars. In fact, what I heard was the app wasn't finished. So sometimes it's very delicate. And we're going to go to a new speaker in a couple of minutes, but I do want to play a clip because we have time. Hillary is here. Love Hillary. So she'll be next. We'll bring her up during the clip. But that's why I'm playing a lot of more clips this morning, is because we have less people in the room, less people on stage. But sometimes, I agree. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, because before you're going to shut the door on someone's journey, make sure you have a complete understanding of what they're doing, what they're about.
I'm going to recommend to the disciplinary committee that you be expelled. Mr. Sims, you are a cover-up artist and you are a liar. But not a snitch. Excuse me? No, I don't think I will. Mr. Slade, this is such a crock of shit. Please watch your language, Mr. Slade. You are in the Baird School, not a barracks. Mr. Sims, I will give you one final opportunity to speak up. Mr. Sims doesn't want it. He doesn't need to be labeled still worthy of being a bad man. What the hell is that? What is your motto here? Boys, inform on your classmates. Save your hide. Anything short of that, we're going to burn you at the stake? Well, gentlemen, when the shit hits the fan, some guys run and some guys stay. Here's Charlie facing the fire, and there's George hiding in Big Daddy's pocket. And what are you doing? You're going to reward George and destroy Charlie. Are you finished, Mr. Slade? No, I'm just getting warmed up. I don't know who went to this place. William Howard Taft, William Jennings Bryan, William Tell, whoever. Their spirit is dead, if they ever had one. It's gone. You're building a rat ship here. A vessel for seagoing snitches. And if you think you're preparing these minnows for manhood, you better think again. Because I say you are killing the very spirit this institution proclaims it instills. What a sham. What kind of a show are you guys putting on here today? I mean, the only class in this act is sitting next to me. And I'm here to tell you, this boy's soul is intact. It's non-negotiable. You know how I know? Someone here, and I'm not going to say who, offered to buy it. Only Charlie here wasn't selling.
Sir, you're out of order.
I show you out of order. You don't know what out of order is, Mr. Trash. I'd show you, but I'm too old. I'm too tired. I'm too fucking blind. If I were the man I was 5 years ago, I'd take a flamethrower to this place. Out of order. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I've been around, you know. There was a time I could see, and I have seen, boys like these, younger than these, their arms torn out, their legs ripped off. But there is nothing like the sight of an amputated spirit. There is no prosthetic for that. You think you're merely sending this splendid foot soldier back home to Argonne with his tail between his legs, but I say you are executing his soul. And why? Because he's not a bad man. Bad men. You hurt this boy, you're gonna be bad bums. The lot of you. And Harry, Jimmy, Trent, wherever you are out there, fuck you too.
Stand down, Mr. Slade.
I'm not finished. As I came in here, I heard those words. Cradle of leadership. Well, when the bow breaks, the cradle will fall. And it has fallen here. It has fallen. Makers of men. Creators of leaders. Be careful what kind of leaders you're producing here. I don't know if Charlie's silence here today is right or wrong. I'm not a judge or jury, but I can tell you this. He won't sell anybody out to buy his future. And that, my friends, is called integrity. That's called courage. Now that's the stuff leaders should be made of.
Integrity and courage and consistency. That's the stuff that leaders are made of.
That goddamn good clip. That sensible woman.
Yes, from
I thought that was the message of the Trump campaign, right? Integrity, consistency. I thought right out of a Trump.
Let's say hello to my good friend Hillary Merrick. Good morning, Hillary. It's a pleasure to see you back on Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about?
Good morning, my friend. And thank you for that question. That was beautiful. I'd like to talk about Christmas and where the hell did it go? I'm sitting here a couple days before Christmas. We still don't have a tree up, no decorations.
Bitch, where did it go? You don't even have it.
Nothing under the tree. My 14-year-old doesn't seem like it bothers him at all at this point. And somebody in the chat just said Grinch stole it. That's funny. I don't think his generation really cares that much. I mean, gifts are gifts, and he knows that we don't have money right now. So when I was a kid, I just remember Christmas being so many traditions.
Go out there and get a job, you hard-working woman.
This holiday, and they're just gone. What happened? Like, I send out 40, 50 or more Christmas cards every year. You know, in the last 5 years, I haven't gotten a single one back. Never once. And it's just, I don't send them to get them back. That's what's the point I should make. It's like people just don't want it anymore. They don't care. It's like it's a time for you to get your gifts and that's it. You know, you give something to somebody, and even the gifts don't even have the feeling they used to. You know, like there used to be a lot of thought and care behind each gift. Each gift was personalized, and now it's a gift card. It's a you know, it's something for your Cash App. It's nothing that somebody actually put into for you, and I just feel so deflated this year. I feel so, I don't know, unhoused. It's a weird feeling. I feel like I'm standing outside of reality, looking in, going, you know, what are you doing? You know, can we please go back to the way it was? And I tried, like last night, I made Rice Krispie treats with my son, and we made them, bring them over to there's a tent city not far from where I live, where there's a encampment of several homeless families. So we made a bunch of stuff to bring up there, and then I had a blowout in my tire on the way there, and I sat there in the drizzling rain, freezing freaking cold, for hours. Not a single person, including a police officer, not a single person stopped to see if I needed help. And I did, because I drive a Mini Cooper, and they don't have a spare tire in a Mini Cooper, so I needed help. And my phone was dead, so I couldn't call for a tow or anything like that. And it was just, I don't know. I'm just kind of messed up over the whole thing, you know? I just feel like we've lost Christmas. We don't have, no matter how hard I try to instill tradition or try to, you know, keep it alive in my house, it's just, nobody cares anymore. And that sucks. And I know you're Jewish, and I know that you're just like, whatever, Hillary, but I'm sure it's probably the same thing, you know, in the Jewish community as it is in you know, ours. It's just, there seems to be no holiday spirit left. Just want to know where it went.
Where did Christmas go? I have a response. It's twofold. Number one, when Christmas was what it used to be, as you correctly put, that it's not now what it used to be a couple of decades ago or when we grew up. Even at that time, I don't think there was enough emphasis, at least not for me being Jewish, but I did go over to people's homes and celebrated Christmas, about the birth of Jesus. It was about getting your presents on Christmas Day or Christmas Eve. Remember, you open one present on Christmas Eve, and you open the remainder of your presents on Christmas Day. I don't know, but even back then, and I agree with you, the commercialization of Christmas, even back then, really, in my humble opinion, took the forefront in the national consciousness to gifts and giving rather than the birth of Jesus. That's number one of two. But two, regarding the commercialization of Christmas, you started your Christmas shopping before Amazon, before the internet, before the Walmart.com, and you started, we didn't even have Black Monday back then, the day after Christmas, and you started your Christmas shopping after Thanksgiving, and you would wait till that eventful day, and a week before Christmas, Dad would go get the tree and whatnot, and then everybody would get together as a family and decorate it. And now, what do we have? We have Christmas shopping and Christmas decorations starting after Halloween. We have months of buying gifts online. And the celebration of Christmas, and especially remembering Christmas for the birth of Jesus, that is falling back like last. And now it's what gifts are the best gifts to get this year, and where can you get them at the best price, and people maxing out their credit cards to increase the debt. And by the way, credit card companies, when interest rates have been dropping, credit card companies have been upping their interest rates, some as high as friggin' 36%. No bullshit. So Hillary, you raise a very good point. And before we go to James Corletta to comment, standing ovation for Hillary Merrick, my good friend, who not only believes in God, was saved by God, and also is back in the room again. Hillary, I've missed you. Let's go to James Corletto.
Thank you. Hillary, you made some really good points. Steve, you stole my fucking thunder. I renamed this holiday season, the couple of words you uttered. I've been naming it for almost a decade now. Giftmas, because that is what it has become. Giftmas. It is the season of what you said. Families going into debt for the challenge of the neighbors of who puts the most gifts under the tree, who gets the biggest present of the season, blah 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 blah. Corporate America has taken the true spirit of the holiday season away by, like you said, hey, guess what you see after Halloween? All the Christmas stuff. So, yep. Thanks for bringing that up, Steve, and you stole my thunder.
Let's go to Alfonso. Would you like to comment on Christmas? If not, we'll move on. We'll go around the stage. I think this is an awesome topic. Alfonso, would you like to comment on Christmas? Where has it gone?
Yeah. I want to bring back this whole humanity concept. We're all part of the show. And it's only natural for people to want to show that they have wealth. Penguins, they build a mound of rocks, and the female penguin finds the one they like the most, and they mate with that penguin. Peacocks have evolved this beautiful ornamental display for women, for peacocks, and it's just part of the human condition. I think when we suffer, when we go through struggle and strife, we start valuing other things, but I would claim that the vast majority of humans would not mind having an expensive car, a nice home, and comforts to give to their children, especially once you start a family. I don't want to condemn people for doing that, or consumerism, but I do want to commend people for trying to focus on what's really valuable, especially taking care of the planet, not contaminating. So try not to buy too many plastics. You get a gift, get something that's sustainable, renewable, something that your children will appreciate when it's discarded. Just
some as high as
my great landfills and fill the oceans with waste. And if you can make it yourself, you can recycle. That's what the DIY project I'm starting at home. Starting up my workshop again, and I'm going to build toys and a climbing wall and everything I can for my kids, rather than having to go out and purchase them, and to instill in them the values of all the other things beyond luxury and material possessions.
Dr. James, would you like to talk about where Christmas is going?
Sure. I mean, maybe it's gone to exactly where it's supposed to be, which is, in the home, and not so much permeating everything we see, hear, touch, taste, and feel. Not everybody shares it. And I'm not saying it should be hidden, but, maybe it's just gone to exactly where it is. I mean, the numbers of people who are, identifying as Christian and churched and all this sort of stuff, those numbers are dwindling. The only thing we see is an uprise of politicized Christianity. So, I mean, I really think this topic it's interesting when you take a sort of a religious sort of look at it and where the numbers are, and I think it just reflects the way things are.
Scott Jones, would you like to talk about where Christmas is gone?
Yeah, I just want to correct something Dr. James said. Christianity is not dwindling. The population rate growth is 0.8%. Christianity's growth is something like 1.3 something, or 1.5 something. So almost twice the population rate. Christianity is it's on the rise, man. And I don't know. I'm in Philadelphia, a pretty secular city, where most people don't go to church or synagogue or anything. But I walk around. I feel the Christmas spirit. People say Happy Holidays, Merry Christmas. I went to worship this morning. There was a lot of Christmas spirit. There was a sermon on Mary and the birth of Jesus, and there was a little bit of evidentialist apologetics, which I didn't love. I mean, I go to a very liberal church, so I was pretty surprised to hear that the dean of the cathedral thinks he stood in the house of Jesus under the Sisters of the Convent of Nazareth. I mean, I was laughing under my breath. I was surprised no one else was, because that seems to me like an archaeologically absurd comment. But I don't know. I see Christmas out there, and I'm loving it. I'm in the Christmas spirit, man.
Richard, would you like to comment on where is Christmas going?
Something that I came across a few years ago, Steve, you can correct me. There's a famous poem that was read at my family's Christmas every Christmas. The night before Christmas, and all through the house, not a creature was stirring.
Go to church or something.
It's a song. It's a poem about Santa comes with his reindeer on the roof. We all know the poem. As I understood, it was written in the 19th century or very early 19th century in Boston by a Jewish rabbi who did not claim it. It was written anonymously, and it was to try and help the shopkeepers who were struggling. And it turns out, if you think about what's going on economically in the core of our country, it is the biggest period of spending for retail business throughout the United States. So I just want to say I embrace Christmas. It's a deep part of my upbringing. I will be on Wednesday with all of my living family members. My father and mother have gone. And we will read from Luke, the chapter about Christmas out of the Bible, and share a little repast together, some Norwegian delicacies and things from our heritage. And that's all I want to say. There's some sadness in Christmas because the people that used to be with us are not here anymore. Some of them, especially my mother and father, who of course created it. But yeah, Christmas is in full bloom for me. Thank you.
Z, would you like to comment on whether or not Christmas is coming on?
Yes.
It is the biggest period of
Perfectly.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, I want to send Hillary a hug, and it's been a minute since I've seen you or heard you, so and I'm sorry about your Cooper car and all that stuff. I really can resonate with, when the funds are low, it's tough. It can be tough no matter what time it is, but especially at Christmas. That does create a lot of not great experiences. But I can just say, and I can say for me, so I live in New England. I live in Western Massachusetts, and it's totally Christmas here. It's like a magical snow globe, really. And I live in a farming community, and it is a city, but you can have chickens on Main Street if you wish, as long as you take care of them. And so that's here. I'll just say, for me, my spirits are, high and low, because it is.
Audiobook completely changed how I do business. I'm a photographer in independent business. It's a fact.
We're turning now to a developing story out of central Waco. That chase began when a trooper.
Amazing mother. If anybody's ever in Clearwater, Florida, please private message me, DM me, and get you set up to have breakfast or lunch at her place. But anyhow, I sent her a package through Amazon, and it was like a weighted puppy, like a stuffed animal. And anyhow, the funny thing was, it landed at her doorstep, and I got a picture of like the delivery. And honestly, it was I was so grateful to the shipping company to see my mother's doorstep. And I know it sounds goofy, but I love her outside door area. And then so she came home late, and she says, well, I'm not going going to open this package. She goes, and then as a joke, she goes, unless it's a puppy. And it was like, that's exactly what's in the box, is like a big giant puppy dog that's like a weighted snuggle toy. Because I'm going to be 64, guys, and my mother's my mom, so she's up there and needs a heating pad, and she runs a very successful business in Florida, and she's also the director of the Suncoast Jazz Festival.
Z, can you stick around till after the break? We're running a little short on time. Can you stick around till after the break and contribute then? Is that okay?
I'm all done now, so I'm landing my helicopter. Thanks.
You're welcome. Christian, I know you've only been listening. Christian, are you there? If not, that's cool. Andrew, take a minute. Would you like to comment on where has Christmas come and gone?
Sure. Appreciate what people have been saying. I think there's an ebb and flow to Christmas. Some years are better than others. Obviously, you heard my story earlier. I did a Christmas with my sister and her family one year. My Christmas present to them was me flying out there. So I had no gifts, and I just watched them open, and that was most enjoyable to watch the kids open up their presents. And of course, I made a joke out of it. Geez, you got some socks here, Alan? I need socks. I really could use a pair of socks. So just have fun where you can with it, and enjoy the fact that you're hopefully with your family and or friends.
Thank you, James Corletta. Would you like to comment on where has Christmas come and gone?
Yeah, I'll repeat it. It's went to commercialize America.
Oh, you said it.
Yeah, it's all good, bro. But there are people who still hold the good side of the holiday season, and that's greatly appreciated. And there are still people who hold to the religious aspects of it, and that's all good too. A majority of it, especially here in the United States, has gone to spend, right?
Yes, sir. And Cool C is new on stage. Cool, we're going to come to you after the break. We're going to do the break and we'll come to Cool C. But Hillary, would you like 60 seconds? And by the way, this break song is dedicated to you. Would you like 60 seconds?
I'm very low on my battery, so I don't want to take up any more time because I don't want to miss anything. I love what everyone shared. I really do. It's good to know there's still some places in this country that feel like home, that are steeped in tradition, and that where you can just feel safe and happy, and I love that for you guys. I love that.
Right.
And I just wish everybody a very happy holiday, and whether you celebrate it or not, I wish you all the blessings in the world.
And Hillary, I hope your battery lasts 3 more minutes because while we were going around when we first started, I posted at the top in search of Christmas glasses. Where have all the family movies gone? In addition to family movies, we have Christmas songs. So don't go away. We'll be right back after our mandatory break on Ask the Atheist. Hillary, this is for you in addition to all the nieces and nephews.
This man has a clever...
Mary, you still about to do something.
Yeah. In Sweden, they invent...
This guy glued a phone. This guy glued a.
Therapy has always been such a scary idea to me because I simply did not know where to get started. I didn't know how to find
The sayings of the Buddha. Choices. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with an impure mind, and trouble will follow you as the wheel follows the ox that draws the cart. We are what we think. All that we are arises with our thoughts. With our thoughts we make the world. Speak or act with a pure mind, and happiness will follow you as your shadow, unshakable. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Live without such thoughts, and you live in hate. Look how he abused me and beat me, how he threw me down and robbed me. Abandon such thoughts, and live in love. In this world, hate never yet dispelled hate. Only love dispels hate. This is the law, ancient and inexhaustible. You too shall pass away. Knowing this, how can you quarrel? How easily the wind overturns a frail tree. Seek happiness in the senses, indulge in food and sleep, and you too will be uprooted. The wind cannot overturn a mountain of temptation, cannot touch the man who is awake, strong and humble, who masters himself and minds the law. If a man's thoughts are muddy, if he is reckless and full of deceit, how can he wear the yellow robe? Whoever is master of his own nature, bright, clear, and true, he may indeed wear the yellow robe. Mistaking the false for the true, and the true for the false, you overlook the heart and fill yourself with desire. See the false as false, the true as true. Look into your heart.
Which is nice.
Your nature. An unreflecting mind is a poor roof. Passion, like the rain, floods the house. But if the roof is strong,
Look,
it
by
is
using
sheltered.
this cutter, you can eat...
Whoever follows impure thoughts suffers in this world and the next. In both worlds he suffers, and how greatly, when he sees the wrong he has done. But whoever follows the law is joyful here and joyful there. In both worlds he rejoices, and how greatly, when he sees the good he has done. For great is the harvest in this world, and greater still in the next. However many holy words you read, however many you speak, what good will they do you if you do not act upon them? Are you a shepherd who counts another man's sheep, never sharing the way? Read as few words as you like, and speak fewer, but act upon the law Give up the old ways, passion, enmity, folly. Know the truth and find peace. Share the way.
Wow.
Wakefulness.
Oh,
Wakefulness is the way to life.
Oh,
the fool sleeps as if he were already dead, but the master is awake and he lives forever. He watches. He is clear. How happy he is, for he sees that wakefulness is life. How happy he is following the path of the awakened. With great perseverance he meditates, seeking freedom and happiness. So awake, reflect, watch, work with care and attention. Live in the way, and the light will grow in you. By watching and working, the master makes for himself an island which the flood cannot overwhelm. The fool is careless, but the master guards his watching. It is his most precious treasure. He never gives in to desire. He meditates. And in the strength of his resolve, he discovers true happiness. He overcomes desire, and from the tower of wisdom, he looks down with dispassion upon the sorrowing crowd. From the mountaintop, he looks down on those who live close to the ground. Mindful among the mindless, awake while others dream, swift as the racehorse, he outstrips the field. By watching, Indra became king of the gods.
Oh, what a beauty.
How wonderful it is to
What a
watch.
beauty.
How foolish to sleep. The beggar who guards his mind and fears the waywardness of his thoughts burns through every bond with the fire of his vigilance. The beggar who guards his mind and fears his own confusion cannot fall. He has found the way to peace. Mind. As the fletcher whittles and makes straight his arrows, so the master directs his straying thoughts. Like a fish out of water, stranded on the shore, thoughts thrash and quiver, for how can they shake off desire? They tremble, they are unsteady, they wander at their will. It is good to control them, and to master them brings happiness. But how subtle they are, how elusive. The task is to quieten them, and by ruling them to find happiness. With single-mindedness, the master quells his thoughts. He ends their wandering. Seated in the cave of the heart, he finds freedom. How can a troubled mind understand the way? If a man is disturbed, he will never be filled with knowledge. An untroubled mind, no longer seeking to consider what is right and what is wrong, a mind beyond judgments, watches and understands. Know that the body is a fragile jar, and make a castle of your mind. In every trial, let understanding fight for you to defend what you have won. For soon the body is discarded. Then what does it feel? A useless log of wood. It lies on the ground. Then what does it know? Your worst enemy cannot harm you as much as your own thoughts unguarded. But once mastered, no one can help you as much, not even your father or your mother.
Este gorro de invierno tiene más de 100,000 ventas y ahora está en 0 pesos en T. Viene en varios colores para elegir. Perfecto para actividades al aire libre como ciclismo, anda en moto o senderismo. Súper cálido, resistente al viento y fácil de llevar. Ideal para cualquier aventura en climas fríos. Haz clic en este video para conseguir el tuyo ahora. Solo nuevos usuarios en la app con compras válidas.
Which is better for blood circulation, beets or sweet potatoes? Is it crucial? Well, I think it definitely is. Eating the wrong
Flowers. Who shall conquer this world and the world of death with all its gods? Who shall discover the shining way of the law? You shall, even as the man who seeks flowers finds the most beautiful,
Please don't
the
swear.
rarest.
I'm just trying to become a big
Understand that the body is merely the foam of a wave,
Please
the
don't
shadow
swear.
of a
I'm
shadow.
just trying to become a big
Snap
content
a
creator
flower
one day, but I have no
of desire,
supporters. So if
and
you have
then,
the chance,
unseen,
please subscribe.
escape the king of death and travel on.
Please.
Death overtakes the man who gathers flowers when, with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he searches vainly for happiness and the pleasures of the world. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. Death overcomes him when, with distracted mind and thirsty senses, he gathers flowers. He will never have his fill of the pleasures of the world. The bee gathers nectar from the flower without marring its beauty or perfume. So let the master settle and wander. Look to your own faults, what you have done or left undone. Overlook the faults of others. Like a lovely flower, bright but scentless, are the fine but empty words of the man who does not mean what he says. Like a lovely flower, bright and fragrant, are the fine and truthful words of the man who means what he says. Like garlands woven from a heap of flowers, fashion from your life as many good deeds. The perfume of sandalwood, rosebay, or jasmine cannot travel against the wind, but the fragrance of virtue travels even against the wind as far as the ends of the world. How much finer is the fragrance of virtue than of sandalwood, rosebay, of the blue lotus, or jasmine? The fragrance of sandalwood and rosebay does not travel far, but the fragrance of virtue rises to the heavens. Desire never crosses the path of virtuous and wakeful men. Their brightness sets them free. How sweetly the lotus grows in the litter of the wayside. Its pure fragrance delights the heart. Follow the awakened, and from among the blind, the light of your wisdom will shine out purely. The fool. How long the night to the watchman? How long the road to the weary traveler? How long the wandering of many lives to the fool who misses the way? If the traveler cannot find master or friend to go with him, let him travel on alone rather than with a fool for company. My children, my wealth, so the fool troubles himself. But how has he children or wealth? He is not even his own master. The fool, who knows he is a fool, is that much wiser. The fool who thinks he is wise is a fool indeed. Does the spoon taste the soup? A fool may live all his life in the company of a master and still miss the way. The tongue tastes the soup. If you are awake in the presence of a master, one moment will show you the way. The fool is his own enemy. The mischief he does is his undoing. How bitterly he suffers. Why do what you will regret? Why bring tears upon yourself? Do only what you do not regret, and fill yourself with joy. For a while, the fool's mischief tastes sweet, sweet as honey. But in the end it turns bitter, and how bitterly he suffers. For months the fool may fast, eating from the tip of a grass blade. Still, He is not worth a penny beside the master whose food is the way. Fresh milk takes time to sour, so a fool's mischief takes time to catch up with him. Like the embers of a fire, it smolders within him. Whatever a fool learns, it only makes him duller. Knowledge cleaves his head, but then he wants recognition, a place before other people, a place over other people. Let them know my work, let everyone look to me for direction. Such are his desires, such is his swelling pride. One way leads to wealth and fame, the other to the end of the way. Look not for recognition, but follow the awakened and set yourself free. The wise man. The wise man tells you where you have fallen, and where you yet may fall, invaluable secrets. Follow him, follow the way. Let him chasten and teach you and keep you from mischief. The world may hate him, but good men love him. Do not look for bad company, or live with men who do not care. Find friends who love the truth. Drink deeply. Live in serenity and joy. The wise man delights in the truth and follows the law of the awakened. The farmer channels water to his land, the fletcher whittles his arrows, and the carpenter turns his wood. So the wise man directs his mind. The wind cannot shake a mountain. Neither praise nor blame moves the wise man. He is clarity. Hearing the truth, he is like a lake, pure and tranquil and deep. Want nothing. Where there is desire, say nothing. Happiness or sorrow, whatever befalls you, walk on, untouched, unattached. Do not ask for family or power or wealth, either for yourself or for another. Can a wise man wish to rise unjustly? Few cross over the river. Most are stranded on this side. On the river bank, they run up and down. But the wise man, following the way, crosses over beyond the reach of death. He leaves the dark way for the way of light. He leaves his home, seeking happiness on the hard road. Free from desire, free from possessions, free from the dark places of the heart, free from attachment and appetite, following the 7 lights of awakening and rejoicing greatly in his freedom. In this world, the wise man becomes himself a light, pure, shining, free.
Do you want to receive beautiful crystals every month without breaking the bank? I know what you're thinking. It must be too good to be true. What's the catch? We just want your feedback on the crystals we send you. We want to know which crystals you feel the most connected to and which ones you like the most. That way, we can add the most high-quality crystals to our website that are loved and recommended by our VIP Crystal Club. All of the crystals are beautiful and all natural, and the packaging is gorgeous. They even include an insert card that tells you more about the crystals. And each one is blessed with a singing bowl before they're sent to you. Anyway, spots are filling up for the program really fast, and trust me, you don't want to miss your chance to be a VIP. You don't want to pass up the opportunity to have crystals sent to you every month for free. I'm obsessed with my Aura Bloom crystals. They add such elegance and beautiful vibes to my space. So click the link and answer a few questions to see if you qualify. If you're accepted, we welcome you as a VIP, and we hope you enjoy your monthly dose of self-love.
Gabapentin is bringing you closer to amputation. These are 3 symptoms that are signaling that you could be close to losing your foot. I'm going to show you the critical signs, why it happens, and what you can do about it. This video could save your life.
The master. At the end of the way, The master finds freedom from desire and sorrow, freedom without bounds. Those who awaken never rest in one place. Like swans they rise and leave the lake. On the air they rise and fly an invisible course, gathering nothing, storing nothing. Their food is knowledge. They live upon emptiness. They have seen how to break free. Who can follow them? Only the master. Such is his purity. Like a bird, he rises on the limitless air and flies an invisible course. He wishes for nothing. His food is knowledge. He lives upon emptiness. He has broken free. He is the charioteer. He has tamed his horses, pride, and the senses. Even the gods admire him. Yielding like the earth, joyous and clear like the lake, still as the stone at the door, he is free from life and death. His thoughts are still. His words are still. His work is
I handed
stillness.
over the check.
He sees his freedom and is free. The master surrenders his beliefs. He sees beyond the end and the beginning. He cuts all ties. He gives up all his desires. He resists all temptations. And he rises. And wherever he lives, in the city or the country, in the valley or in the hills, there is great joy. Even in the empty forest, he finds joy, because he wants nothing. The thousands. Better than 1,000 hollow words is one word that brings peace. Better than 1,000 hollow verses is one verse that brings peace. Better than 100 hollow lines is one line of the law bringing peace. It is better to conquer yourself than to win 1,000 battles. Then the victory is yours. It cannot be taken from you, not by angels or by demons, heaven or hell. Better than 100 years of worship, better than 1,000 offerings, better than giving up 1,000 worldly ways in order to win merit. Better even than tending in the forest a sacred flame for 100 years is one moment's reverence with a man who has conquered himself. To revere such a man, a master old in virtue and holiness, is to have victory over life itself and beauty, strength and happiness. Better than 100 years of mischief is one day spent in contemplation. Better than 100 years of ignorance is one day spent in reflection. Better than 100 years of idleness is one day spent in determination. Better to live one day wondering how all things arise and pass away. Better to live 1 hour seeing the one life beyond the way. Better to live one moment in the moment of the way beyond the way. Mischief. Be quick to do good. If you are slow, the mind, delighting in mischief, will catch you. Turn away from mischief again and again. Turn away before sorrow befalls you. Set your heart on doing good. Do it over and over again, and you will be filled with joy. A fool is happy until his mischief turns against him, and a good man may suffer until his goodness flowers. Do not make light of your failings, saying, "What are they to me?" The jug fills drop by drop, so the fool becomes brimful of folly. Do not belittle your virtue. virtue, saying they are nothing. A jug fills drop by drop, so the wise man becomes brimful of virtue. As the rich merchant with few servants shuns a dangerous road, and the man who loves life shuns poison, beware the dangers of folly and mischief. For an unwounded hand may handle poison, the innocent come to no harm. But as dust thrown against the wind, mischief is blown back in the face of the fool who wrongs the pure and harmless. Some are reborn in hell, some in this world, the good in heaven, but the pure are not reborn, nowhere. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the sea, nor deep in the mountains can you hide from your own mischief. Not in the sky, nor in the midst of the ocean, nor deep in the mountains, nowhere can you hide from your own death. Violence. All beings tremble before violence. All fear death. All love life. See yourself in others. Then whom can you hurt? What harm can you do? He who seeks happiness by hurting those who seek happiness will never find happiness. For your brother is like you. He wants to be happy. Never harm him. And when you leave this life, you too will find happiness. Never speak harsh words, for they will rebound upon you. Angry words hurt, and the hurt rebounds. Like a broken gong, be still, be silent. Know the stillness of freedom, where there is no more striving. Like herdsmen driving their cows into the fields, old age and death will drive you before them. But the fool in his mischief forgets, and he lights the fire wherein one day he must burn. He who harms the harmless or hurts the innocent, 10 times shall he fall into torment or infirmity, injury or disease or madness, persecution or fearful accusation, loss of family, loss of fortune. Fire from heaven shall strike his house, and when his body has been struck down, he shall rise in hell. He who goes naked with matted hair, mud bespattered, who fasts and sleeps on the ground and smears his body with ashes, and sits in endless meditation, so long as he is not free from doubts, he will not find freedom. But he who lives purely and self-assured in quietness and virtue, who is without harm or hurt or blame, even if he wears fine clothes, so long as he also has faith, he is a true seeker. A noble horse rarely feels the touch of the whip. Who is there in this world as blameless? Then, like a noble horse, smart under the whip, burn and be swift, believe, meditate, see, be harmless, be blameless, awake to the law, and from all sorrow free yourself. The farmer channels water to his land, the fletcher whittles his arrows, the carpenter turns his wood, and the wise man masters himself.
Get hooked up with Cash App cards. Hit the app, head an offer, and save instantly when you pay.
Old age. The world is on fire, and are you laughing? You are deep in the dark. Will you not ask for light? For behold your body, a painted puppet, limited and sick and full of false imaginings, a shadow that shifts and fades. How frail it is, frail and pestilent. It sickens, festers, and dies. Like every living thing, in the end, it sickens and dies. Behold these whitened bones, the hollow shells and husks of a dying summer. And are you laughing? You are a house of bones, flesh and blood for plaster. Pride lives in you, and hypocrisy, decay, and death. The glorious chariots of kings shatter, so also the body turns to dust. But the spirit of purity is changeless, and so the pure instruct the pure. The ignorant man is an ox. He grows in size, not in wisdom. Vainly I sought the builder of my house through countless lives. I could not find him. How hard it is to tread life after life. But now I see you, O builder, and never again shall you build my house. I have snapped the rafters, split the ridgepole, and beaten out desire, and now my mind is free. There are no fish in the lake. The long-legged cranes stand in the water. Sad is the man who in his youth lived loosely and squandered his fortune. Sad as a broken bow, and sadly is he sighing after all that has arisen and has passed away. Yourself. Love yourself and watch, today, tomorrow, always. First, establish yourself in the way, then teach, and so defeat sorrow. To straighten the crooked, you must first do a harder thing. Straighten yourself. You are your only master. Who else? Subdue yourself and discover your master. Willfully, you have fed your own mischief. Soon it will crush you as the diamond crushes stone. By your own folly, you will be brought as low as your worst enemy wishes. So the creeper chokes the tree. How hard it is to serve yourself. How easy to lose yourself in mischief and folly. The kashta reed dies when it bears fruit. So the fool, scorning the teachings of the awakened, spurning those who follow the law, perishes when his folly flowers. Mischief is yours, sorrow is yours, but virtue also is yours, and purity. You are the source of all purity and all impurity. No one purifies another. Never neglect your work for another's, however great his need. Your work is to discover your work, and then, with all your heart, to give yourself to it. The world. Do not live in the world in distraction and false dreams outside the law. Arise and watch. Follow the way joyfully through this world and beyond. Follow the way of virtue. Follow the way joyfully through this world and on beyond. Or consider the world a bubble, a mirage. See the world as it is, and death shall overlook you. Come, consider the world, a painted chariot for kings, a trap for fools. But he who sees goes free. As the moon slips from behind a cloud and shines, so the master comes out from behind his ignorance and shines. This world is in darkness. How few have eyes to see. How few the birds who escape the net and fly to heaven. Swans rise and fly toward the sun What magic! So do the pure conquer the armies of illusion and rise and fly. If you scoff at heaven and violate the law, if your words are lies, where will your mischief end? The fool laughs at generosity. The miser cannot enter heaven. But the master finds joy in giving, and happiness is his reward. And more, for greater than all the joys of heaven and of earth, greater still than dominion over all the worlds, is the joy of reaching the stream. The man who is awake, he is awake. The victory is his. He has conquered the world. How can he lose the way who is beyond the way? His eye is open. His foot is free. Who can follow after him? The world cannot reclaim him or lead him astray, nor can the poisoned net of desire hold him. He is awake. The gods watch over him. He is awake and finds joy in the stillness of meditation and in the sweetness of surrender. Hard it is to be born. Hard it is to live. Harder still to hear of the way, and hard to rise, follow, and awake. Yet the teaching is simple. Do what is right. Be pure. At the end of the way is freedom. Till then, patience. If you wound or grieve another, you have not learned detachment. Offend in neither word nor deed. Eat with moderation. Live in your heart. Seek the highest consciousness. Master yourself according to the law. This is the simple teaching of the awakened. The rain could turn to gold, and still your thirst would not be slaked. Desire is unquenchable, or it ends in tears, even in heaven. He who wishes to awake consumes his desires joyfully. In his fear, a man may shelter in mountains, or in forests, in groves of sacred trees, or in shrines. But how can he hide there from his sorrow? He who shelters in the way and travels with those who follow it comes to see the four great truths concerning sorrow, the beginning of sorrow, the eightfold way, and the end of sorrow. Then, at last, he is safe. He has shaken off sorrow. He is free. The awakened are few and hard to find. Happy is the house where a man awakes. Blessed is his birth. Blessed is the teaching of the way. Blessed is the understanding among those who follow it. And blessed is their determination. And blessed are they who revere the man who awakes and follows the way. They are free from fear. They are free. They have crossed over the river of sorrow. Joy. Live in joy, in love, even among those who hate. Live in joy, in health, even among the afflicted. Live in joy, in peace, even among the troubled. Live in joy without possessions, like the shining ones. The winner sows hatred because the loser suffers. Let go of winning and losing and find joy. There is no fire like passion, no crime like hatred, no sorrow like separation, no sickness like hunger, and no joy like the joy of freedom. Health, contentment, and trust are your greatest possessions, and freedom your greatest joy. Look within. Be still. Free from fear and attachment. Know the sweet joy of the way. How joyful to look upon the awakened and to keep company with the wise. How long the road to the man who travels with a fool, but whoever follows those who follow the way discovers his family and is filled with joy. Follow then the shining ones, the wise, the awakened, the loving, for they know how to work and forbear. Follow them as the moon follows the path of the stars. Pleasure. Do not let pleasure distract you from meditation, from the way. Free yourself from pleasure and pain, for in craving pleasure or in nursing pain, there is only sorrow. Like nothing, lest you lose it, lest it bring you grief and fear. Go beyond likes and dislikes. From passion and desire, sensuousness and lust, arise grief and fear. Free yourself from attachment. He is pure and sees. He speaks the truth and lives it. He does his own work. So he is admired and loved. With a determined mind and undesiring heart, he longs for freedom. He is called Udam Soto, he who goes upstream. When a traveler at last comes home from a far journey, with what gladness his family and his friends receive him. Even so shall your good deeds welcome you like friends, and with what rejoicing when you pass from this life to the next. Anger. Let go of anger. Let go of pride. When you are bound by nothing, you go beyond sorrow. Anger is like a chariot careering wildly. He who curbs his anger is the true charioteer. Others merely hold the reins. With gentleness, overcome anger. With generosity, overcome meanness. With truth, overcome deceit. Speak the truth. Give whatever you can. Never be angry. These 3 steps will lead you into the presence of the gods. The wise harm no one. They are masters of their bodies, and they go to the boundless country. They go beyond sorrow. Those who seek perfection keep watch by day and night till all desires vanish. Listen, Attila, this is not new. It is an old saying. They blame you for being silent. They blame you when you talk too much and when you talk too little. Whatever you do, they blame you. The world always finds a way to praise and a way to blame. It always has, and it always will. But who dares blame the man whom the wise continually praise, whose life is virtuous and wise, who shines like a coin of pure gold? Even the gods praise him. Even Brahma praises him. Beware of the anger of the body. Master the body. Let it serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mouth. Master your words. Let them serve truth. Beware of the anger of the mind. Master your thoughts. Let them serve truth. The wise have mastered body, word, and mind. They are the true masters. Impurity. You are as the yellow leaf. The messengers of death are at hand. You are to travel far away. What will you take with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your life light shines without impurity or desire, you will come into the boundless country. Your life is falling away. Death is at hand. Where will you rest on the way? What have you taken with you? You are the lamp to lighten the way. Then hurry, hurry. When your light shines purely, you will not be born, and you will not die. As a silversmith sifts dust from silver, remove your own impurities, little by little. Or, as iron is corroded by rust, your own mischief will consume you. Neglected, the sacred verses rust, for beauty rusts without use, and, unrepaired, the house falls into ruin, and the watch without vigilance fails. In this world and the next, there is impurity and impurity. When a woman lacks dignity, when a man lacks generosity, but the greatest impurity is ignorance. Free yourself from it. Be pure. Life is easy for the man who is without shame. Impudent as a crow, a vicious gossip, vain, meddlesome, dissolute. But life is hard for the man who quietly undertakes the way of perfection with purity, detachment, and vigor. He sees light. If you kill, lie, or steal, commit adultery, or drink, you dig up your own roots. And if you cannot master yourself, the harm you do turns against you grievously. You may give in the spirit of light, or as you please, but if you care how another man gives or how he withholds, you trouble your quietness endlessly. These envying roots, destroy them and enjoy a lasting quietness. There is no fire like passion. There are no chains like hate. Illusion is a net, desire a rushing river. How easy it is to see your brother's faults, how hard to face your own. You winnow his in the wind like chaff, but yours you hide like a cheat covering up an unlucky throw. Dwelling on your brother's faults multiplies your own. You are far from the end of your journey. The way is not in the sky, the way is in the heart. See how you love whatever keeps you from your journey. But the Tathagatas, they who have gone beyond, have conquered the world. They are free. The way is not in the sky. The way is in the heart. All things arise and pass away, but the awakened awake forever. The just. If you determine your course with force or speed, you miss the way of the law. Quietly consider what is right and what is wrong, receiving all opinions equally, without haste, wisely observe the law. Who is wise, the eloquent or the quiet man? Be quiet and loving and fearless, or the mind talks, but the body knows. Gray hairs do not make a master. A man may grow old in vain. The true master lives in truth, in goodness and restraint, non-violence, moderation, and purity. Fine words or fine features cannot make a master out of a jealous and greedy man. Only when envy and selfishness are rooted out of him may he grow in beauty. A man may shave his head, but if he still lies and neglects his work, If he clings to desire and attachment, how can he follow the way? The true seeker subdues all waywardness. He has submitted his nature to quietness. He is a true seeker, not because he begs, but because he follows the lawful way, holding back nothing, holding to nothing, beyond good and beyond evil, beyond the body and beyond the mind. Silence cannot make a master out of a fool, but he who weighs only purity in his scales, who sees the nature of the two worlds, he is a master. He harms no living thing. And yet, it is not good conduct that helps you upon the way, nor ritual, nor book learning, nor withdrawal into the self, nor deep meditation. None of these confers mastery or joy. O seeker, rely on nothing until you want nothing. The way. The way is eightfold. There are four truths. All virtue lies in detachment. The master has an open eye. This is the only way to the opening of the eye. Follow it. Outwit desire. Follow it to the end of sorrow. When I pulled out sorrow's shaft, I showed you the way. It is you who must make the effort. The masters only point the way. But if you meditate and follow the law, you will free yourself from desire. Everything arises and passes away. When you see this, you are above sorrow. This is the shining way. Existence is sorrow. Understand and go beyond sorrow. This is the way of brightness. Existence is illusion. Understand. Go beyond. This is the way of clarity. You are strong. You are young. It is time to arise. So arise, lest through irresolution and idleness you lose the way. Master your words. Master your thoughts. Never allow your body to do harm. Follow these three roads with purity, and you will find yourself upon the one way, the way of wisdom. Sit in the world. Sit in the dark. Sit in meditation. Sit in light. Choose your seat. Let wisdom grow. Cut down the forest, not the tree, for out of the forest comes danger. Cut down the forest, fell desire, and set yourself free. While a man desires a woman, his mind is bound as closely as a calf to its mother. As you would pluck an autumn lily, pluck the arrow of desire. For he has shown you the way of peace. Give yourself to the journey. Here shall I make my dwelling in the summer and the winter and in the rainy season. So the fool makes his plans, sparing not a thought for his death. Death overtakes the man who, giddy and distracted by the world, cares only for his flocks and his children. Death fetches him away as a flood carries off a sleeping village. His family cannot save him, not his father, nor his sons. Know this. Seek wisdom and purity. Quickly clear the way. Out of the forest. There is pleasure and there is bliss. Forgo the first to possess the second. If you are happy at the expense of another man's happiness, you are forever bound. You do not what you should. You do what you should not. You are reckless, and desire grows. But the master is wakeful. He watches his body. In all his actions, he discriminates, and he becomes pure. He is without blame, though once he He may have murdered his mother and his father, 2 kings, a kingdom, and all its subjects. Though the kings were holy and their subjects among the virtuous, yet is he blameless. The followers of the awakened awake, and day and night they watch and meditate upon their master. Forever wakeful, they mind the law. They know their brothers on the way. They understand the mystery of the body. They find joy in all beings. They delight in meditation. It is hard to live in the world and hard to live out of it. It is hard to be one among many. And for the wanderer, how long is the road wandering through many lives? Let him rest. Let him not suffer. Let him not fall into suffering. If he is a good man, a man of faith, honored and prosperous, wherever he goes, he is welcome. Like the Himalayas, good men shine from afar, but bad men move unseen like arrows in the night. Sit, rest, work, alone with yourself, never weary. On the edge of the forest, live joyfully, without desire. The dark. One man denies the truth, another denies his own actions. Both go into the dark, and in the next world suffer, where they offend truth. Wear the yellow robe, but if you are reckless, you will fall into darkness. If you are reckless, better to swallow molten iron than eat at the table of good folk. If you court another man's wife, you court trouble. Your sleep is broken, you lose your honor, you fall into darkness. You go against the law, you go into the dark. Your pleasures end in fear, and the king's punishment is harsh. But as a blade of grass held awkwardly may cut your hand, so renunciation may lead you into the dark. For if in your renunciation you are reckless and break your word, if your purpose wavers, you will not find light. Do what you have to do, resolutely, with all your heart. The traveler who hesitates only raises dust on the road. It is better to do nothing than to do what is wrong. For whatever you do to yourself. Like a border town well guarded, guard yourself within and without. Let not a single moment pass, lest you fall into darkness. Feel shame only where shame is due. Fear only what is fearful. See evil only in what is evil, lest you mistake the true way and fall into darkness. See what is. See what is not. Follow the true way. Rise. The elephant. I shall endure hard words as the elephant endures the shafts of battle. For many people speak wildly. The tamed elephant goes to battle. The king rides him. The tamed man is the master. He can endure hard words in peace. Better than a mule or the fine horses of Sind or the mighty elephants of war is the man who has mastered himself. Not on their backs can he reach the untrodden country, but only on his own. The mighty elephant Dhanapalaka is wild when he is in rut, and when bound he will not eat, remembering the elephant grove. The fool is idle, he eats and he rolls in his sleep like a hog in a sty, and he has to live life over again. My own mind used to wander wherever pleasure or desire or lust led it, but now I have it tamed. I guide it as the keeper guides the wild elephant. Awake, be the a witness of your thoughts. The elephant hauls himself from the mud. In the same way, drag yourself out of your sloth. If the traveler can find a virtuous and wise companion, let him go with him joyfully and overcome the dangers of the way. But if you cannot find friend or master to go with you, travel on alone, like a king who has given away his kingdom, like an elephant in the forest. Travel on alone, rather than with a fool for company. Do not carry with you your mistakes. Do not carry your cares. Travel on alone, like an elephant in the forest. To have friends in need is sweet, and to share happiness, and to have done something good before leaving this life is sweet, and to let go of sorrow. To be a mother is sweet, and a father. It is sweet to live arduously, and to master yourself. Oh, how sweet it is to enjoy life living in honesty and strength, and wisdom is sweet, and freedom. Desire. If you sleep, desire grows in you, like a vine in the forest. Like a monkey in the forest, you jump from tree to tree, never finding the fruit. From life to life, never finding peace. If you are filled with desire, your sorrows swell like the grass after the rain. But if you subdue desire, your sorrows fall from you like drops of water from a lotus flower. This is good counsel, and it is for everyone. As the grass is cleared for the fresh root, cut down desire, lest death after death crush you, as a river crushes the helpless reeds. For if the roots hold firm, a felled tree grows up again. If desires are not uprooted, sorrows grow again in you. 36 streams are rushing toward you, desire and pleasure and lust. Play in your imagination with them, and they will sweep you away. Powerful streams, they flow everywhere. Strong vine, if you see it spring up, take care. Pull it out by the roots. Pleasures flow everywhere. You float upon them, and are carried from life to life. Like a hunted hare you run, the pursuer of desire pursued, harried from life to life. O seeker, give up desire. Shake off your chains. You have come out of the hollow into the clearing. The clearing is empty. Why do you rush back into the hollow? Desire is a hollow, and people say, look, he was free, but now he gives up his freedom. It is not iron that imprisons you, nor rope, nor wood, but the pleasure you take in gold and jewels and sons and wives. Soft fetters, yet they hold you down. Can you snap them? There are those who can, who surrender the world, forsake desire, and follow the way. O slave of desire, float upon the stream. Little spider, stick to your web, or else abandon your sorrows for the way. Abandon yesterday, and tomorrow, and today. Cross over to the farther shore, beyond life and death. Do your thoughts trouble you? Does passion disturb you? Beware of thirstiness, lest your wishes become desires, and desire binds you. Quieten your mind. Reflect. Watch. Nothing binds you. You are free. You are strong. You have come to the end, free from passion and desire. You have stripped the thorns from the stem. This is your last body. You are wise. You are free from desire, and you understand words and the stitching together of words, and you want nothing. Victory is mine, knowledge is mine, and all purity, All surrender. I want nothing. I am free. I found my way. Whom shall I call teacher? The gift of truth is beyond giving, the taste beyond sweetness, the joy beyond joy. The end of desire is the end of sorrow. The fool is his own enemy. Seeking wealth, he destroys himself. Seek rather the other shore. Weeds choke the field. Passion poisons the nature of man, and hatred, illusion, and desire. Honor the man who is without passion, hatred, illusion, and desire. What you give to him will be given back to you, and more. The Seeker. Master your senses. What you taste and smell, what you see, what you hear. In all things, be a master of what you...
Oh, wait.
That was really a question that I popped in.
Sorry, Black. He is raising an interesting point and driving the conversation somewhere a little bit more interesting than it was before. So I
just point you. Look, I don't know if you guys are aware of this study, but they got this out of a dating app, and they found that guys who were average height needed to make about $35,000, $40,000 more than the average income to be deemed acceptable. Guys that were 6 feet and above, they were allowed to make like $30,000 less than the median income by women. Guys that were 5'6" and under, 5'7", 5'6" and below, they had to make like $180,000 more than the average guy before they were considered human beings by women. I think Wheat Waffles would have shared the same stat, but no, he didn't create it.
I don't see that misaligning at all with what Domingo's talking about. Essentially, there is something that equals, I don't know, dateable, and then you mentioned variables into it, and then that person.
Domingo is saying that physical dominance and
look, I need evidence, or look, I would like more than just, your feelings or your intuition or all of these things that are individualistic in many ways, and something that like nobody else around you can observe. Let me rephrase that before someone says I spoke
Free this evening.
in absolutes.
Free this evening.
Things that others around you, as you're having these experiences, are not having. Joan of Arc used to see visions, right? It's you had cults that believed that the closest way to getting to this higher being was to have orgasms more often. There's just so much hooey blooey, and they get offended when you say, hey, can you prove any of this? Can you demonstrate any of this? Gravity is just a word that we use to describe a phenomenon. If I drop my phone, it's going to fall. We've chosen to call that gravity. It's just I don't get it with some of these people, and I don't get it. I don't understand what it is they feel like they've actually won, other than maybe, like you said, it pumps up their chest for a minute, and they can go out and tell their like-minded friends how they destroy.
Okay, see how's your Sunday work there?
It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, and I'm going to bring Midas back up in a little bit, but first we have new people on stage. KZ, good morning. Welcome to Ask the Atheist. What would you like to talk about?
Hi, Lucy. How's your Sunday going? How's your Sunday morning? How's your Sunday?
celebration.
How's your
The days are
Sunday
getting
free this
longer,
evening?
at least for us up here in the northern hemisphere.
Free this
And
evening?
I always celebrate it
Let me
because
see it again.
it's just such a nice turning point. And that's it. I just wanted to say
Thank
happy
you.
winter, everyone.
It's a pleasure to have you here. Happy holidays to you and your family. We're going to go Devil Kitty, and then I'm going to bring Midas back up. Hello, Devil Kitty. Welcome to the
Hi,
show. What would you like to
how's
talk
your
about?
Sunday free this evening?
We cannot hear you, Devil Kitty. Devil Kitty, you might have to exit the app and come back. We cannot hear you, and we want to hear you. Okay, and there we go. Let's try it again, Devil Kitty. Devil Kitty, you can't just exit the room if that's what you did. You have to exit the entire app and then come back in. We cannot hear you. I want to hear you. Okay, well, Devil Kitty, you might have to exit the entire app and come back in. I am going to invite Midas back up. Let's see if this works. I dropped into the audience. Yep, there we go. So, Midas, we're going to try this again from a different point of view. Midas, did you go to church or your house of worship today? Midas. Hello, Midas. Well, he came on stage. Since Midas believes in God, and it's clear to me that he thinks that all people that don't believe in God are stupid and are suffering and lost. You know, I'd like to find out how his experience in church today was.
How's your Sunday free this evening?
Excellent question, brother.
There you go. Yeah, how was church? Did you go to church today? Midas, did you go to church today?
Amen, brother. I go to church every week. So, do you recognize that the big...
No.
Whoa.
What was discussed in church today? I'm asking for a reason.
The demonic fake Jews, and how they are the synagogue of Satan. It was a great sermon.
So this was a priest or a minister that was saying this?
Yes, sir. A great minister.
Would you like to give us the minister's name?
How's your Sunday free this evening?
Okay, fair enough. No, that's fine. You don't. Hello. My goodness.
Everybody else was allowed to speak.
Midas, hang on. I have a few questions for you about this person. Do you feel comfortable saying if it was a minister or a priest? Can you say that or no?
A fantastic Christian priest who provided as much evidence on the
Fair enough. A Christian priest.
As I could.
A Christian priest who says that all Jews are Satan and the devil. Is that correct?
Not all, but most. And when
Christian priest that says most.
You're not allowing me to finish my sentence.
Why are you unmuting when I'm talking to somebody else? Why are you doing that? Cool. Please go on mute. Thank you. That's okay. Apology accepted. Go back on mute. Thank you. Midas, I want to make a statement and then I will not interrupt you. I think that anybody in a house of worship, especially somebody on stage who is a minister or a person of authority that picks out a majority of another group of people and says that they are the devil, they are Satan, and you didn't say this, but I'm assuming it was also included they should be either killed or removed from this planet. I don't subscribe to any of that. None of it. I think that's horrible. How can you justify killing people or saying people are the devil because they don't believe in your belief? And why Jews, by the way? What about Muslims who don't believe in your God? They have their own God. Should all Muslims, 1.5 to 2 Satan as well, or is it just most Jews?
Well, the interesting thing about what he did it to parallel what the rabbis were saying about the goy. And that 6 billion to 8 billion goy needs to be removed off the face of the earth.
Okay, this needs to stop. This is getting into anti-Semitic tropes. This needs to
no,
stop.
I'm not dealing
Steve.
with anti-Semitic.
All right, okay, thank you.
I'm dealing with Rabbi Yaron Rubin.
All right.
He said about the fact that 6 billion goy had
This
died.
needs to stop.
Hold on, I
He
heard
said some of the Jews had died.
Midas
He
go
said
on
Hindus.
Midas go on mute. Midas go on mute. I want to talk to my mom. Thank you. Mods. Dr. James has clearly said this is getting into anti-Semitism. Obviously, he's in favor of shutting down the conversation and moving on. I will defer to my mods. Alfonso, any thoughts?
Is this fascism, by the way?
Yes, I know. It's the fascism because I rule the room. That's right. Okay, let's go to Cora.
Well, you chose
Cora?
you chose the topic.
Cora?
Talk about Big Bang.
Please stop talking. Please stop talking. If you can't follow the rules, I'll bounce you again.
I bounced him. We'll let him back up.
Cora, did it exhaust its educational and entertainment value?
I think for the most part, yeah. If he wants to go just, monologue on his personal, I don't want to call it a belief system, his personal worldview that includes a great deal of prejudice, bigotry, and racism.
Yeah.
You should probably go open his own room instead of trying to, the title of the room is Ask the Atheist. It's not Midas monologue about crap. So, Midas, I realize Uncle Steve asked you the question, but it wasn't an invitation for you to, repeat racist rhetoric.
Hey, John, we can drink
Dr.
with me to the
James,
gym.
thank you for doing what
And then
you
we
did. It
can
was
come for my trip and
absolutely
find
the
out stuff
correct
how's your
thing
weekend
to
going.
do.
That's
He's
great.
about what?
I'll weigh it
Excuse
up,
me.
Steve.
I'll be there
Can I just be
tomorrow.
specific?
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, go ahead.
Lovely. Oh,
I was
it's
just
going
going to say
well.
I did find it mildly entertaining, and no one would, I think, say I'm not afraid of the Jews. And also, I like Dr.
I'm going to go to
James'
the gym
vigilance,
shortly.
and I hope he's as vigilant when our progressive friends are so anti-Semitic in
Safe
their
travels.
jokes against Israel when we talk about Gaza. I applaud your vigilance, Dr. James. I hope to see it in our progressive discussions when people. By the way, I found out the new way to understand international law. What you do is you just take any international law and then add a comma and say, except for Israel. Then you know how international law works. Thank you.
May I speak? I just wanted to say, may I speak?
Of course.
Thanks. So, the thing that queued me up was he said the word goyim, and he was getting into very, very adjacent to, protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which is used by very, very racist organizations, was used by Adolf Hitler, is just a bunch of bullshit, and that guy needs to just not come back on stage as far as I'm concerned.
I use the word goyim all the time. I'm a Jew.
Well, are you talking about the word, Dr. James?
He is...
No, are you talking about the word goyim?
Meaning that was...
Dr. James, I don't mean to be rude. Are you referring to the word goyim? It's a yes or a no.
What I'm referring to is he was beginning to quote rhetoric from the protocols of the Learned Elders of Zion, which has been used historically to persecute Jewish people and exterminate them in one particular case.
Okay, fair enough. And the reason why I was hammering on the word goyim, and I think somebody just said it a moment ago, that the word goy or the word goyim or the word goyisha has been used by many Jewish people in not only in the past but still today to refer to a non-Jewish person in a arguably derogatory fashion.
Yes, and this document, which was a fake document, it was not real. What it did was it purported to be these learned elders, aka Jewish clergy, and destruction of all the goy. And so it was used then as the counterpoint to like they needed to, in that country where they exterminated 6 million Jewish people, why they needed to then take, do their thing. And so it is something that white supremacist groups have invoked for since I can remember.
All right.
Can I Mike Moon in a second? Yeah. Can I Mike Moon speak?
Wait. Who? Your name, please? I'm sorry.
This is Scott. I wanted to Mike Moon if I could.
Yeah, in fact, you know what? Scott and Mods, why don't you guys take over for about 10 minutes? I'm going to take a little break and then we'll have closing thoughts. Go ahead, you guys take over for 10 minutes.
Well, I was related just now called a racist by people who shut down my speech while acting racist and fascist towards my speech. How does that work?
You do sound a little. No offense, Midas. I like your shtick, Midas. I do like your shtick. I do really, because I find it entertaining. You can strike me as like a Howard Stern whackbacker. But I mean, you are a little bit. Come on, you got you say this stuff about Jews with a little twinkle in your eye, right? I mean, you know, this is pretty racially inflammatory, right? You know. Oh, he's gone. Anyway. I just wanted to say,
he was probably dumb. Scott, I thought we all
Okay, I just want to remind everyone that this is not, hold on. This is not a popcorn room. Right now we have Scott talking to Midas, period. That's the only people that should be unmuting.
All right.
Midas is back on stage, Scott.
Oh, there you go. Thanks for it. Midas, you gotta know, right? I mean, it's fine if you don't like Jews. I mean, it's not fine. I mean, I think it's everyone bigoted, but I mean, you know, right, that you're an anti-Semite, right? You don't love the.
Accusing a man of racism while acting racist towards a man is deflection and is very simple. See, I was the only one on the stage that was kind of silenced. Everyone else was able to speak their shtick. And when I asked Steve about the Big Bang Theory, which is the Catholic theory, he ran for the hills. Then he asked me about the church I went to and the information I got. Now, the priest that I spoke to and that I spoke about, he did it as kind of a mirror to parallel exactly what the rabbis were saying when we watched videos of the rabbis. So are you saying the rabbis are the ones who are racist towards blacks
Which
and
rabbis
whites and sons of Amalek by their speech?
Give me the name of a rabbi that talks like that. I'd love to know who it is and what denomination.
Yaron Reuben. There are a few others I can't remember their names right now, but you know Yaron Reuben, right?
I don't. I can Google it. Yaron Reuben. Okay, I'm Googling it right now. All right, I'm saying Yaron Reuben. Politically incorrect honesty from the all right, I don't know this guy, but this guy looks like a polemicist and probably not representative of most rabbis.
But that's your stance. However, if we look at the paper signed by 1,200 rabbis to increase the immigration into America right before COVID under Joe Biden, we can clearly see that they were working to remove the sons of Amalek. And I can actually play some of the videos where many rabbis were saying they want to remove the sons of Amalek using the sons of Ishmael or the Muslims.
The sons of Amalek, are we talking in the Holy Land? Are we talking in America? Who are the sons of Amalek and where do they reside?
According to rabbis, the sons of Amalek, anybody who thinks it's racist, just let me know right now. I'm just repeating what the rabbis say. They said that the sons of Amalek are in the West. There are anybody in America and Europe and don't need to remove them because they sold out.
Alright, this doesn't seem right. I talked to two of my best friends are rabbis.
Here we go.
I hang out. I don't hear any Jews talking like this. You know what I mean? I just don't. I don't think this is mainstream. I don't hear Bibi Netanyahu talk like this. I don't hear Ben Shapiro talk like this. I don't hear Chuck Schumer, who's a Jew, who's outgoing Senate Majority Leader. I just don't hear anybody talk like that.
Well, Ben Shapiro silenced Candace Owens as soon as she started doing some investigation into Rabbi Shmuley. Why do you think they did that? Because that would be kind of racist, right, towards the black woman for speaking?
Look, I've never heard Ben Shapiro say anything like you're saying. And I'm not a Ben Shapiro fan. I'm a liberal Democrat, so I'm not defending Ben Shapiro. But I don't, as far as politically, but I think you're, honestly, I think you're a little out there. I'm curious, okay, if you don't want to say the name of your pastor, just tell us what denomination you're.
I'm Christian. So
I mean, that's not a denomination, right?
That's
not a denomination. What does the sign? Well, No. What does the sign at your church say? What does the sign at your church say?
I'm a Christian.
No, well, that's not a denomination. That's a broad thing. If I pulled up to your church, it would just say Christian. That's all it would say. No, I'm the mod here. I'm a mod. I'm going to ask you a question. If I pulled up to your church, what would the signage say?
It would say Christian.
It would just say Christian church. That's it?
Yes, that's all you need to know.
So if I Googled it to go to your church, I would search Christian church. Like I know if I wanted to go to a Roman Catholic church or a Pentecostal church, how would I find your church if I wanted to visit? I mean, I would just Google Christian church.
Yeah. So the interesting thing about your
how
question
do you
is you have a
visitors?
problem
How
with
do
what
you
I'm saying. But
do you
Jesus
never
Christ
get
himself,
visitors?
wait, brother, you have a problem with what I'm saying. But Jesus
I have a
Christ
problem
himself
with
stated
why you won't
that there are
identify your
those
church.
who will claim that they are Jews, but they
Why
are not.
won't you identify? Simple question. What denomination?
So therefore, don't you have a problem with the Bible itself?
I don't have a problem with the Bible. I mean, more than I have a problem with any
the
other
New Testament and what Jesus Christ said about those who say they are Jews and they are not?
I think that stuff that is inflammatory about Jews, right? First off, what we have to contextualize is these are Jews talking to other Jews, and many rabbis in this apple table, if you get Rabbi Ori in here, he would say the same thing. That it's very different because it's Jews saying other Jews are not true Jews because they're persecuting who they see themselves as, the better Jews. And lots of Jews did this. Jews that weren't followers of Jesus did this, right? Like other Jews were excommunicating other Jews all the time in Second Temple Judaism. So that's the context of these statements. It's not Gentiles looking at Jews and saying they're terrible. It's Jews. It's infighting among Jews. Okay, so that's the context. How your church gets visitors if I can't Google it? I mean, how do I get there? What if I want to find Jesus?
How do your rabbis get visitors when they're saying that COVID is only for the
I can tell you, all my rabbi friends, I can Google their shuls.
Have to die off the face of the earth.
All my rabbi friends, I can Google their shuls. Why is your church so mysterious? Is it a secret society? I mean, is there something you're embarrassed about?
That's
You won't say what the
Isn't that protection? Because what you guys do is you operate like a secret society. Have there been any investigations into Chabad Lubavitch and what they did in Brooklyn the other day when they cemented that room?
Chabad, what did Chabad do in Brooklyn? I haven't looked at the news. I didn't see that.
Well, there were tunnels under buildings that they made to, it seems like traffic children. They had
Yeah. Of course there was. Yeah,
they had
that's
little
nothing.
high
That's a whole. That's a
soiled
whole
with blood
nothing.
and dirt.
That has
So
been debunked.
were there
That
any
has been
investigations?
debunked.
Have you as a Jew?
Yes.
Have you as a Jew called for investigation into Chabad Lubavitch and their actions in New York?
If I were a practicing Jew, I would do that. I have no problem calling her. Lots of Jews, I think, wanted that. There's nothing there. I want to know why.
So then why are you worried
won't
about
even say,
hospital?
no.
Why are you worried about
Why
hospital?
are you so?
If you don't care
Why
about
are
your
you?
rabbis
Why are
having sex with
you?
kids?
I do care about it. Well, I'm having sex.
Yeah, just clarification, Scott's a Christian minister. He's not a rabbi of Midas. He does, however, like most responsible theologians, have ecumenical conversations with people of other religious backgrounds.
Well,
Why
it
does
doesn't sound very Christian.
why
It seems like he's avoiding what the rabbis are saying. He doesn't really.
Is it a racist church, Midas? Do you go to a racist church? Do you go to? It's okay if you are. You could be anonymous. Just say I go to a church that doesn't like Jews, so I don't want to say what denomination it is because I wouldn't want to go to a place be publicly identify with a place they hate. Just tell us.
Most synagogues hate churches.
They don't. Most rabbis I know are pretty friendly.
Why do they give them?
Scott, I'm going to give you another 60 seconds with Midas, and then I'm going to take the room back over.
Okay, Midas, I really think if you're going to help the people come to know Jesus as Lord and Savior, you should get to the point. You could get to the point where you would at least say what denomination your church is. If I can't Google your church, what if I need to salvation? So I think
he can't do it because he's a coward. He's a coward, Scott.
I already said it's
Uncle Steve, I just wanted to point out that Double Kitty has resolved her technical.
Why is everybody scared?
Oh, good. Okay, so in that case, we're going to move.
Can I?
In that case, no, actually, you can't.
So
We're
there's a
going
white
to move.
supremacist room. You guys are the racists and not.
No, you know what? It's an anti-Midas room. I don't know about anybody else, but I am against what you. I don't know about anybody else, Midas, but I am against you. Quite frankly, I don't like you. I don't like what you stand for. And if indeed you did go to church today, which, by the way, I do not believe, but I could be wrong, I think that the person that was speaking is a racist bigot, an anti-Semite, and quite frankly, I don't like it. And let me do one other thing, and then I'm going to move on, and we're going to get to all the speakers on stage. So have no fear, everybody. Let's see here. Okay, so I want to go to people that have not spoken yet. We tried Paul. Paul, we've tried you. I see everybody, Devil Kitty. I see you all. Paul, are you there? Because we've called on you a couple of times. Paul going once, Paul going twice. Okay, we're going to give Paul a first-class escort to the VIP. Hold on. Let's go to Devil Kitty. Okay, Devil Kitty has not spoken
You guys
yet.
hear me now?
Yes, you have a fresh 5. We're at the end of the show, but you take your time. No rush. Good morning. What would you like to talk about?
346-940.
I just want to address Midas real quick, especially about.
Well, you can address me, but you can talk about Midas because Midas is gone. Go ahead.
No, my wording was a little bit bad. My apologies.
No worries.
The thing is about when he was talking about racism, I can tell him this wholeheartedly. You were talking to a guy who was getting persecuted in the Middle East for being an atheist, who had a gay friend who was forced into conversion therapy, and frankly, you coming here and telling me the Jews are terrible. They are holding the world. Frankly, I think you should just think with a clear head about what you're saying. Because what you're saying is the same thing actual racist extremist people who killed others have said the same exact thing you are. The difference between you and them, Midas, is that you live in a secular country and you're held by secularism. You have an actual police force. Maybe America's not the best, I will admit that, but you live in a country where accountability is a thing. So that's a first. The second thing is you cannot, if you're going to come out and try to convince me about your God, you should have a coherent structure of speech. You should come with 1, 2, and 3 points, whatever the number of points is, and we should go to them one point after the other. And the third, I'm really sick and done listening to spiritual nonsense. In one regard, I don't care what type of drugs you take. I don't care what type of meditation, what type of prayer you do. That's your body, that's your mind, you're free to do so. But when you shove it down my throat and expect me to give you respect, you are out of your mind. That you want me to be like, oh, I shouldn't respect your ideas at all. I might respect you as a human, but I should never respect your ideas. That's how good speech and conduct happens. And my last point is, I really don't understand why the concept of chosen people is such a big deal. There's nobody's chosen.
Fun.
When you think you have the backing of the creator of the universe without proof, you can do a lot of terrible shit and then believe yourself to be a true believer. It happens in Islam, it happens in Christianity, it happens in Judaism even, it happens in Western religions, pagan Western religions. The difference is that you live in a nation where accountability happens by the law.
Fun with you.
I wish I was an American, Midas. You want to know why? Because I lost my freedom. I can't go out, let alone blaspheme. I can't go out and be like,
maybe
I'm a proud
Bloody
atheist.
Mary.
You guys have your beliefs, I have my beliefs. If not imprisoned by my own country for blasphemy laws,
maybe a
I would be
movie.
either killed or at the very least get a severe beating. So if you're going to use the same conduct as actual people who murdered others, and actual people who, imprisoned others and hurt them
Oh joy, just more fun with you. Maybe another Bloody Mary or a mimosa. Maybe a movie, a sunset yoga.
Because I am sick and done of this. Never have I ever went into a religious room and start crying like this. when I hear something I don't like, I just leave. How dare you gripe your racism?
How dare you?
Are you such a racism blind person that you don't realize that a lot of Africans don't like you, don't know what America is like? I get it. I truly get it. That there are racial problems. Like any other nation in the world, America has its own problem. But you can't dump these problems on
it's
me.
more fun
Because
with
enough
you.
is enough. I don't care what you do in your church, and I don't care what you do in your house. Keep it out of our education and out of our politics, so we can both thrive. If you want your nation to turn into a theocratic state, you're the first one getting fucked, buddy. Thank you.
Wow, Devil Kitty, amazing!
Amazing. All I can say is Devil Kitty.
I knew he was going to say that was amazing.
Follow me because I'm giving you a first-class escort.
Then he kicks him to the goo.
VIP. Thank you. Necro, have you spoken yet?
No, I have not.
Welcome to the
Nice
show.
Necro!
Get a fresh vibe.
Necro!
Thank you very much. I only need a few seconds. I just want to say I got a message from Jesus to Christians, and his message to Christians is to move on already. That he's ghosted you for the last 2 millennia, and to accept Jesus.
Are you good?
Yep, I'm good.
Thank you very much.
Wow, Necro! Oh, maybe some sunset yoga? Oh joy. Just more fun with you. Maybe another Bloody Mary or mimosa. Maybe a movie or sunset yoga.
Tamar sold that. Did you speak already, I think?
I have not, no.
Okay. Tamar, welcome to the show. You got a fresh five. What would you like to talk about?
I was just going to answer the stuff that was it Biden?
You can talk about whatever you want.
I was just going to respond to some of the weird allegations that he was making. I grew up Orthodox, Jewish Orthodox. In Ohio, I never heard any of that stuff that he's talking about. I live in New York.
Because he's deranged.
Like, I have never heard one of the weird things that he was alleging. So
Whoa. Whoa!
Thank you.
Whoa!
Is this your first time on the show?
I think it is.
We hope you come back. We're here every Sunday for
Whoa!
4 years now. We started 7 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, 10 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We normally run 3 or 4 hours, and we appreciate your contributions. And please stick around till the end of the show. But if you follow me down the red carpet, you get a first-class escort to the VIP. And now let's go to Caleb. Good morning, Caleb. It's a pleasure to see you on the show. You have a fresh five.
Good morning. I just came up in case somebody needed another Jew or a rabbi. So here I am, in case anyone needed that in that last conversation. I'll just hang out, but or you can escort me down.
Tell you what, we'll give you another chance for maybe a 60-second goodbye. We'll keep you on stage. Let's go to Rohan. Rohan, welcome back to the show. You have a fresh five.
Maybe a painting. We could do a painting. Could host, we could do 2 paintings. We could do 2 paintings.
So we could have a tag on folks like
we could do 2 paintings.
Flat earther. Because that's what he is, right? He's literally a flat earther. So folks would know not to take him seriously on any subject and save their room for a little bit of time. And I want to especially shout out the flat earthers in Clubhouse right now that are going through it because
we could do
they
2
said for the longest time
paintings
it was
with my
a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and there was a trip there last week that debunked their nonsense. And this is where I'll land. This is why this is important. You'll see like what Midas just exhibited is an illustration that seemingly benign beliefs like the earth is flat are conspiratorial at their root. And once you have one of these conspiratorial ideas, you'll often see that those ideas are intermixed with other ideas like anti-Semitism, racism, trans and homophobia, misogyny, the whole thing. It doesn't becoming a pack of one is a pack of a pack. And this has been shown through multiple studies. So this is why it's important to, when possible, push back against conspiratorial ideas, even if they appear to be benign. Because chances are that person has a bunch more baggage to bring with them. And some of that baggage is harmful. So yeah, that's what
Fucking idiot. He's fucking crazy.
Love that. Thank you.
That was Rohan, wasn't it?
Oh, Rohan. No, please.
No.
Royvis is next. Hold on. Rohan, I'm tumbling. I apologize. No. You know me there, brother. First class escort to the VIP. Rohan. Thank you. Sorry about that. Royvis, would you like to say goodbye?
Goodbye, everyone. Have a nice holiday season and Kwanzaa, all that stuff. Peace and love. Peace and love.
Absolutely. Thank you, first class escort to the VIP. Now let's go to Christian. Christian, you've been here almost 4 hours. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I would. Thank you, Steve. Goodbye to everybody. Peace and love. Have some good holidays. And stay safe on the clubhouse streets.
Stay safe on the clubhouse streets. Standing ovation for that. That's right.
Fucking great.
Stay safe on the clubhouse streets. First class escort to the VIP. Daryl, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, happy holidays, everybody. It's cold up here. I hope we don't get snow, and I hope you don't get snow, and enjoy the holidays.
Thank you very much, first class escort to the VIP. Rick, would you like to say goodbye?
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest things this guy was saying. That's some of the weirdest shit I've ever heard.
That's mean.
It's like, wow. But, you know, if he's a flat earther after they had a rough week this week, you know, finding out that the world really isn't flat, and that must be a tough thing for them to accept. So, treat people well. You know, we all need the same things: food, water, shelter, a little comfort. You know, so no matter what you believe or don't believe in, you know, just treat people decently.
I completely agree with that. Thank you, Rick. First class escort to the VIP. Cool. Would you like to say goodbye?
Yes, I would. I was wanting to address Midas while the person who was in charge was actually questioning him. Because my biggest thing is, yes, I grew up Christian, but a Christian pastor, well, if you're Christian and you go to a Christian church, my biggest thing is a Christian pastor would not downgrade anyone. They teach love and respect and all religions. Like
Downgrade? His pastor was talking about removing from the earth and killing, but please continue.
Well, yes. And no correct Christian pastor. He said the priest or the rabbi is priest.
Yeah.
If you're Christian, you don't have a priest, you have a pastor. And the pastor is the one who leads the congregation. You got deacons and all this other stuff. So I don't think he went to church today. And with what he's saying, the church of the internet doesn't help you go to church.
He never gave the denomination. Yeah.
Well, he said he was Christian and he went to a Christian church, and he didn't give, like, there's Pentecostal Christian, there's Baptist Christian, but I've never heard of a Christian church, even Baptist, Christian, Pentecostal, or any of these, put anything, talk about killing or put things about Jews. They would not say that, because they believe Jewish people existed. They believe in Jesus dying. And that's the biggest thing.
They also believe in thou shalt not murder.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. And with him not providing the church for the Christianity or the branch of Christianity kind of believed in, makes it hard to believe that he actually went to a Christian church. Because it sounds like he's searching for something that's not Christian to bring up about race and get rid of them. And that's the priests that he was mentioning aren't priests
60 seconds.
So, otherwise, have a happy holiday. I wanted to ask him those questions. Like, I can't believe a priest would say that, or a pastor would say those kind of
Well, and thank you very much. First class.
Happy holidays, and wish everybody a new year, and everything.
Yeah, thanks. First class escort VIP. And he'll be around the clubhouse street, so I'm sure you can find him. JCC, would you like to say goodbye?
Hell yeah. Happy winter solstice, everybody. Happy Merry Christmas, Kwanzaa. Happy holidays. Happy New Year. Everybody enjoy. And sometime we do get people like with the last speaker that caused a lot of controversy and what I call a dumpster fire in this room.
Yeah, are you going to try to have a respectful conversation, or are we going to act like fucking cunts already?
It's okay to sniff it. Please don't curse in the Christian room. I'm very, very respectful to any
Awesome.
So let's answer the question that they ran from inside the other room because they're weak bastards. Not yourself, but the other ones who were inside the stage and on the panel. Where did all things come from?
Dang it, he couldn't even answer my question.
They're cowards, Jane. They're weak men. They're not men. They're trannies. Transformers. More than me.
We could do two
I'm
paintings and a
friendly with
necklace.
Double Kitty.
And some
You know,
yoga.
I'm all right.
Oh, joy, just more fun with you. Maybe another Bloody Mary.
I don't try to force him to be Christian. He doesn't try to force me to be atheist.
We could do two paintings and a necklace if you want to mix some yoga.
But he's not an atheist. And we must start to understand this. Anybody with common sense will not claim atheism.
I think he's an atheist.
No such thing as an atheist, Jay. Remember, you're a Christian.
Yeah, well,
no such thing as an atheist.
In the sense that there's no such thing as somebody who doesn't have a religion. I think everybody has a religion.
Facts. And that's the joke about it, right? So if atheism says that there's no God, so where did everything come from? Right? This is what a learned atheist would be able to address. Where did everything come from? Where did life come from? Can man create life? No. So where does that knowledge reside? They don't have it. So therefore that knowledge is higher than man. And no matter what you call that higher power of knowledge, it is your God. And this is the end of atheism itself. Then we can go to the agnostic question. We ask whether or not the doctrine, according to the doctrine itself, not the people, does it allow violation of women, violation of children, or homosexuality, because according to the stats, homosexuality is against male nature and woman and female nature. Yeah, it's just obvious. No such thing as atheism. And agnosticism is like a cop-out because they can't answer the atheist question. You know? And you'll find when you start probing these people, most of them are Hindu. Santana Dharma, stuff like that. I mean, it's kind of obvious the atheists didn't have anything to say. The atheist stated that, please, let's have a respectful conversation and don't be an effing C word and all this. And then he ran. No, can't take any pushback. Ran like a girl. See, this is the thing. We can't encourage these men to be so broken, because if you encourage broken men break people. You see what I'm saying? So if they're going out in the world with these kind of weak concepts and these weak ideas that they hate the world because of it, or they hate themselves because of it, eventually they're going to push this anger out on other people. There's usually going to be smaller people than them. You see what I'm saying? Not even just to say children, but smaller people.
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Son, you just woke up, Jane, man. You right?
No, I went to church and everything. I didn't just wake up.
Okay, nice. Yo, Cassine, you went to church, man?
Nah, my mom went, but she told me I should be there.
Okay,
You should.
cool.
I was thinking on Christmas.
I don't celebrate Christmas. I just receive.
Yo, I found the origin of Christmas the other day. Well, yesterday, bro. It's Hanukkah. Same thing. The same exact celebration. Hanukkah starts on the first day of Christmas, December 25th in the evening, because based on a war back in 165 BC, when they took back the temple of the Lord, right? It's in first or second Maccabees or something like that. It was the Maccabean War. And after they took back the temple of the Lord, then they dedicated it, Feast of Dedication. And if you don't want to go into all the history, John 10 will show you exactly where it happened.
That's where it talks about us being gods in John 10 verse 34. But then later on, actually, yeah. But I digress.
All right, check. The Jews answered him saying, this is 33. Right, this is when you were talking about what they call them gods. Let me go back a little further first. Feast of Dedication 22. And it was at Jerusalem, the Feast of the Dedication, and it was winter. Now, this is when Jesus was kicked out of his own temple. Now, when we go to 33, the Jews answered him, saying, for a good work we will stone thee not, but for blasphemy. And because that thou, being a man, makest thyself God. Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods? If you call them gods, unto whom the word of God came, and the scripture cannot be broken, say ye of him, whom the Father hath sanctified and sent into the world, thou blasphemest, because I said, I am the Son of God. If I do not the works of my Father, believe me not. But if I do, though you believe not me, believe the works, that ye may know and believe that the Father is in me, and I in him. Therefore they sought again to take him, but he escaped out of their hand. And the interesting thing about this, bro, I had somebody in the room earlier who said they were God, and I kicked them to the goo, and I was like, yo, hop back up. And he just couldn't get it done, bro. He made the whole matrix. He couldn't get back up from the goo. What do you think about that, man?
He ain't use enough scripture on it.
Yo, I don't care how much scripture you got, bro. He can't get out of that clubhouse school. He's not God. And the more people have to recognize that we ourselves are not actually God, but there's a higher power than man that is God. Because nobody wants to be a man no more. Because men are so derided in the news and stuff like by these weirdo atheists who want to have sex with men. And then we kind of accept it. You know? Oh, there's no God. Why don't you just have sex in the butthole? And this is what destroys the people. It's about the stats, James.
You're funny, dog.
Yo, think about it. If you rich and you see all these happily married women around you, you can't hook up with none of them because if they get caught, you're going to get stoned or something. What you going to do? You're going to tell these women, don't get married in the first place. And keep your daughters at home. They don't need a husband. They don't need a dad. You can take care of them. You know, you kind of have a whole access to these women, but at the same time, breaking down the men that are supposed to protect them. Now it's like, yo, I'm a rapper, I'm a singer, hop up. Let me get as many girls as I want. You know, or even as many boys as they want. These people are weirdos.
For that.
You know, it's James
Maybe
Baldwin
we
on
should eat somewhere
steroids.
outside. Oh, it's gonna be a little chilly. I don't think it's too early for that.
Y'all ever watch James Baldwin going through the
I
hood
was going
in the Bay
to.
Area in I think it was California, San Francisco, sorry. When they first started doing all the migration, he was going around because the kids couldn't get jobs, right? So he's at the YMCA touching up little boys' faces. Don't worry, bro, I'll find you a job. I'll find you a great job. Let me see them cheeks. Like it was really sick. So it's like that on steroids. You know, you get the fathers out the house, you move everybody to an overpopulated neighborhood, right? And you turn it to a rat utopia.
We'll do the heated
If you ever
patio.
watched the Rat Utopia,
Okay, let's do Big
I
Strawberry.
think Jane
We'll
probably.
do
I
the heated
think Jane, you
patio.
watched that?
Watched what?
Rat Utopia.
No.
It's on YouTube. It was a 1970s experiment where they showed how to control the population by using rats. So they would let them overpopulate, let them keep breeding, and at a certain point in time, because they can't expand, they're not going nowhere. They're just stuck within that same rat city. They eventually they had these ones that call themselves the pretty ones that wouldn't deal with anybody, just go for the food and hide out. And then all the mothers would be living with the kids by themselves, and the guys were outside fighting. And eventually, everybody ate each other.
Yeah.
Okay,
Lovely.
Big Strawberry. We'll do the heated patio.
Yeah, but they doing it in real life. Because if we look at it, right, our fertility rate worldwide except for Africa, is at an all-time low. Nobody's having more than one child, as far as families. And the nuclear family is so broken. It's like they've expanded this rat utopia from a small little experiment to city by city, state by state to a certain extent.
As was also said,
That's one dumb motherfucking.
The longest.
4 years.
How that was 4 years and you talking to that guy a couple of.
Things been going with you though, Jane? How's things going with you?
That's वो स्टार्ट ही ऐसे आपने बताया ना कि ये वाले मेंटल मोड में होगा ऐसा वो भी राइट से स्टेप्स है उसके अंदर होता है एंड्रॉइड फोन
Look at this, Adrian. This chick told me that it's too early to come to my house. What do you need, like 15 dates to like be social? I don't understand. Like, I can understand like some concern, but I don't know. It doesn't really make a difference to me. It's like just want to do stuff. Okay, let's do the heated. Okay, let's do big survey. You will do the heated patio. Well, we could also go ice again. We could also do ice skating in Rosemont, go to Rivers Casino. We could do this. We could do. If you want to be outside. I'm headed to the gym. Enjoy your mimosas. I'm headed to the gym. Enjoy your mimosas.
You dig? Like what y'all like, don't like what you don't like, so forth and so on. And if for whatever reason y'all decide to have another room, I'd appreciate it if you ping me in. I'll stay in the audience because I want to listen to y'all tell me what it is y'all like and don't like about men. Respectfully. Yeah, and all you men on this motherfucker that ain't got a vagina, no thanks for your contribution. I appreciate it. I'm out.
I had a question.
I wish you many birdies in your life.
Ideas and solidify. These are cultural traits. Why is it that the tribe of Papua New Guinea takes skins of the hides of animals?
It's low IQ, human trash.
People. Why do they do that? Well, it was just a formulated practice. Same as why did we misinterpret our thoughts as from the gods? It was just a practice. It was a thing that we did. So it wasn't an invention that a man made up. I can agree with you. The power, the struggle of being able to manipulate people all comes from that. That's all a side benefit of all that. When the when the leader of the tribe had the success of being able to bring the tribe together so they could successfully eat or successfully hunt or successfully get a thing, and it was accomplished by manipulating people into doing a thing because of their beliefs and their religious ideas and concepts at the time, yeah, you're fucking right. It became useful on top of it becoming a cultural thing. But it's not like to say that it was invented, like some guy sat around and said, I'm going to make some bullshit up to control people. It doesn't work like that. It was deeply embedded in our culture. It was part of us, deeply rooted in our very fabric of being human.
It's so stupid.
These ideas and concepts came about. It wasn't just
I'm headed to the gym. Enjoy your mimosas. If you want to be outside.
Everything you just said, I
We could also do ice skating. Where's mine? Okay, we'll do heated patio. I don't think it's too early for that. I think we should meet somewhere outside.
To everyone on stage, do you believe in the Almighty?
Oh, Joy, just more fun with you, maybe.
No.
We could do 2 paintings.
Creators. No. So who created you?
Well, okay, I got the question is malformed. Hang on, the question is malformed because you're implying there must be a who in the statement who created everything, right? It is quite possible that there is no who. There is something that is not a who. It is an it. It is not a thinking agent, right?
Can I say something real quick, GC?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
So
Magnolia
here's the thing, as far as my limited understanding of the universe go, we don't know just yet. There might be a who, there might be an if. We don't know. Everything posited by the Abrahamic religion specifically can be, because we looked at the universe, we did physical tests, and before anybody talks about spiritual nonsense, I'm sorry to say, Moses splitting the sea was a physical thing, splitting the sea in half, sending blights and plagues. We would see that in written history, and not just written history, turning an entire, the Nile turning into blood. You know how much iron is in blood? And if you can take that massive quantity of water and turn it into blood, we would still see traces of hemoglobin in the soil. You know, all everybody who talks about spiritual nonsense, it's kind of funny how everything God does, He made in the physical realm. Like, why can't, like, let's just say you're right. I'm a bastard who only thinks in the physical. Then why does God do physical things?
I didn't say God, though. I didn't say God. I said creator.
Or whatever created the universe. Could be God, could be whatever creator. Like, I'm gonna posit with you that there is a creator. Why can't I find the physical breadcrumbs to prove it? Like, He operates in reality. He does things in our physical reality.
You can find the breadcrumbs because you can look at all the elements that let you know that there's a creator. The table of elements let you know that. Well, you can look at the pyramids. You can look at they said that. You can look at the subscriptions that they have in these books, with the philosophical books. The ether. Let you know that man is in our image. The Moors are descendants, like for instance, Moors are descendants of the ancient mound builders. And mounds are found all throughout the world. So we know, and then you go refer us to the Library of Congress, where in the Library of Congress it say that Yakub Kush created
we talk about God, the source.
The source, but
created the heavens and the earth.
The source,
the lights in the sky. We cannot land on the moon.
No. Now you're talking about
cannot land on the light.
Now you're talking about energy. I'm not talking about energy.
About science. I'm talking about proving that
I'm talking about
creator. Proving that
the creator is not just light.
All you gotta do is talk about what you see.
The creator looks like me. My creator looks like me.
I don't know what you're talking about. Base observation.
My creator looks like
base observation.
Right.
And you my creator has base observation. Right. You'll see that there's no
What?
I don't know. He's got to figure out.
So if you guys are making a claim that there must be a thinking agent behind things that exist, what is the methodology to demonstrate that is the case?
Well, a lot of people were just saying, there's enough.
I mean, don't everything got a function to it? Are trees just on the earth just to be a tree, or do it has a purpose?
When you say purpose, because what it does is not necessarily a purpose, it is a function. Function doesn't entail necessary purpose.
That's a purpose.
No, function does not entail purpose. You understand that, right?
Why would you have a function without a purpose?
A purpose implies intent and thought behind it, right?
That's what a function would do.
Okay, hang on. You understand?
Carlotta.
Prior to any thinking agents living on the planet, right? The plants and the fauna existed.
When we moving through this, go ahead. Water, go ahead. I'm trying to tell you. When he talking about it, hey, the motherfucker is trying to grow up. It ain't no. No, you need to listen, bro. You cannot get. That's a. I'm on.
Your title,
What?
atheists,
Yeah.
low IQ.
Yeah, that's right.
monkeys.
You can read English. That's amazing.
Oh, really? Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you. Would
Huh.
you like to lick my pussy for this?
Lick your pussy. Nick, how are you
Yeah.
doing, sir?
Yeah.
Good.
Damn, did you hear that, Nick? She asked me if I wanted to lick her pussy.
Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Wow.
Why not? Are you gay or something?
Am I gay?
Yeah.
Well, why would I want to lick your pussy?
Okay, I know it. You're gay. Okay. You don't
Gay?
have to be ashamed about being gay. You don't have to be ashamed about this.
Well, how do I know you're a real woman?
Okay, I'm gonna show you my pussy. Just 1 minute.
Holy shit. This is exciting. Nick, Muhammad, she's about to show us her pussy.
Yeah, this little crazy.
I know, but it's the most exciting thing I've ever seen on Clubhouse.
Exactly. Where are you from?
Listen, before I answer any more questions, let's see this pussy.
No, not before. You're saying where are you from?
You're disappointing me now. Nick, Iqbal, Muhammad, Yoni. Oh, hi, Yoni. So, Hansine, welcome to Atheists. This is your Uncle Steve. I promise I'm not going to get angry. I'm just going to light a cigarette and drink a whiskey. Hold on. Let me get my favorite Zippo lighter. I've been working in Social Security disability compensation for over 20 years at the law offices of Dr. Steve Appel. I've also been a moderator, a podcaster, bringing together diverse perspectives. And I don't know, I'm Jewish, but I don't believe in God. My wife left me. My children don't talk to me. And I got to deal with clown house people that say they want to show me their pussy. But at the end of the day, as they like to say, you don't actually get to see it. You just get to sniff it. Smells pretty good to me. See, honey, that's called comedy.
Comedy.
That's right. Nick, what are you doing today?
I'm just chilling, watching some football. Probably gonna run some errands later, but
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah!
it is a pretty good impression, though.
I am the super mod. I am a fascist. Welcome, Zorro.
Hello, bro.
Iqbal.
Hi, Adrian, Nick. How about the Cindy Stumple one?
You know, I took in Nelson Apega under my wing. I've been building homes for over 25 years. You know, I'm not just on here talking. I'm on here working. I have men at construction sites right now, building. I'm not full of talk. Grant Cardone's not full of talk. We're not trying to sell courses and educational materials to make you rich. We're working. We're doing real things. This is Cindy Stumpo. I am complete.
Bro, are you high?
High on life, Iqbal.
Okay, how about the Pepe impression?
Hold on. The FBI crime statistics clearly show that 80% of all violent crime are committed by ADOS. Hold on. I'm Corsican. I'm not Mexican, and you're a racist for calling me a wetback.
Okay, how about this one? Roger. Let's see you do that one.
Now, the thing that liberals like to say about the gun control argument, it's that they're hypocrites. Yeah, I mean, I love listening to him deconstruct and slow down, a room and make fun of people, laugh at people, have fun. I mean, I would work for him. I'd work with him. I mean, I think he's awesome. But I think the criticism of anybody that comes to Clubhouse to use this stupid app is worthy of criticism, even if you're the smartest person on the app, because you're still choosing to waste your time unproductively by having unrecorded, pointless conversations to just tickle your fancy. That shows that you're in many ways immature or irascible. I mean, it's the devil within us, or it's, we like to play games.
Here's the thing. Sometimes I'll be working in the background, just need background noise, because I'll just need a good laugh. And like you said, Edmund, sometimes on here, it's just free entertainment. I laughed my ass off. Like, when you go on these rooms and you troll, like, Prince or Nora Bandula or whatever, I think it's hilarious when you go at it with him.
Yeah, Prince is a worthy person to go after, and you know, I don't know, because he's like the alpha homosexual jihadist, you know, where he's pretty queer, but pretty, you know, extreme jihadist. So he's a dangerous person, you know, and look, he's an example of somebody that's been put into Europe. I don't know if he's academic or if he was there because he's a refugee, but
yeah. Oh, like how he lives in the UK. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Dude, these man, I mean, people in Germany, everybody's just pissed. It's like, Jesus Christ, we got millions of like hardcore Orthodox Muslims living with us now, and they fucking suck.
Well, yeah, but that's the thing, Edmund, is they're having problems with them everywhere because they can't assimilate themselves with others. Like, they took over Canada. You should just go to Canada for the hell of it and see, like, Trudeau took everyone in. So let's take refugees from these fucking shithole Muslim countries. And now it's backfiring big time. Because what happens is these doctors, what they'll do is whatever. If you get a colonoscopy at 45 and your tests show up fine, right? No big deal. They will set up another appointment with you, a follow-up, right? Just to tell you that, Edmund, everything's good, but because they can charge the government again. These people are so fucking crooked.
Yeah, I saw something on X today that said if you have a judgment by the Department of Justice, you can pay your judgment to a non-government organization, one of their approved NGOs. It's like, what? What?
Yeah.
You make restitution to the government by sending the money, not to the Treasury, not to the government, but to a non-government organization that they support? Like billions and billions in settlements have gone to NGOs to help destroy the country. I mean, I'm telling you, like, if Trump doesn't get in the battle tank, into the bunker, and like wage war against his own government, I mean, then he's the biggest hypocrite of all time.
Here's the thing, Edmund. Do you know the lady? She used to come on Debate the News, the Caribbean lady from Canada. Yvonne.
I don't know her that well. No, I don't know that name.
Oh man, I was like, damn it! I thought you'd have a good impression of her.
Dude, Jay Breska. I love Jay Breska, like the way he does the room, but like there's other, like I heard him yesterday. He creates controversial titles just to get, you know, the conflict, but then he leaves, like, you know, and I don't know. I just think anybody. Anyways, I mean, I wouldn't judge. You can't really judge people, you know. Basically, you can't, especially if you did the crime and paid the time. You know, you're pretty much back to even. Camper van, welcome.
The thing is, Edmund, is we all fuck up and we've all done stupid things. If you haven't done a stupid thing that you regret, you're not human.
Exactly. But I mean, there are certain degrees where you can judge a person and say, okay, you murdered 3 people and you're still a prick.
Right. Like, I mean, we all did stupid shit as kids. I remember almost getting suspended in school because I called my friend a honky, and like the principal called me racist. I'm like, my friend is white. I am white. It's not a racist word. And like, I'd have called my parents and explained to them like that I wouldn't say racist things. My dad's like, well, is the kid doing his homework? Yeah. Is he getting decent grades? Yeah. So why are you bothering me? But nowadays, you say that shit, oh God, I don't even want to know what happened
I know.
now.
I got pulled into the dean's office because I called this Russian kid in high school a fat ass. And he's like, he called me fat ass. I was like, I didn't call him a fat ass. He goes, well, what did you call him? I said, I called him a dumbass. He goes, you fucking liar. You called me fat ass. I was like, sir, I've been speaking the English language my whole life. This guy just learned it a couple days ago. I called you a dumbass. He goes, you fucking liar. You piece of shit liar.
So here was funny. We were in, God, I think it was like elementary school or something. And we
we were making fun. We were on a field trip, and we were in Dearborn, which is a lot of Muslims, and there was another school there, and this kid was like crying or down. My friends and I were just fooling around, saying stupid shit at the table while we're eating lunch. We're like, oh, he's probably on his first period, and we're saying stupid stuff and pointing and laughing at him, and like his close, you got a problem? We're like, yeah, we think it's hilarious. And then all of a sudden, like 3 of his classmates come up and like approach my friends and I. There was 3 of us, and they stand up, and we stand up, and I like pushed one of the kids, and we were gonna start a fight. And the teacher like broke it off. Well, these kids were, I'm pretty sure they were Muslims, right? And I'm like, nowadays, if that fucking happened, do you know how much trouble I would have gotten into? Because someone would have videotaped it, right? And what they would have shown is me hitting him, even though he hit me first like 3 times. Local racist white man of Metro Detroit assaults an Arab. Race hate at its finest. Like, you can't do that shit now.
Rachel is here. Rachel. Haneen, did you still want to show us your pussy, Haneen?
I think she left. No, there was one girl that was saying that on here, Rachel.
Oh, okay, got it. Did you guys see it?
No, she did some kind of gif.
Oh, okay, got it.
If you're an anti-Semite, you say GIF, which is the J word.
You know, I actually discovered the guy who created it actually wanted it to be pronounced GIF, and then he acquiesced because everybody pronounced it wrong, and so that's why there's 2 different pronunciations.
Oh, wow.
Hey, Edmund, you remember that house Pepe used to do, like, White America? That one was hilarious. I would just sit in the background at that one and just laugh all the time. That one was so funny.
I agree. His rooms were really, really amazing mixtures. And it was definitely like Howard and Robin Quivers, you know, and having the extreme, you know, mixture.
How about this one, Edmund? Can you do your jazzy impression?
Hello? 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 Man, I've heard her in a room where somebody's talking shit to somebody, and then she goes, "Oh, now you got to deal with me, motherfucker. You can fuck with me now. You can talk all your shit to me." Like, she can go intense, insane, where you're like, whoa, there's a reason why you're single. Whew.
Yeah, well, it was hilarious when she would go in the Pepe rooms. And remember when they exposed the guy, the rapist, Europa, the pedophile?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, there was a guy that got exposed from. Remember that guy Applied IQ? I don't think he's on here as much. But he exposed this guy, Europa, and found out like he was a child molester or whatever. And Jazzy did a room on it, and she's like, "Shut the fuck up, Monica, you dumb bitch!" And because Monica kept trying to chime in, I was laughing my ass off the whole time.
You know, it's funny. It's funny that you asked me that question because there was a time that I posted a risque picture on here when I was drinking. So this is why, like I told you yesterday, I gave it up because I did stupid things like that.
Yeah, drinking and talking on here, I think are they go together perfectly. And I think a lot of people on here drink, especially if it's a Friday, Saturday. Yeah. If it's a Friday, Saturday night, the drinking intoxication goes way up. The level of toxicity and extreme violence of death threats on this app goes way up. You know, most of the rooms that we may frequent do not include constant chronic death threats. But if you go into, I hate to say it, N-word rooms, you will listen to a constant stream of intense verbal abuse. it's
Oh,
you
yeah,
know.
I did that one time.
Grayson's rooms keep banging.
Yeah,
Oh,
Cray.
sorry.
Yeah,
I was gonna say,
Cray.
I went
Cray
there
100.
fairly
Yeah.
recently.
Grayson's rooms are hilarious. Like Keep Banging 2.0. That guy gets
Yeah.
clipped like every other week.
I know, that's really amazing, and I bet you he actually has donors. Like he probably has, contributors that keep him going.
He always puts his cash out there. And
Yeah.
he literally charges people $20 to throw him out of rooms. And people pay it.
That is really smart.
Yeah, he's an intense person. Like, have you ever heard him bang? Like, I've gone in his rooms and banged with him where two people just scream at each other. I mean, the rooms where there's 15 people screaming at each other. I've recorded a lot of those because they're like the craziest mashups you could ever possibly ever. I mean, it's impossible to ever duplicate that, and you can kind of hear what some people are saying, but it's like what you would imagine a schizophrenic, like an extreme schizophrenic's mind to be like, totally unwired, just exploding with delusions. And I mean, it's a form, it's like a form of artwork in many ways, these bang rooms. I mean, you don't really hear it too often anymore, but there's nothing as crazy and as toxic as a social audio bang room.
Some of the rooms that I just dipped my toe in to see what they're saying that have a lot of vitriol are the ones where it's like men attacking single moms. Like, let's say they have a room called like single moms with kids are the dregs of the dating pool or something. One time I saw that. Or you have these supposedly, allegedly feminist rooms that you go in and they're just bashing men. And then like those rooms get so contentious. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah, there was one, Edmund, I think his name is like Apollo. He used to go on like 74th and Nick Cells or 45th and Nick Cells. That guy was hilarious because him and the Fashions would go at it with the Somalis. Those are hilarious rooms too.
Yeah, there is a pattern I've detected. I would call it like the cat and the mouse pattern, where you get a team of mods that invite people into a room. They play with the people that come in, like a cat playing with a little dead mouse. They paw it around, and then everybody goes their way. So the rooms like Sig, who I like, but he does these like ratchet rooms, where it'll just like I'm saying, like it's a cat playing with a ratchet mouse. They beat it up, and then they all have a good time. It can go on for hours and hours, because what you're doing is you're demonstrating the emotional instability of people. And yes, a lot of these mothers, do have a severe emotional instability. And they are coming into the room probably looking to date or for emotional validation or something. But the conflict, that the moderators create is it's authentic and inauthentic, because it's created. Like it is a shtick, or it is a category of content that the creators are creating. So you draw people in, and without their participation there is no content, and it's not a specific category. It takes El Normo and somebody, do your
impression of El Normo.
Yeah, it's a hard one. I mean, it's like
it is hard to do one of him.
Yeah, okay, right. I don't know. Anyways, what's his name? What's the Soren? Yeah, Soren. So him and Soren are like a good example of how, I don't know. I just feel like rooms have patterns, regardless of the content, regardless of the category. There is a pattern. There's a patterning to these rooms, and when if you're transcendent and you don't get like the thing about the green bean is it's like a joke. I mean, if you're a polite person and you know how to have a conversation, like the green bean is irrelevant. It's the neurodivergent psychopaths that can't stop talking, and just talk over each other, and they're just there for the dopamine.
And then there's people like John Lee or whatever, or other people that like people just beat up on him constantly all day long, and he just keeps coming back for more. And people are like, I don't understand that. And I'm like, well, it depends on how he grew up. If he grew up like with a lot of criticism and like being, you know, torn apart or something, like that's familiar to him. That's why he keeps coming back, because he's like I've been there, like addicted to the negativity, you know. And I think a lot of people are addicted to that type of getting beat up because of past trauma, let's say. I don't know, but yeah.
How about that guy like TC? They would always mod him up and debate the news, and I used to like go at it with him all the time, but they would always, Jonathan Bing would always drop me to the audience when I would go at it with him.
Yeah, I like TC. I think he's a good speaker. I don't agree with, you know, what he says and how long it takes him to say what the fuck he says. But now I think I heard him like a couple weeks ago, and he's gone hardcore Trump. And
No, he realized. I think he came to his senses, and I told him. I said, "Look, man, I get not liking things about Trump, but I go, there's nothing good about Kamala. Nothing."
yeah, I mean, anyways, I'm just saying, like, it's interesting to hear somebody who, he's not like a Thugger Biden or a Gagosian, you know, but he was adjacent or close to being, you know, very liberal and left. But then, you know, then you hear him. It's just so funny because some people I just call it like a psychotic index, where like at like a chameleon, you can just change your color immediately. And next thing you know, you're so conditioned on listening to TC talk, and then you hear him, you're like, this is the exact opposite of how he was just a couple months ago. This is insane. You're like, this guy's even crazier than you could possibly imagine. Like, some people are just so far in the spectrum that, like, I don't know, they're very mercurial.
But have you met, remember the lawyer who used to come on Debate the News? What was her name? She was from New York.
Ugh, I think I know exactly what you're talking about. I hear her on X all the time. She is the same, you know, lame.
Did you know that Donald Trump did this? And I'm like, yeah, so? He did this, and let me talk to you and tell you this. Oh, God, she was so annoying to listen to.
Yeah. Honey Badger is here. So what are you doing today, Rachel? Because my time is limited here. I'm gonna make a run to the gym.
Today I'm just, what is today? Sunday. Sorry, I stayed up late last night. I'm just cleaning around my house. And I don't even have my car because my mom was borrowing it. So I guess I'm just stuck at home. But yeah, I started looking up that Adrian Bittman stuff online to see like why people are convinced that it's Elon Musk. I mean Elon. I said Elon with a G. Okay. Anyway, so it's kind of interesting. It's like, how do people, like, it's just interesting if he's not really Elon Musk and he just somehow propped himself up so much. Like that takes some skill, right?
It's not. It's 100% Elon Musk. It's not some random fucking guy. Like, it is 100% Elon Musk. I mean, even if you go to adriandittman.com, I just pinned a link. You can watch the videos from last night that I filmed. And there's moments where he just breaks character, and then it's like he's talking like Elon. So it's definitely him. There's just so much evidence, and it doesn't really make a difference. Like, I mean, once you listen to it for long enough, you're like, yeah, this is fucking Elon. And I just find it amazing that, you know, the CEO of one of, you know, the biggest companies in the world. I mean, Tesla's market cap, is it over $1 trillion now? I haven't looked, but the point is,
I think it's pretty close.
yeah, when you're, yeah, I mean, he's being pegged as like the richest man in the world, and his influence with Trump. To me, this is like a huge national security issue where you have the Howard Hughes of our modern day military industrial complex hyper verbalizing every night about, you know, about mostly what anyways, the point is, it's like you can see the instability in the person. He's kind of frail. He's kind of fragile. He has his. I'm just saying, like from a psychological analysis perspective, to know that that is Elon, and eventually it'll come out one day when you have all these recordings of a person. The fucked up thing about the internet is the real world is the real world. When you meet somebody in the flesh, there's only this thing called the now. But when you have a library of hundreds of videos of you hyperverbalizing, acting a fool, you lose a lot of credibility as the richest man in the world. And, Jeff Bezos, you don't hear Jeff Bezos running his mouth like a petty little child every night on X. I mean, last night he was actually contemplating like not doing it anymore. He's like, I think in the future I'm just going to post news articles, and I don't know if we're going to continue the conversation, but I love what I've created here. And Blythe has clipped all these videos, and fucking this guy has done this, and it's almost like pathetic, like beyond pathetic, and that's why I'm addicted to recording it, because I know that once he goes offline and he goes back into his real world and where you're really rich, you're gonna regret ever coming on the fucking internet and running your fucking mouth. And that's why I'm doing this, and I won't stop doing it until he stops doing it, because to me, this is fucking gold. This is blackmail oil, like this is my biggest find ever on the internet. Roger Mayhem is an insignificant nothing compared to recording somebody worth $400 billion. And I'm not trying to blackmail Roger Mayhem. I'm saying that Roger Mayhem is an interesting debater on the internet. I really like his way of debating. It's funny, it's smart, it's logical, it's common sense, it's patriotic, it's American, it's constitutional, it's conservative, it's fiscally libertarian. The point is, Elon is all those things, but when you're that powerful, that rich, I mean, again, he's doxing himself by doing what he's doing. And it's not like his credibility is going to go down the shitter when you hear him when you just see a library of hundreds of Elon videos and you're just like, man, like maybe this guy is not like the genius that he's branded to be. Maybe he's like a highly neurotic, depressed person with bad health and bad habits. You can really analyze somebody on what they say and how they act when you have hundreds of hours of them running their fucking mouth.
Yeah, it was fascinating to me last night, and I did try to go up on stage because I just wanted to ask him some questions. But at first I was like, oh, I kind of like certain things he was saying about these small changes you can make over time or whatever to lead to a better life. But then when he's talking about his personal experience and things he's done, like when he talked about getting drunk and the stuff he did on blockchain, I was like, wow, dude, this is like somebody who thinks they have all the answers to how someone can better themselves in their life, but yet he's doing stupid things. And then sharing about it on the internet. Yeah.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to me like a wicked evil person. He just seems to me like an aloof, oblivious person that is never really, he'll never give you what you want. He's very I would call it like hyper competitive and selfish, but in a toxic way. Like but see, that the thing is, you go far into the left side of the spectrum, because technically Elon is a liberal and a Democrat, but because his efforts to be a part of the administration were so rejected, he went hard right, but he also doesn't like a lot of the left wokeist stuff. But the toxicity on the left, when you compare it to how Elon is far more corrosive, far more toxic and destructive. So all you can do is support the person who is, anyways, I support him, but at the same time, you're like, I wish he was more mature, more, because even last night when he's giving his life advice and he's hyper verbalizing it and spitting it out as if you can like give people life advice in just a couple minutes, and expect that's, like you said, he knows everything, the summation of all the advice you could ever try to transmit. So it's crazy. Yeah, I mean, to me, he sounds, it's crazy.
Sorry, I was going to say, plus, even the advice he gave, the thing I wanted to bring up, which is he wasn't taking into account maybe like people who maybe have been through a lot of trauma, or like people with kids, or people with like schizophrenia. Like they can't. It was like as if it's a one size fits all. That if everybody just did these things, it would work. But like sometimes it's not so black and white as that. But being aloof and not having a traditional maybe upbringing or having luck or opportunities that other people haven't had, he just hasn't had to dig into the mire. He hasn't had to like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it definitely smacks of being aloof and unaware of like the circumstances that normal people encounter every day.
It's easy to be on X, in your office, cooking a steak, pontificating. But, how is he going to deal with, 30 million unemployed Americans? What is he going to say? Gotta suck it up. Gotta fucking just, pick up rocks if you gotta do whatever you gotta do. It's like, like, is he, because he's German, and I'm just saying it'll be very interesting to see if he's so stupid to come online and keep voicing his opinions under a pen name when everybody fucking knows it's him, like how, because he's gonna end up fucking himself doing what he's doing, and I'm capturing it. So to me, like, I'm literally creating content, recording, because these are unrecorded rooms. Just go on YouTube and type in Adrian Dittman and you'll see all my videos. I've got 20 YouTube accounts tracking him, recording him, clipping him, live streaming him. And so when it comes out that it's him, and like there will be a news article saying beyond a reasonable doubt, Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. Like I hope they use my videos. They're public. They're not private, and I'm not selling them. So I would love to sell them though. But anyways, it's gonna come out eventually that Adrian Dittman is Elon Musk. And even last night, he's like, people fucking have these schizophrenic conspiracy theories that I'm fucking Elon Musk. It's just like, it's funny. Like, I kind of like what he's doing because it is very funny, but how far is he going to play into it? Like, in my opinion, this is like schizo, multi-personality, he's on the spectrum, and he'll go on and on about how he's autistic. You have no fucking idea what my fucking childhood was like, how I was, it's like, woe is me, like I've recorded him so much where you're just like, you love him and you hate him, you really do. He's extremely annoying. And in fact, when you listen to him, it took me a while to like emotionally adjust myself to listening to him, because he can be so like annoyingly stupid, and you're just like, God, this is so embarrassing that this fucking guy, without him, Trump probably would not have won. Probably not. They would have controlled X. So? Yeah.
You think like he was?
I fuck 100% X. The fact that he broke the censorship on X is the biggest thing ever, because it really exposed that the FBI and the CIA and the White House were all integrated in censoring and deplatforming. He fucked these Democrats harder than anybody. Nobody has done what Elon's done. So it's a huge, huge thing. I guess you can't really underestimate it. Like, without Elon, Trump probably would not have won. Like, I guarantee you that Elon was that 4% swing, 5% swing that got Trump in.
And also if him doing this, you're saying it's pretty much him, but like, he probably, just because he's so rich and powerful, he thinks, I can do no wrong. I'm untouchable. Like, nobody's, like, so then he just feels so confident that he just goes on and does this all the time because he just thinks he's untouchable, I guess.
I don't think he thinks he's untouchable. I think he was on X for a long time under Adrian Dittman. And, so he had all these live rooms going. Anyways, there's a video of him talking to Elon, and it's just his two separate fucking phones. And you can hear him when he's live, you can hear his other phone in the background getting X requests, like, join this room.
Wow.
So you'll talk to people on this app and say, oh, there's no fucking way that it's the same person. They're fucking talking to each other.
It's like, you fucking nitwit loser. Do you have one phone? Do you have one profile? It's like, oh, you mean you can't just click here and say create new profile, create new, it's 100% fucking him. Beyond a reasonable doubt, it's him. Just because he doesn't post a PTR and it's not his fucking selfie, and he always has the same PTR. I mean, I've just recorded him so much that even when Trump, even on election night and all the shit he was doing, like, he was literally live in the X rooms and then jumping off and going live, like, with Trump on his Elon Musk profile. He's like, all right, everybody, huge fucking interview is about to happen. I'll see you soon, and then he would go to his Elon profile, talk to Trump, and then it broke, and then he had to go create a new room, and it was like, this is fucking Elon, 100%. But anyways, you can go to adriandittman.com, and I post all my videos there. And also, I post them to Reddit. I post them to the Elon Musk Reddit channel thread, and I think he runs it or controls it, or has somebody that does it on his behalf. And then they delete my posts. They ban my Reddit accounts, but I get it pushed in there, and even if it's in there for a few hours, I get enough people to click through, and it pisses him off. And I've heard him talking about me on his spaces, calls me his resident retard who's recording all his rooms. And if you don't know who I am, all you got to do is go to YouTube, and you can, see all my this fucking guy who's recording me, this motherfucker, fucking schizo psychopath, and it's just so fucking awesome. Like, because I've been recording Clubhouse for years now for no other reason than it's like variable dynamic, AI chatbots just creating content to keep me entertained and my dopamine up. But when it's Elon, and it's like, I can't believe he's in every major fucking headline 24/7. And he goes live and only 200, 300 people listen to him in an unrecorded room. If you want a business opportunity, Rachel, fucking record Adrian Dittman every night until the story goes public, and you will become famous, or at least get some fucking clout or some social media. I mean, I'm just saying, like, record his ass, because there is nobody as controversial, as important, and as insane as Elon Musk.
Isn't there a movie where a guy, what movie is that? There's somebody who's like being two different people at once, and what movie is that? And they're constantly like there's Miss Doubtfire, that's one, where he constantly has to like,
isn't it multiplicity or whatever? Multiplicity?
Oh, you're saying the movie was called Multiplicity, or what are you asking?
I think that's the movie, Multiplicity.
Oh, okay. Because I was thinking of a movie where a character is constantly playing two parts, and then they're like, we never see you in the same room together. And so the point of the movie was they kept trying to get these two people in the same room, but I don't remember what it is. But yeah, I used to be more like ambivalent about Elon Musk. I was like, okay, 50% of the time I don't agree with what he's saying, but 50% of the time I do agree. And like other times, what he said, even if I don't agree with it, I think it's hilarious the way he says it. So that's been so far my experience with Elon Musk.
Yeah, but I would just encourage you to record him. I mean, I bootleg Clubhouse, and no one gives a fuck. But the fact that I've been bootlegging Elon in these unrecorded rooms, and like the thing is, people have these short-term conversations about the dumbest little things, like, oh, this girl wrote a PhD about how people smell, wrote a senior thesis on some kind of stupid thing, and he goes on and on and on about it. And it's like, that's the thing. It's like, we're just like fish in a gold bowl. You throw some food in there, some new news event, and like we, swim all around and get all excited with the dopamine. So when Elon comes on, within the first hour, that's his big dopamine event. And he'll go into these long pontificating philosophical abstract things that he just creates midair, and then Bly's his little dog sits there and clips it, and he goes, did you get it? He goes, yeah, I got it. And it's just like, it's pathetic, I mean,
yeah. And he did reference last night, he said at one point, I think I heard him say like, oh yeah, people record me, or people have clipped me a lot. So yeah.
So I have
But
like
it's a cool inter-
I have a 3 bedroom, 1 bath apartment that I own that's up for rent, but I'm like just renting the rooms individually. So, but I want to just like only do like, 3 young girls in their 20s, but like I have guys applying for it. I have all these Section 8 people applying for it. And like they're used to just like applying for an apartment, but this is like an SRO where it's like you have access.
No, don't rent to Section 8 people. They'll trash that shit.
Oh, fuck no, I'm not renting to Section 8. But they just love asking, do you rent to Section 8? Because it's like one of the like a legalese thing, where if you say no, they're like, gotcha, bitch. I'm reporting you and suing you. It's like, no, you didn't get me, bitch, because I don't even respond. I don't have to respond to anyone.
That's how they bait you. Is they want you to say no, I don't rent to Section 8. So if you just don't respond, they can't say anything.
A lot of these people work with law firms that just specifically target large multifamily operators who respond no to that fucking ghetto ass question. I'm all for Section 8. I mean, not really. I'm not for it. I don't think we as taxpayers, should be paying for people's rent. I mean, I think if there's like, yeah.
There's a guy on here that was trying to convince me that I got to start buying up properties in Detroit because you could buy these things for like $2,000, rehab them, and do nothing but rent to Section 8.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to get so rich doing that, is what he was telling me. I'm like, yeah, no.
Yeah, you ain't gonna get rich yet. That's not some fucking huge 10x, 30x, 50x fucking ROI on your investment. That's like, oh great, now I gotta fucking deal with this and deal with that and deal with you and deal with this. Oh, you're calling me now on a Sunday at 10 p.m. to tell me the fucking you broke the this, you broke the that. It's like you're buying yourself a fucking job, It's so stupid. And this is the thing that I hate about owning this building is like I have to rent it to pay the bills. But I have to deal with all these people who think it's their fucking house, and they think they got all the rights and everything. They can disrespect you. They don't even, it's like, fuck, I live with you. It's horrible, but it's really tested my patience because I can't get angry with people that I live with because there's ramifications, for opposite and equal reaction. Like if I were to go crazy on somebody, I could expect absolute devastation in return, I'm sleeping with parasites. It's kind of fucking horrible to tell you the truth.
I mean, I get what you're all saying about Section 8, but I'm actually on Section 8. So, it's like, yeah, most of the apartments I looked at were in like really bad shape that were Section 8. But I got lucky because in Edmond where I live, there are nice apartments actually. But I get what people's concerns are because I'm in the Section 8 section of the complex because they only have a certain section. And yeah, most of the people, they like, I mean, I hate saying this because I know it's such a stereotype, but yeah, a lot of people, they're not trying to improve their lives. They're not trying to get off Section 8. They're either resigned to their fate, or some of them feel, what the heck? Some of them feel like despair and like they're just trapped or whatever. Other ones just don't give a shit and they're just like, okay, So there is a lot of tenets of Section 8, but I think I'm one of the people who's trying to improve my life and trying to get better and eventually want to get off of it. Which I think they should have a program for like for instance, they used to do this thing, and I don't think they still do, where when you're on Section 8, if you want to become a homeowner, they set up a savings account for you that you put in some portion of your rent in, and you can't touch it until you're ready to do a down payment on a house. And I think that's great.
Here's the thing, Rachel. We all know this. Home ownership, owning a condo, whatever, townhouse, there's more than just paying the mortgage, property taxes. Like, you have maintenance and upkeep too. And like, if you don't have a pot to piss in and you own a house, right? That's not really a good thing because what if something breaks?
Yeah, definitely. It's definitely a complicated situation. But like, for me, it's just hard because I can't find. This is my problem. I've been trying to get higher paying jobs, and I just won't get hired for higher paying jobs. And I have a bachelor's degree, and I've been to college multiple times since my bachelor's degree, and I'm constantly trying for these high paying jobs. So it just sucks because it's just I'm stuck sometimes because I don't know how to.
See, one thing you have to work on. Yeah. One thing you have to work on is like your speech right there is yours. You are what you say you are. So when you say I try to get these jobs, I can't get the jobs. Yeah. Like you're already framing yourself for all your future experiences. You really have to be that phoenix, going into what you're doing. You have to be that ray of sunshine. You have to, just like dating a job, with a manager and your coworkers. It's just like dating, but in a group setting with no sex. So, relationships come and go, and getting a job interview is just like getting a first date. You have to get a meeting if you hope to get a second meeting. So, that's just the way it is. And they're, and they may not be hiring you because you're framing yourself in this type of a way, as opposed to being the dynamic, shapeshifter person who tickles their dopamine and doesn't give them that sour taste. You really have to be that perfect cocktail.
Yeah, and I am working on. Thank you for pointing out the way I'm framing it, because that is something I'm trying to work on. And I saw this thing on Instagram the other day that was like, instead of saying I can't do this, change it to how can I do this? And I thought, oh, that's great, because I just did it to myself. I said I'm not getting these jobs, but if I were to reframe it,
Rachel, it's the same thing when people say I can't afford this. No, you're already admitting failure. Say, how can I afford this?
Right, I like that. Yeah, that's definitely. So I read that yesterday, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do that. I like that.
I'm going to get the link for the Dhammapada for you, which is the Buddha's book of wisdom. If you just listen to this thing and you let it program you and you really contemplate it and think about it when you're listening to it, it says such valuable truths that and it's very simple. I think it's only 50 minutes long, but it is such a useful insight into, the concept of self and self-actualization, personal development. But I use it all the time, and I'm very conscious and trying to be aware of what I'm saying, because that's what I'm thinking. And your future income and your employment does deal with your ability to do public speaking and communication. So this is a great, yeah.
That was the same thing with Warren Buffett. He was Warren Buffett's a smart guy and good at making money and investing, but he said the one thing he lacked was public speaking. So he had to take a lot of classes on it and go to workshops and different things, because he said he was a very poor public speaker.
Yeah, I recently was a panelist for a mental health event, and I was so scared of doing it because for so much of my life, I was telling myself, hey, you're a bad public speaker, right? But then this opportunity came to share my mental health journey and story, which is something I'm super passionate about. And I found myself terrified, but I did it anyway. And as soon as I got up there, it was just it was so natural. I didn't talk necessarily like I do here, but I shared and everything was great. And then at the end, the lady who was in charge of the whole event was like, oh, I thought you told me you never spoken publicly before about this stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I never have. And she said that. She was like, you were so brilliant. You said, you talked about heavy topics without getting too heavy. You pulled back at the right points. You gave advice at these other points. And she said she was impressed, because that was my first time. And so that really empowered me. I was like, wow, okay, all my life I've told myself this false narrative that I can't do public speaking. And yet here I did 2 different times in front of 200 people, both times. And that was what spurred, like I told you, Adrian, or I guess is your name Edmund? I think you're saying that. Okay.
Yeah. You can call me John, it doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. That is your right arm. Right, you're right-handed. True, that's true. I know.
Yeah, I would click that link above and save that Dhammapada, and I would really encourage you to even listen to it with your children because it's like pure wisdom, and it is really wait till Nick, you too, wait, and God down there, if you listen to this thing, you'd be like, damn, this is really smart, and it's really really applicable to what you hear on this app. There's just so many fucked up, retarded, anxious. There's just so much anxiety and depression. I mean, and you have to. You like you said yesterday. You're like, I gotta step my shit up. I got fucking kids. I gotta take care of myself. I gotta worry about my retirement. I gotta worry about everything. So, coming on here, if you're in the right environment, is responsible. But I'm telling you, you're just listen to the Dhammapada, and it will help you tremendously.
Yeah, and what was I gonna say? Yeah, and I've seen times like when you mentioned that, say, how can you afford this? I fairly recently had an experience where I wanted to sign up for this workshop or whatever, and I was like, damn it, I don't have the money. But then I had just read The Secret. I mean, listened to the audiobook of The Secret, which some of it was kind of corny and also gimmicky, but there were a few key points that were really, really helpful. And anyways, I decided to say, like, I will find the money. The money will come. And it did. And I was like, oh shit, this works. But then when I wanted to, for higher amounts of money, then the self-doubt comes in. Oh, I can possibly do that. And so, yeah, it's just a matter of reframing. And I also manifested, like, one point I'll illustrate from The Secret. It said, the universe doesn't know whether you're joking or not. So be very careful with, like, self-deprecating humor or with just making jokes, whatever. And then, so this might be a silly example, but it blew my mind. So I moved into these apartments years ago, and two screens of the windows were missing this whole time. And every time a new manager comes, because we go through them like ridiculous. Anyway, I would ask them, hey, can I have screens now? And nobody would replace them. So I got very frustrated. So then after reading The Secret, my kid wanted to open the window, and I was like, no, you're going to let bugs in. I wish we had screens. And then I just laughed and go, you know what? I'm manifesting 3 screens. I want 3 screens to be here tomorrow. And sure enough, the next day, Serena comes from outside. She goes, Mom, there's 3 screens by our back window. And I was like, holy shit. So, like, I think I manifested those screens. So anyway, because I made a joke of it, and then the universe thought I was serious.
See, the thing about manifestation and communication is it's spam, meaning that look at the Jake Paul Tyson fight. The reason why they were both able to capitalize, $100 million each, whatever the number is because the incredible amount of spam and communication and marketing that was pushed out across all these platforms that they created, that other people created. If you want to have big financial success in your life, you do have to do mass communication. Look at a dentist who has to buy ads on Google to get people in so they can drill their teeth out. If you could create some type of an internet business, whether like my friend's dad has a business called Pronunciation Workshop where he teaches people all around the world how to speak American English. But again, that's like hypnosis. He's the smartest fucking guy. He's so smart what he does. It's called Pronunciation Workshop. And he creates these YouTube reels.
But Edmund, it's necessary. It's one of those necessary things, but nobody ever thought of them.
Well, I'm just saying that the pictures business, the movies business, they have to do advertising to get people to come into the theaters. It's always statistics. It's always analytics, and it's always an equation. So, I'm literally living in my mom's basement, smoking weed, drinking a beer in my underpants, and I am broke. But all I can tell you, Rachel, Nick is, works, he's a CPA, he doesn't have to create arbitrages and do media buying and create content. But whatever your situation is, your creative output is definitely tied to future income. And it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I've been trying to think going into 2025, like, I really want to focus on my financial situation. But yeah, I feel the same, that for me, with my story, the things I want to do, definitely requires like sort of like putting myself out there and selling
But
myself.
part of being
Yeah.
successful is forgetting your story and creating a new story. You don't need to document your
I love
mental
that.
health
Yeah.
history in order to be successful. You have to create new hypnosis for other people and for yourself. You could do that mental health journey thing, but that's one category of content. I mean, I bootleg Clubhouse, people talking about mostly, things in the news because that's fresh on their mind. I don't know what you're gonna do, like you have, but you have to just do. That's the big magic word is do. And that's what God
Right.
is. That's what
Exactly.
dog is. It's all do, 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 do. Don't step in doo doo. Just create doo doo for other people to step in. That's the secret to success.
Yeah, and the thing, yeah, I want to create like an actual business plan or something. But my first step, because this is the thing I did like about Adrian Bittman last night, was he saying that you just need to start like organizing your life, and the way he was talking about, cleaning your room and not letting shit pile up, and then next you organize your phone or you organize your computer. Is it or you whatever what he was saying about organizing. And I'm like, yes, that is a good first step, because you can't accomplish anything without the organization. And the other thing I'm reading this book called 168 Hours in a Week or something like that. And the subtitle is You Have More Time Than You Think. So she first has you print out these logs from online and you start documenting all your time, what you're spending time on. And it really showcases to you, like, how much time you're wasting. And so I think the first step for my life is get organized really well, get it down, get my practice down of meditation, of yoga, whatever. Like, just get it down to a science, and then from in that environment, then I can start thinking about how to financially succeed in my life. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, being highly organized helps you, deal with all the new incoming bullshit, which is going to distract you, because you've already organized all the stuff in your personal life. The material, like, that's why I like to say organizing, because that's what you're doing is like you've already just organized. Okay, fuck. Now you're going to reorganize the organizing to get more organized, which is really letting go. I have a picture of the Buddha over my toilet that says "Let it go." the The thing about organizing the material world is it should help organize your thoughts, meaning we are memory boxes. And unfortunately, if you do chronic thinking, what you're doing is you're just chronically utilizing your memory. So part of being in the here and now and doing therapy work is essentially allowing you to let go and be fast and quick again and youthful and have the spirit. Really, that's the whole thing is, in magic practice, or if you're a Christian or whatever, the whole thing deals with ruach, or the spirit, or breathing. And breathing is like a mental hack where if you are using your memory in a negative way, which is not productive, breathe, and you can do the hard reset. So you can do, these short, brief hypnoses about, like, basically, I just say take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds, and then be in silence for 10 seconds. And that will basically give you a reboot, just like when your computer breaks and you do a hard reset and just restart that motherfucker and it works again. It's the same thing with breathing meditation and going into silence.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, silence is the secret.
Also, what Nick mentioned about that guy doing public speaking classes, I'm wondering now, maybe that's something I should invest in, because
You're doing it right now, and Toastmasters, will really speed you up because they'll give you the book on how to give a good, persuasive, and informative speech, and then people at the meetings will actually you will listen to amazing speeches. I've been to Toastmaster events where like I was almost crying because I was like, holy fuck, this is so authentic and raw. Somebody talking like you're like about what they're talking. Like some guy gave a speech about how his son killed himself with alcohol, and it was like, whoa, this is so personal and like this guy. And it wasn't the first time he's given that speech. So, but again, this is like an art form in manipulation, where a great public speaker who can bring the audience to tears or inform them about the truth, which is de-propaganda or de-misinformation, whatever the topic is. So that's the thing. You're already doing it on Clubhouse. That's the thing about the internet is all the things you want to do, you can do right now on Clubhouse. You can test scientifically all of your thoughts on Clubhouse. I'm doing it right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing when the lady was like, are you like, I can't believe you never spoke publicly before about this because you were brilliant. I was like, have you heard of Clubhouse? And she's like, yeah, vaguely. And I said, well, I talk about this mental health stuff on there all the time. So that's probably where I got it from.
Yeah, this is a great platform because it doesn't cost you anything to do your experiments, and you can, I record people, but like to me, that's all just like scientific observation.
And I like what you say about starting somewhere new. And so instead of detailing like my journey with psychosis, because the reason I picked psychosis and schizophrenia is because the mental health field is so what is the term? Filled with an excess of mental health, pages or businesses or nonprofits. Like there's a ton of them. But the reason I thought I gotta find an angle that is not really getting much attention. And so I thought schizophrenia and psychosis, especially because I have psychosis, right? So that is kind of what I want my focus to be. And instead of like documenting my past, my whole journey, I'm just going to document like where I'm at now and what kinds of help can I give to other people versus like I need to tell my whole story. So I like that aspect of it. Just like
I mean, in the sense that you need to think commercially. Look at Disney. Like, Disney's not going to talk about his mental health problem. Like Disney's going to create content based around therapeutic imagery, that helps people deal with depression and anxiety and gives them that dopamine. You really have to think like a business person and just know that your journey, though relevant to you, is not necessarily commercially viable to an audience. And you want to maximize your return on investment. Look at the link above. I just read it today. It's a health treatment article about people that have voices. To me, this is like chronic thinking. A lot of people who say, "Oh, they're hearing voices." It's like you're not hearing voices. You're fucking thinking. That's your internal monologue, and that is, the fact that you can't control that is the problem.
Because oh, sorry. No, I was just gonna say because when I do have these episodes, oftentimes what's coming to the surface are things that I was either suppressing and not wanting to face the reality of, or it was things I was obsessing about. So it just was like a double whammy of like, here, we're gonna, like for instance, a guy maybe that was actually not a good person that I was holding on to, like appeared as a demon in one of my, and I was suppressing it. I was like, everybody was telling me he's not a good person, and I was not listening, and I was stuffing it away. And then in my psychosis, it's like he's appearing to me as a demonic force, right? Or it's things that I'm obsessing about that come into my sphere during the psychosis episode. And yeah, so, but here's the problem though, because I am torn, because I know what you're saying about being commercially viable, and that's important. And I want to succeed and get money. I do. However, I feel like the way it's packaged on, let's say, Instagram, the whole healing journey, it's all packaged in nice, pretty rainbows and like soft stuff and like, oh, just drink more water and just hang out with friends and la-di-da and you're better. Well, look at that. And it's like, I I want to show the reality of it. I want to show how raw and real that it is. But that's only gonna appeal to a small sector of society. So it's like, okay, how do I both combine commercial viability with real and raw thought? Like, that's what I need to figure out. Yeah.
See, I think advice is like personal projection. Like I'm projecting my opinions, not just for you, but for the audience and for myself. Like that's good advice where you're confident in what you're saying. And, like, but when you listen to Elon yesterday, it's so quick. It's so, um, basically. I mean, life is a progression. And people who save their money, for a rainy day, it takes some of, the anxiety away. But the thing is, you got to move fast. You have to fail quick. Clubhouse lets you fail real quick. It's a perfect place to test your to-do list, and recreate new priorities and get feedback on what you're creating. I think Clubhouse is like the perfect mirror for everything you do. I live stream myself incessantly, and I'm just constantly using this app because it's a feedback mechanism to give you real-time feedback on what you're thinking, what you're doing, and it's free. So I wouldn't, if I were you, I would incorporate this app and just live stream everything you creatively output, and just throw it into the ether and get the feedback to help you course correct to get to the money. And the money comes from your audience, and it comes from a transaction. Somebody's going to have to click buy now, or send you a wire, or send you a check in the mail, or subscribe to your Patreon, and send you a donation. Like, there's people that aren't even selling shit. Anyways, you have to be creative. It will fight boredom. It will fight bad ideas. And look at Necro down there. He went into a room today with Dr. Steve Appel and said, Jesus told me to tell everyone that he hasn't come back in 2,000 years and to let it go. That's all I have to say. I mean, Necro, if I could send you to a boot camp, and run you through a boot camp, like a full boot camp, I'm talking physical and academic. You wouldn't sound, and you wouldn't even have a name like Necro. You would call yourself, Steve or Peter, whatever your real name is. You'd be who you are as a man, as opposed, to the Necro.
Yeah, I like everything you're saying. So I appreciate that. And I started doing this thing I started an asynchronous chat where I was thinking of continuing it where I read my poems from my book just every so often, but like I could do asynchronous chats too besides streaming live and maybe get people's feedback from there. But you know what's fun? Okay, so I talked to my friend and I've been helping her through a bunch of stuff she's dealing with, and she's the one who said I've helped her more than like all the professional help she's gotten. What was I going to say? There are times where I'm talking to her and I just say something that's so like succinct and gets the point across in this really brilliant way. And so I'll stop the conversation and like go record a voice memo about it. But what we've talked about is I've asked her, like, can I just record our conversations? Because I feel like there's a lot of gems that are coming up, and the dynamic between me and her, the thing she says that spurs on new ideas for me as well, is like it's really cool. I like it. So anyway, we're gonna start recording our conversations where we're just shooting the shit, because from within that there are some things that come up that could be marketable. So yeah.
The whole conversation, is marketable, but it always comes down to keywords, because you're not going to get an audience unless you have content that people are looking for, typing in, or the algorithm is showing them because it knows that that's what they want to see. So you have to do a lot of experimentation, a lot of creation to find out what's working for you, and then, stick to that niche. And monetize it. You have to come up with some type of product or service, whether it's therapeutic, academic, physical, like, I don't know. I mean, it's a horrible grind, but the process, is the solution. It is creativity is always the answer. Art is always the answer, because it's good for the soul and it's good for the pocketbook, and that's what everybody's technically looking for. And you get to help people. There's a lot of people out there that need help, myself included, yourself included. And so that's, if you help people find what they're looking for, that's how you monetize. I've sold business plans and books for many years, and I helped people find what they were looking for by packaging an answer to their query. So, and now with AI, you don't even have to hire graphic designers. You can literally create product immediately using AI, whether it's books or tinctures or whatever kind of little product you want to ship to somebody, whether it's a digital download or it's something you're going to send in the mail. See, this is the type of conversation you won't hear from Elon because it's too mundane and pathetic. He's manufacturing vehicles and providing a huge communication platform, that he bought out, but he's got a team of developers. Like, the guy just provides comments like, I don't like that the logo is, positioned in the center. Let's put it in the left. Like, he's doing small little feedback probably things, but he's not actually involved in any of the coding or the bugs and all the shit. So it's like, as somebody starting out a new business, it's like you have such an uphill battle. But the only way to do it is to start that journey one step at a time, plant the fucking acorn and watch it grow. But, or you could just get a great job and solve all your problems. And generally, the government, the government is the safest place to work because you have guaranteed job security because the fucking taxpayers keep paying for your position.
Yeah. Part of the problem is because I've tried for government jobs, it's just the hours that they require means that I can't take my kids to school or pick them up, and I don't have anybody else to do that. So that's part of the problem. But like, that'll change in the future. They'll be older before I know it. But I also don't really want a government job on the other hand. So it's like, okay, well, you have to make this successful then with the other stuff you're trying to do. So, and there's no way around it. But one thing I was going to say was that, I forgot about this earlier. One thing I was going to try was, okay, so you know how like Jim Carrey, there's that famous story that before Jim Carrey got real famous, he wrote himself $100,000 or $200,000, some high amount of a check. And he said like, I will cash this out in like 10 years or something. And then shortly after that, he got Ace Ventura. And then he made that money way faster, just like a year later or something. So it didn't take 10 years, but like, so one thing I thought of was I'm going to print out like an amount of a fake ticket, like a fake check, for a certain amount. I haven't decided what amount yet, and be like, I want to make this amount by the end of this year, or by the end of next year, maybe something like that, and put it up on my wall so that I constantly see it. But yeah, I like that story what Jim Carrey did. So that was.
That's like putting the carrot before the cart or the horse or whatever. I get it. Like, that type of goal is to me that's just kind of immature or amateurish. You have to just look at a dollar bill, and again, look at the symbols on it. Those are all divine symbols, all divine abstracts. So if you studied, the Tao Te Ching, if you studied the Dhammapada, if you studied the Bible, like, that would help you in a way get closer to the source of the money. I know it sounds
that's true.
ridiculous,
I know a lot
but
about the Bible. Yeah, I did watch a 3-hour. This was years ago. There's a 3-hour documentary or something. I need to find it. I don't even remember the name of it, but it did talk about the origin of all those symbols on the dollar bill, and it talked about the Freemasons and a lot of things. It was really fascinating. So I'm intrigued by that again.
I'm dying laughing at what Necro's writing. He said black people got back at white people by creating the DMV. Every year I have to go get my car's emissions tested, and there's an office attached to the emissions test facility, which is contracted with the state for millions of dollars to provide this amazing service. And then there's another little business attached to the emissions testing facility, which sells you your permit, your annual permit. And they charge you $185. But if you were to go downtown to the actual municipal office, you'd only have to pay like 150. So they make that little extra premium plus another charge on the credit card. So this little office is processing, a couple hundred people every week, maybe 800 people. Like, they're making a lot of money, and it like drives me crazy to know that like we have voted to do this to ourselves, to cause one day a year that you have to waste hours of your day and spend hundreds of dollars. We voted for that to punish ourselves, and I just find it funny that Necro, is saying that it's because it's not true. It's not, that's obviously, it's a joke. But the truth is, we are the joke as a society. What we do to ourselves with our own taxpayer dollars is fucking retarded.
Yeah, I mean, humans are really good punishing ourselves. I know I am. That's why, like even things that might be quote unquote an accident or not on purpose. Like, for instance, when I start the dip of depression, right? I sometimes will forget, in quotes, to take my med. But I started realizing, like, I started asking myself, why does that happen? Why do you think you're forgetting? And I realized because I want to punish myself. I want to go deeper. Like, there's a part of me, maybe call it my ego, even though I know that's an illusion. But let's just pretend. There's this ego that wants to keep me trapped in the darkness. So I conveniently forget so that I'm just going even deeper into the depression. Because every time I try to do something healthy, my ego throws a freaking tantrum.
You think you have an ego, though. There's no ego in the real world. You can't touch it, can't taste it.
It's an illusion.
It's your thoughts.
So I guess I should just say there's a part of me instead of calling it my ego, because there's a part of me that I have to what's it called? Not fix, but like manage, I guess.
I don't know. For me, when I go to the gym and I leave the gym and I get back home, I'm like a different person. My thoughts feel cleaner, more transparent. I know what I need to do. I do it. But until I go to the gym and get that huge dopamine fill from the exercise, like, I'm not motivated to do the things I need to do to keep progressing, to keep my life stable. Necro, welcome to the room. Is there anything you want to say?
Yeah, are you fascinated by X?
Am I fascinated by X?
Yeah.
You're talking about the platform, right?
Yeah.
I'm not fascinated by it, but I think what I contribute to it is more fascinating than the platform itself. But the fact that it's, been busted wide open, that it was a massive censorship and deplatforming enterprise prior to Elon, and cleaning house. I just think it's a great platform. But I think other platforms and other methodologies are fine and dandy if they work for you.
I was just gonna say the other thing that happens when I'm feeling down is I drop all the healthy things I was doing as well. So that's what I just had to figure out, like, how to not forget. So, like, I have to now set, like I said, a timer for my medication. I have it in a little tiny box, like pill box or whatever, right next to my bed with water, always there, so that I can't forget anymore. But yeah.
I don't know. I'm not, on the. I mean, I'm anti-Zav, VAX, XAV. I'm anti that. I'm anti, most psychiatric medications. But I'm not obviously, I see. I just believe there's not a speck of dust out of place in the universe. So if something's working for you, who am I to say, stop doing what you're doing? But my focus is not on other people's situations. I mean, I just believe that the greatest value I can give to myself and to others is to like share books on this app, because I just think I'm retarded, and I would rather share some insight or information from most likely a genius who lived 100 years ago. But I could say the same thing about the Bible. Like Necro, what do you have against the Book of John?
Then it's not true.
What's not true about it?
That there's this guy who died and was sacrificed so that, I mean, the idea that Jesus was God, something that he never would have thought that anybody would have thought he was God. So
Okay, so the thing is, like, I can agree with you on what you're saying, that it's just so ridiculous, like, why even give it any attention? But the point is that the symbols in it can be useful, whether it's for commercialization or it's for self-actualization. And I just think that the all or nothing question of, was Jesus God in the flesh? Was it a miracle? Is it true? Is mankind saved? Do we have eternal life according to the gospel? Those are just these huge, meaningless questions. But I think when you break it down into basically the symbolic references, they can have immediate value, and they're useful artistically. So, you do you, but I think if you don't indulge in it, you're never going to really be able to play the game with the audience or with your fellow, citizens or fellow humans. And it's to your artistic detriment not to engage in, divine symbolic activity, if that makes any sense. And that's my, contrarian position to what you put out. And if you think it has no value, well then, you really are like a black and white necrophiliac.
thank you, Jordan Peterson.
See, to me, this is hilarious. Like, you're 100% on the money. That's exactly like what Jordan Peterson would say, because like that's what he does say.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Sam Harris, where he said it's kind of like us people arguing about whether the glass that I have sitting at Carnegie Hall was Jordan Peterson, whether that was being said by Elton John, and whether somebody else was saying no, that it was Billy Joel. And it turns out that neither of them drank over it, and they were fighting over for who has the right to claim the glass as theirs.
I'm confused. What was that? I mean, what was the point of that, or what are you trying to say? I'm confused.
You had it where people are arguing about who drank from the glass at Carnegie Hall, whether it was Billy Joel or whether it was Elton John, and it turns out that really neither of them drank from it.
No, I just meant like, how is that relevant? That's what I didn't get.
Oh, that's really just the way I see people who argue about, who is right about their God, necessarily whether Jesus is God, whether he's the Son of God, whether he's, was just a prophet.
Yeah, but how do you view arguing about the existence of God versus about arguing about which Abrahamic faith is the true faith? I mean, don't you view the argument about God being more important than, the subcategorization?
Yeah, the problem is just essentially if you get outside of, a God that, that like people define in their holy book, which God are you talking about? And because if you're talking about just like, Thomas Jefferson's God, who denied that God, had, any special relationship with anyone, as just complete arrogance, I mean, that sort of God, like, has no different bearing on my life. So, unlike, you know, the Abrahamic God, if he were real, I would expect many things to change about, you know, life as I experience it.
Oh, Daniel Nero's here. He's a fun one. So Necro, you know, going back to these tools or symbols, the point is, you know, Abraham is a reference in occult circles to the term abrahadabra. You know, ABC, NBC, CBS all use occult symbols in their names, in their brands, in their logos. And so to me, that's just like the big connection in commercialization of divine symbolic reference. Um, you know, but the thing is, people engage in occult or religious or spiritual journeys because they see there's joy in it, but it's also I think it's just personal development, self help. You know, Freemasons say that they build men and they build buildings. And again, the buildings is like a reference to your house, like Clubhouse. You're talking about the self, about the brain, about your memory. What have you put into your memory box? Would you agree, Necro, that the more you put into your memory box, especially if it's high value, is technically, you know, how you can change your life? That you are like an iPhone, and that the more gigabytes of information, which are of high value, you know, can help you with your life, with your decision, with your patterns, with your behavior, with your way of thinking, with your joy. I mean, that's to me why I do what I do. I mean, do you agree with anything that I'm saying?
I just agree. iPhones can be pretty enjoyable, you know, especially when, you know, putting in chargers. So.
You know, I used to be very much concerned, like, things that people believe, or that I believe, very concerned with the truth of it, with, like, what is it true? But as I get older and the more I experience, I'm realizing it doesn't really even matter at the end of the day if it's true, if it's useful to you. And so even I'm finding myself doing actions maybe that in the past I would have been like, this is stupid because it's not real, it's not true. But like, what we make everything real. We can choose whatever narrative we freaking want. And so why not choose one that actually aids in your development and success in your life is the conclusion I'm coming to. So basically it just, the truth of it is kind of slipping away from me. I don't know. I'm not saying that's the best approach for everybody, but it's what's been working for me lately.
Necro, but you know, I have these flashcards of biblical verses, and you know, the point is when you read these cards out loud, in my opinion, you're adding them to your subconscious memory, or basically, you can't really remember what you're reading, but you're neurolinguistically implanting and changing and plasticizing your brain. And when you read the New Testament and the Old Testament, really what it's doing is kind of making you into a dandy or a kingly type of person, and raising, I think, your conscious awareness about the universe and even about your local universe. So, you know, to me, the atheist room is like a lot of other rooms. It's basically cats and a mouse, you know, and they beat up on the mouse that comes in the room. They play with it until they're bored with it. But really, the all the spiritual holy books, you know, or what you could call divine, you know, revelation books, it's really it's self-development. I think it deals with king, god, king, you know, the godfather, the father god, making you into a man, you know, growing you psychologically, to basically be stronger, to be more manly, um, you know, and if you're a woman, I guess to make you more queenly, or, you know, more feminine, more divine feminine. I don't know. I mean, but anyways, those are my thoughts, Necro. I mean, you know, I love online debate, but I like to do it for personal development, I guess, reasons. Or I support those that educate. You know, I want to educate and I want to be educated.
parts of the Bible that I, do think do benefit me. Like, and I wish more Christians would follow them. The problem is that they don't. You have Christians who come off of their own churches. You have all these mega churches, which make mass amounts of profit, even though Jesus said, that to not make his father's house into a place of business, as well as, that when you pray, be not like hypocrites who think that they will be heard for their many repetitions. We wouldn't have Christians trying to put National Day of Prayer, and so, or as having to put the Bible, to have the Bible be sworn on in courts. So, yeah, I agree. I wish that there are things that I find that are in the Bible that are valuable. But then there's also parts that I don't think are valuable, like, for example, slavery, or like when it says in like 1 Timothy, where it says that, women are to be silent in fear of men. I think that, yeah, we can definitely do well without those parts of the Bible.
What, women should be silent in the fear of men?
That they should be silent, says in 1 Timothy.
Women should be silent?
Yes.
Well, should men be silent?
No, the Bible doesn't say men should be silent. It says women should be silent. That he did not give women the authority to usurp authority over a man.
Okay, Daniel, do you want to say anything? God, do you want to say anything? Rachel, anything else?
I'm still here. I'm just talking to my mom for a sec because she dropped something off for me.
Okay, Necro, I'm gonna pin a link. I would really like you to read it to the room. I think you're gonna like it.
Yeah.
It's called the.
I have the verses right here.
Okay, go ahead if you want.
A second.
That's not what I want you to read, but if you want to read that, go ahead. But I want you to read something else.
Yeah, just to ensure that I'm not taking anything out of context. A woman should learn quietness and full submission. I do not permit a woman to teach her to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet, for Adam was formed first, then Eve, and Adam was not the one deceived. It was the woman who was deceived and became a sinner. But women will be saved through childbearing if they continue in faith, love, and holiness with propriety.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your sentiment, but I also don't completely disagree with what you read, meaning that there's some logic to what it's saying, because, the belief that Eve was taken out of Adam, means that inside of man, there's a longing for woman, which is the reunification, which is, basically not Gnosticism or Gnosis or unity with God or oneness with the one, the many coming back to the one. So it's like, but see, there's even a cult reference in what you just read about the silence. Think, know, do, act, remain silent. And then the woman, who gives birth, look at Rachel here. I mean, once you have children, you and I can't have children. So there's something so unique about the ability to gestate and to give birth that you and I can't really ever experience. We can only observe. So I'm just saying there's a great riddle and a great mystery. And that, the atheists, in my opinion, on this app, who can't actually admit that there's some type of secret, some type of a conspiracy, which I think you can, God basically just keeps expanding. So it's like you can't really capture that genie that gets out of the bottle. But I've never seen a miracle, and I don't believe in miracles, and I don't believe in aliens or UFOs, but I guarantee you there is some type of secret mystery or riddle. And if you look at the Sphinx, these symbols allude to the fact that either we're living in a simulation, and I think that the simulation theory, the Adam and Eve equation leading up until now, and all the historical, stuff, I just think that, beyond a reasonable doubt, that God is real and that you are a manifestation of God. That's my opinion.
Yeah, why is God the image of an ape? Why is God the ape?
Why is God an ape?
Yeah.
Well, where
You
do
know,
you?
we were made of God's image, so why is God an ape?
So the room on here, Talking Apes. I think if you do transcendental meditation, it's a little bit like the ape. Spark. It's a spark in the mind of the ape, waking you up out of this ape-like um, consciousness or awareness. So if you can do LSD or mescaline or cannabis and wine and coffee and read these far out mystical books, or even watch Star Wars, the thing about the Force, this unseen power that can be utilized, manipulated. We were talking about manifestation earlier. I'm just saying, to me, this stuff is supposed to be fun. You talk to the atheists, it's like if they're just going to refute it, well, then that's the other side of the fun. Um, Anyways, click the link above. I think you might like it. It's by the third Chinese patriarch of Zen. I think in religious studies, if you don't touch and taste China and India, you only know 40% of the equation. So if you want to read it, or even Rachel, if you want to read it, or Daniel, if you want to read it to the room, and you will witness, Gnosticism or gnosis or unity with God. To me, it's a hypnosis document to create a Gnostic effect. You're prevented.
I could read it if you want.
Yeah, go ahead. Read it until yeah, you can read the whole thing, or if you want to pass it to Necro or pass it to Daniel, do that.
Okay, I will read. How about I read the first paragraph and then pass it off, and then everybody can read a paragraph. Okay, I will start. I do not know how to pronounce the title. Is it the H just silent, or how do you pronounce the title?
Shin Shin or Sin Sin.
Okay. Shin Shin Ming. Ming. The Great Way is not difficult for those who have no preferences. When love and hate are both absent, everything becomes clear and undisguised. Make the smallest distinction, however, and heaven and earth are set infinitely apart. If you wish to see the truth, then hold no opinions for or against anything. To set up what you like against what you dislike is the disease of the mind. When the deep meanings of things is not understood, the mind's essential peace is disturbed to no avail. I think we keep going unless somebody wants to read the next paragraph. Okay, I'll keep going. The way is perfect, like vast space where nothing is lacking and nothing is in excess. Indeed, it is due to our choosing to accept or reject that we do not see the true nature of things. Live neither in the entanglements of outer things, nor in inner feelings of emptiness. Be serene in the oneness of things, and such erroneous views will disappear by themselves. When you try to stop activity to achieve passivity, your very effort fills you with activity. As long as you remain in one extreme or the other, you will never know oneness. Those who do not live in the single way fail in both activity and passivity, assertion and denial. To deny the reality of things is to miss their reality. To assert the emptiness of things is to miss their reality. The more you talk and think about it, the further astray you wander from the truth. Stop talking and thinking, and there is nothing you will not be able to know. Okay, I am going to do a commentary real quick. I really like that. Stop talking and thinking. That seems to be a common thread in these types of ways of thinking. And yeah, like recently I've been trying to learn to stand still because when you stand still, sometimes you can receive things But there is a time, I think there is a time to push, and then there's a time to just stand still and stop talking. I like that. Anyway, to return to the root is to find the meaning, but to pursue appearances is to miss the source. At the moment of inner enlightenment, there is going beyond appearance and emptiness. The changes that appear to occur in the empty world we call real only because of our ignorance. Do not search for the truth, only cease to cherish opinions. Do not remain in the dualistic state. Avoid such pursuits carefully. If there is even a trace of this and that, of right and wrong, the mind essence will be lost in confusion. Although all dualities come from the one, do not be attached even to this one. When the mind exists undisturbed in the way, nothing in the world can offend. And when a thing can no longer offend, it ceases to exist in the old way. Ooh, I like that. When no discriminating thoughts arise, the old mind ceases to exist. When thought objects vanish, the thinking subject vanishes. As when the mind vanishes, objects vanish. Things are objects because of the subject, mind. The mind, subject, is such because of thing, object. Understand the reality of these two, and the basic reality, the unity of emptiness. In this emptiness, the two are indistinguishable, and each contains, in itself, the whole world. If you do not discriminate between force and sign, you will never be tempted to prejudice and opinion. No, Izzy, sorry, my kid is there. Hold on.
Yeah, I wanted to make a brief comment about look, there's a reason why people don't order. Like, let's say you go to a restaurant and you say, look, can I have a bowl of cereal? Okay, why don't people do that, typically? Like, imagine going to a restaurant and being like, all right, yeah, I'll have some Lucky Charms, slices of banana, 2%, homemade. It's like, you can do it right there in your home. Now, this is what happened to churches. Going to church is like ordering a bowl of cereal in a restaurant. You can do everything you need to do in your home. Right? Now, we need to start an online church for people that want to have church at home. And look, I'll give you another analogy. Imagine somebody ordered ramen noodles, like one of those packets, from a restaurant. Shrimp. You know? No. There's a reason for that. Because you can do it quickly and easily, cheaply right in your home. And this is a sector of the market that's being neglected right now. Online church. Right.
These mega churches are live streaming their services. You know, like I was down in Tampa and I saw some mega church and they were partnering with some other mega church and cross streaming, and you know, like they are very, very, they do data analytics. For example, I worked at Google. I had a meeting with the Church of Latter-day Saints, or the Mormons, you know, in Salt Lake City. They're spending, they budgeted like $30 million that year to run ads to get people to sign up on their website so they can, you know, build a new pipeline of customers. It's true, you don't need to go to a restaurant and order cereal. You know, that's pathetic. You can do exactly what you need to do in your own home. You don't need to go to some large congregation to donate all your money and even get involved with all the people there and all their drama. It's much better to do spiritual and, you know, spiritual education work at home. Save your money. Jesus has already been crucified.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at least think of pizza, where there's like a specialty oven. Maybe they have a special sauce, a recipe. There's a demand for it. There's a reason. Because you can't make a really good pizza at home, typically. But you can make a really good worship service at home. Right?
Yeah.
You don't have to leave the door. It's unbelievable. And all of the accoutrement that can be sold, like altars, all of the kitsch, that people can set up their own little church. We could sell it with
See what they're really doing back in the 50s, and what they're doing is just creating this app. They're just creating a neural network of people networked within a house, just like this fucking app. I mean, this app is the extension of what they were doing, just in the digital realm. So that's the cool thing about technology, and why why these disruptive technologies decentralize. It's the same thing with Uber. But the church, I don't know. You could say Uncle Steve is technically doing that. When you create an atheist debate room, what you're really doing is creating a discussion about God, whether it's in the positive or the negative. What's the difference? Because God is both positive and negative. God is a void. God is something. So I don't know. To me, talking about God is the best conversation because it's the most universal. But to me, the whole thing about God is it's about kindness, friendship, love, joy, harmony, equilibrium. Those are the positive aspects. That's the product of wisdom. So you could debate God, but who can bring the wisdom? Who can actually raise your IQ, raise your EQ? Those are the people you want to talk to.
Yeah, and we should make a church of just what we're doing here, where we read these documents or these books and then we discuss them. Like, that would be cool.
Did you read the whole thing, the Shin Shin Ming? If you've never read it, yeah, you guys got to read this document because it's a very advanced Chinese psychological document, which will give you enlightenment, or at least take away your pseudo enlightenment. It's a game, and it is a hypnosis document that deals with self.
Okay, yeah, I can keep reading now. Yeah, I really like what it's saying so far about the duality and not getting swept up in that. Okay, here we go. To live in the great way is neither easy nor difficult, but those with limited views are fearful and irresolute. The faster they hurry, the slower they go, and clinging, or attachment, cannot be limited. Even to be attached to the idea of enlightenment is to go astray. Ooh, brilliant, yes. Just let things be in their own way, and they will be neither coming nor going. Obey the nature of things, your own nature, and you will walk freely and undisturbed. When thought is in bondage, the truth is hidden, for everything is murky and unclear. Yes, I'm reading something, babe. As soon as the clothes dry, I'll give you them. Okay, so the truth. Okay, when thought is in bondage. Oh my God. Sorry. Okay, I'm back again.
Right?
When thought is in bondage, the truth is hidden, for everything is murky and unclear, and the burdensome practice of judging brings annoyance and weariness. What benefit can be derived from distinctions and separation? If you wish to move in the one way, do not dislike even the world of senses and ideas. Indeed, to accept them fully is identical with true enlightenment. The wise man strives to no goals, but the foolish man fetters himself. There is one Dharma, not many. Distinctions arise from the clinging needs of the ignorant. To seek mine with the discriminating mind is the greatest of all mistakes. Rest and unrest derive from illusion. With enlightenment, there is no liking and disliking. All dualities come from ignorant inference. They are like dreams or flowers in air, foolish to try to grasp them. Gain and loss, right and wrong, such thoughts must finally be abolished at once. If the eye never sleeps, all dreams will naturally cease. If the mind makes no discrimination, the 10,000 things are as they are, of single essence. To understand the mystery of this one essence is to be released from all entanglements. When all things are seen equally, the timeless self-essence is reached. No comparisons or analogies are possible in this causeless, relationless state. Consider movement stationary, and the stationary in motion. Both movement and rest disappear. When such dualities cease to exist, oneness itself cannot exist. To this ultimate finality, no law or description applies. For the unified mind, in accordance with the way, all self-centered striving ceases. Doubts and irresolutions vanish, and life in true faith is possible. With a single stroke, we are freed from bondage. Nothing clings to us, and we fold to nothing. All is empty, clear, self-illuminating, with no exertion of the mind's power. Here, thought, feeling, knowledge, and imagination are of no value. In this world of suchness, there is neither self nor other than self. To come directly into harmony with this reality, just simply say when doubts arise, not to. In this not to, that's TWO, by the way, nothing is separate, nothing is excluded. No matter when or where, enlightenment means entering this truth. And this truth is beyond extension or diminution in time or space. In it, a single thought is 10,000 years. Emptiness here, emptiness there, but the infinite universe stands always before your eyes, infinitely large and infinitely small, no difference, for definitions have vanished and no boundaries are seen. So too with being and non-being. Don't waste time in doubts and arguments that have nothing to do with this. One thing, all things, move among and intermingle without distinction. To live in this realization is to be without anxiety about non-perfection. To live in this space is the road to non, because the non-dual is one with the trusting mind. Words, the way is beyond language, for in it there is no yesterday, no tomorrow, no today. The end.
Yeah, there's a lot of, very complicated concepts. It can get very confusing when you're thinking about duality versus non-duality. Duality being separate from the unity of non-duality. If I, see what I'm saying? So it's like, how do you get into the non-dual state of mind? How do you get into the dual state of mind? And do you want to be in either one for how long? Gnosticism, gnosis, unity work with God. I think it's like a hypnosis trance. And I think it's like the alpha brainwave state or something like that. They call it the movie theater brainwave state. Welcome, Toast. You just missed Rachel reading from the link above. It's called the Shin Shin Ming, which is a Zen document. Zen is basically now, N-O-W, or G-O-D. That's what I like to say.
Yeah, what I loved about it was, because oftentimes in this arena, things are paradoxical, or it seems paradoxical to us. But I really like how it was capturing those paradoxes, and it's something that reminds me of when I was constantly seeking and pushing to somehow live in the present or live in the now or whatever, as they say. I was coming at it from an intellectual pursuit, and I just kept getting frustrated. And then I was like, one day I was like, this is all bullshit, and I'm just gonna live my life. And then that's when things sort of clicked, or started to click. So that's the way it often seems.
Daniel, what did you think about the document? You hypnotized him. He's sleeping. Toast. Good afternoon. What are you doing today?
I'm just nothing. I'm just shopping around, seeing if there's any interesting conversations happening.
Oh, this is the best conversation, the most universal conversation. You could have the lowest IQ and still engage in this conversation. In fact, the lower your IQ, perhaps that's that's the after effect. We lower IQ here. We don't just do the words game.
Isn't Andrew Dittman like something or somebody? Isn't that a somebody?
That's me. Go to adriandittman.com to see more of me.
That was somebody else.
Maybe you need to investigate. Let me Google that for you.
I can Google it just fine, but I thought I'd already heard the name somewhere.
Yeah, it's Elon Musk's burner account on X. It's his pen name that he's been using for many years now on X.
See, that's probably why. There we go.
Yep. And so adriandittman.com is my artistic capture of Elon talking like the fool that he is on X every night. I mean, he's not a fool, but I'm just saying that. I mean, he is a fool, but if you were worth $900 billion, would you go online and embarrass yourself every night by letting people know that you're incredibly manic?
I'm very familiar with Elon's postings. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
very familiar.
Yeah, a lot of people are scared. A lot of people are fearful. That he has. People are putting memes up that he's controlling Trump. That and everybody on the left is saying that Elon is controlling everything now. All they need to do is go listen to Adrian Dittman every night to know that he's not controlling everything, that no one really controls anything, that it's all propaganda that they're creating. And but the terrifying fact is the country's actually completely bankrupt, and there is no money to fund any of this shit. I mean, the money should be used to pay down the debt so we can get back to a savings account with some actual savings in it. Anyways, what do you think about the financial economic crisis?
I'm waiting for the total implosion of it. It's going to be at least 10 times worse than 08, easily.
So wait, do you think real estate prices will crash?
Oh yeah, another real estate crash is inevitable, easily.
Oof.
That's already a foregone conclusion, just as much as we're bankrupt today. Yeah, the housing market's definitely going to crash again.
I can't wait, because then I won't have to file Chapter 13. I can just file Chapter 7, and then they can't liquidate my home and force me into the streets in a bankruptcy.
I don't know, man. They're probably going to change a lot of rules coming up pretty soon once the financial conditions get severe enough.
Yeah. What, you think bankruptcy laws are going to change?
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past them. I mean, they're going to have to completely completely redo a lot of our, what we call the financial markets and what's possible and what's not. I mean, we're going to have to leave the dollar standard just for starters. We're going to have to use something else as a monetary system.
Well, I mean, historically speaking, do you really think that that's... How is our dollar not what they've always been doing throughout all time? I mean, even the Romans, when a new emperor would rise to power, they would mint, 100,000 coins with their new image on it and send the new coinage to the provinces. I mean, I'm just saying, whether it's a fiat or a coin, I mean, the thing with the coin is so much labor and cost goes into mining the money versus the cost of printing paper, which is really just canvas sheets of, it's just canvases. I mean, it's just artistic. Anyways, yeah.
Well, think about how many dollars are just digital now. How much money out there is just digital?
Yeah, I mean,
numbers on the screen.
Hundreds of trillions.
Yeah, it's bad. It's really bad how much digital quote unquote money's out there.
So that's the thing is I mean, there's a pension crisis. If you go to usdebtclock.org and you look at all the net assets of America. Each person has like $600,000, but if they were to liquidate the government, sell all the assets, everybody still owes the government $10,000. I mean, how do you differentiate between a government like our federal monopoly and the banking monopoly? Because aren't they just completely intertwined, especially after '08? You know, when they bailed out all the banks, because that means that the banks are insolvent. Even if they claim they have $1 trillion in deposits, they can't actually pay it out because they don't even have the cash to do it.
Yeah, there's nothing there that I'm going to deny. That's all true as far as by my lights.
I mean, so I don't think there's a solution, though. I don't think there's a solution. I think that Bitcoiners who think that the Federal Reserve and the U.S. government is going to take on a reserve position of Bitcoin and drive the price of Bitcoin to, you know, 200,000 a coin, 500,000 a coin, $1 million a coin, I think they're retarded.
Yeah, I definitely don't trust the crypto bros and their whole their whole beliefs like that Bitcoin is like the savior of Earth and it's going to like, you know, fix the financial conditions in the West. It's not some like silver bullet that they think it is. It can easily be changed.
Do you think that Bitcoin maximalists who think that Bitcoin will save humanity are essentially utilizing Bitcoin as a replacement for God?
I thought we were still being realistic about, you know, I thought we were still trying to keep our conversation in reality.
I mean, the thing is, I think that, you know, God is a useful therapeutic tool. And I think to a lot of Bitcoin maximalists, talking about Bitcoin all day is a way to distract them from their, you know, from their pain and suffering.
Well, what are you talking about? There's been a lot of investors in crypto that have, like, you know, done very well the last, I don't know, 7-8 years.
Those are
very well.
those are the exceptions. I'm talking about the people that, you know, anyways, I'm talking about the Bitcoin room here on Clubhouse. If you've ever listened to it, you know, with Brittany.
I mean, cryptocurrency and Bitcoin's a lot bigger than like just this app, right? Or what people say about it on this app. But what else here? Yeah, whatever. Money's God, right? We worship the dollar like it's our God, and that's been happening for decades. So clearly, you know, people worship Bitcoin like it's the new God, you know, the new money that they can invest in and fix their lives with. But I don't know.
That's smart.
I've talked to investors, right, who are very pleased with themselves with how well Bitcoin's been doing the last few years.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, but the thing is, you know, if you were buying Bitcoin at 50,000 and you made 100% on your investment, I don't know what that time frame is, you know, based on the chart, but like you could look at stocks and like, dude, you could have bought Nvidia and made 400%. So like, why are you so fucking excited about Bitcoin? You know, it's irrelevant. It's just, what's your ROI? You know, what did you buy? What did you sell? And what's, I guess, your, you know, your risk, you know, quotient. So I don't know. I just kind of hate the Bitcoin room on here. I feel like it's a lot of toxic projection. There's no humility. There's a lot of, I think some of it's performative, you know, but the thing is I record stuff and I post it all over the internet. So it's like, to me, I'm glad when somebody puts on a very cocky, arrogant display because I want to publish that, you know?
Oh yeah. I think I did visit your website and I saw like I saw like a phone screen with all the Clubhouse users on there. I think that's what I remember seeing on the website.
Yeah.
Because you would publish that on your website. Yeah.
Yeah.
Am I remembering it correctly?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I thought.
Yeah. I think life is short. I mean, I bootleg Clubhouse, you know, but I also bootleg Elon Musk. I mean, you can go to adriandittman.com and watch 100 videos of Elon, you know, talking about everything under the sun.
Yeah. No, I was just remembering, but I don't know. I mean, like there's a lot of really, really unintellectual people on here, and that obviously poisons the rest of the community. If you're talking about like, you know, religion or atheism or crypto or the economy or politics, what have you. I mean, it's just like, if anywhere there's a room of like more than 15 people, you're going to hear some really, really like dumb takes.
Yeah.
And so I just, I think that's just the assumption. That's like a presupposition you should start coming on Clubhouse. Like, you're going to just run into a lot of really, non-intelligent people.
But do you think those people are here to try to like parasitize, the smarter people, or are they just predators themselves looking for dopamine?
They're just average folks. They're just average folks looking for some sort of entertainment that's not being offered in their life. Yeah, and obviously Clubhouse has made, this sort of like anonymous social interaction a lot easier and streamlined compared to like other platforms. It's extremely easy and user friendly to use Clubhouse, but at the same time, with like that ease of access, it allows a lot of like riffraff and just people who ought not be speaking publicly onto giving them some sort of like platform for their ideas. I don't know if it's like parasitizing anything or anyone, but maybe the low IQ are parasitizing the high IQ, maybe. But even still, it's just there's just too many people on here. There's not enough like barriers of access.
Yeah. I people want to do social justice, equity, and DEI real time in these rooms. Dr. Steve, Appel in another room. When you let racist, bigoted, incredibly low IQ psychopathic assholes just spew all kinds of hate because you really want to let people have that opportunity to speak, and you think that by letting them speak, you're doing like, I don't know, you're doing good, meaning that like it's important to let the most,
social reparations.
I'm just saying that some people think letting the most toxic people spew their hate is like good content, or it's essential to like release some kind of pressure valve. I'm just saying there's no education happening. There is no real education happening. Exactly. Like Elon Musk is kind of a good example of that, where he says, no one should even read Marcus Aurelius's Meditations. Stoicism is ridiculous. It wasn't even supposed to be read. It should have been burned. Stoicism, like, it's like, dude, you don't like books, so you're going to come on here and just like word vomit and think you're pontificating like real time, and you're letting your little click clip you for distribution so you can get your impressions, which is really just your dopamine. I mean, Toast, do you what is your theories on dopamine? Like, because the point is, we want to be productive, we want to have good outcomes. And to make money, you basically have to sell dopamine to a certain extent in the publishing industry. So like, how aware are you of your dopamine creation?
That's an excellent question. But I just wanted to touch on the sort of performative aspect real quick of like, allowing certain like people come on here and like spew hatred and like, try and create content or whatever. Like when you said like Steve Appel, like I've actually spent quite a bit of time with Steve and like talking to him sometimes. But you're right, it's like inherently toxic, and people just like want to have this like performance aspect of their life where they like think that they're doing some sort of like good or social good on here, and like allowing really bad people to like spew toxicity. And even Steve himself, like with a lot of his like leftist disgusting talking points, it's very much like this performance where he wants to like platform other people and like preach these things that he believes in, which is just like a lot of it's just like garbage and like inherently like dangerous for people or dangerous for society. And in so much as like let's say dopamine production and like the sense of dopamine, and I think like inherently you have to like speak to the internet or digital part of dopamine, since that so much of what we call dopamine production today is like kind of tied to the internet culture and the internet sort of experience. And I think the internet has always twisted and infected and sort of like maligned any sort of like sense of dopamine production. It's like it's unnatural. I don't believe that the internet should be tied to any sort of like dopamine production. And yet, for most everybody today, when they're like, not at work or they're not, doing their jobs or whatever, the internet is sort of like this self-serving, dopamine button, right? Just turn on the internet and like, dopamine production starts, right? So I think that's like really interesting, like how like a rat per se would like, engage with some sort of like, digital aspect, in which, we just are kind of like overgrown rats. But yeah, it's really unhealthy and like self-destructive in a lot of ways. Dopamine for centuries and decades, for all of humanity, right? It was something that had to be explored, in the physical world, and now like that's not the case anymore. It's all it's like this digital landscape now that we're looking for and trying to find like some sort of like dopamine production, something that scratches that itch and fits that urge for us. And I think it's very self-destructive. I've noticed that habit within myself, and I've seen that a lot with other people as well. From video games to pornography to gambling, and there's a lot of people who like seek that sort of dopamine production through those avenues, and it's oftentimes is very very bad for them.
Yeah, I mean the rat experiments with cocaine as being like, basically just another dopamine hit, or like a heroin addict's mind, meaning that like anyways, the point is, I think you could like write a history book. It would be called like the history of dopamine, or the history of human dopamine, because like you could look at World War II as looking like a groupthink, horrifically toxic dopamine event, a mass dopamine catastrophe, starting with Jew hatred and politically getting off on that dopamine and achieving power and more dopamine, and then armaments and more dopamine, and regime change and more dopamine. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just saying that, to me, I like to kill two birds with one stone. So when I get my dopamine fix, I want to try to like improve myself with the dopamine. And I mean, that's why I read books, and like I posted that link above, Shin Ming. I think it's like a good equilibration document, or a good diagnostic on your awareness or your consciousness. But yeah, I mean, I think that there is a subconscious communication happening all the time at the dopamine level. And this app, people are getting free talk therapy. They're getting their dopamine fix by getting their talk out, and you can actually document it and observe it. And Elon Musk is a good example, because when he starts a room, his dopamine, goes high, and he's talking, then he gets exhausted, and he peaked, like his dopamine creation peaked, and then he goes silent and he lets other people talk. But then sometimes, like last night, he was revved up even at the end of the room. His dopamine was peaking, and he said, I gotta go. He probably went back into his real life and was doing something. So I'm just saying that, to me, there's a huge subconscious dopamine communication happening all the time that you're not really aware of, or you are, or you like it, or you are, I'm just saying that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, yeah, and then also you have to sort of mention the social aspect on here, like humans as sort of like mammals, right, and like group seeking, societal seeking animals. We need that sort of like networking. We need that sort of like discussion. We need that sort of that urge, that fix. You can't live like life as a human like totally isolated and totally cut off from other people. So the internet and like just Clubhouse in general provides that sort of avenue where you can socialize, and in a world that's like increasingly very much like atomized, and in a world that's increasingly like isolates people, and like you don't really get as much anymore. It's more difficult to like see people, meet them in the real life. The digital landscape kind of provides that faux socializing experience that so many people, if not everybody, deeply needs as like and as an animalistic urge. So
the thing is that when you're this app is like being a professional poker player. If you've sat in online poker rooms and played 100,000 hands and then go into the real world, that you have like an edge over people now because you are aware of dopamine production. So like when my mom calls me, she's fighting her own anxiety and depression and wants to get her dopamine off by having a conversation with me, you know? It's her talk therapy. So like in the real world, if you're dating and you're meeting women and you're going out, I'm just saying this app gives me an awareness that other people I don't think know that what they're really doing is just trying to create dopamine for themselves.
To be totally honest with you, I think it goes a little bit deeper than merely like dopamine production. I think it's more of like, you know, inherently like soulful experience, like it's a spiritual experience that people have a very deep need for to communicate to others and like have their voice heard and to listen to other people. It's something that's been happening for, you know, all of humanity, right? It's not like it's, you know, dopamine production sure is like, you know, that's a point for sure, but like at the same time, like communication with other people is like it's so deeply intrinsic to the human experience. You couldn't live life without it unless like you were, you know, just living on a mountaintop or like, you know, living in total like, you know, isolation. Which again, like, you know, humans as like, you know, pack animals aren't really, you know, they're not known to do that. It's very, very rare to find someone who like completely isolates themselves. But like yeah, communication is so key with anything and everything. And I think like, you know, communicating with like, you know, friends and family, that's you know, it's just part of the human experience. And I think on here it's kind of like it's twisted in a way in a sort of digital sense where it's like it's not really natural. A lot of these people, you don't really know them that well, just, you know, talking to anonymous strangers on the internet. You know, they could be some, you know, you could be a murderer. I could be like some serial killer, like who knows, right? I could like torture bunnies that I'm keeping locked in my basement right now. And I think like that sort of anonymity on the internet is like deeply concerning sometimes with who you could be talking to. Rather than like real life, you're gonna probably find more well-adjusted individuals to engage with.
Not necessarily. I mean, you read horrible things in the news of people. They're not here on Clubhouse. Like, and in fact, if they were here on Clubhouse, they might have gotten the talk therapy they needed to not do these disastrous things in their life. The last question I want to bring up or state was that, you know, I like the statement that all communication is hypnosis. But even the word communication itself, if you look at it, it's a little bit like communism or, you know, com is in communication, like a .com, you know, it's whatever your domain name is, and it's a communication. So the point is, there's like smart dopamine addicts and there's stupid dopamine addicts. Again, going back to the thought that I want to kill two birds with one stone, that I don't want to waste the experience, that I want to try to achieve a higher level of consciousness or expand my consciousness, increase basically IQ, EQ. I'm just saying there's so much wasted dopamine being created on this effing app throughout the whole internet. And then even in offline conversations, there's a tremendous amount of dopamine created through communication, which is totally useless. You don't kill two birds, you gain nothing from the experience, and it's the same repetition or broken disc all the time, and people just keep doing it, like with no value, no value add. So I don't know, those are my thoughts.
You know, I like this thing I saw once about fake dopamine versus real dopamine. And fake dopamine can, like scrolling on social media and someone liking your post, like that gives you a temporary type of satisfaction that is really fleeting. It's like as soon as you get it, it's almost gone and you're on to the next. Like, who else is gonna like my post? And if other people don't, then you get disappointed. So yeah, that sucks. But also, I think
Rachel, for 1 second, like on X, you can, you know, hit the heart emoji and then that user's profile gets notified that you like their content. When you hit the heart as the user, it gives you a dopamine. And when the user sees your heart, it gives them a dopamine. So if you wanted to spam and create an X account with a ton of new followers, what you need to do is trigger someone's dopamine in order to get them to look at your profile to hit subscribe or follow.
Also, I was going to say, it also depends on how you use this app because, yeah, I think some people use it just to get their, like, aggression or their, take it out on somebody else, or their depression, take it out on somebody else, or whatever it is. But sometimes, like for me, I just use it very intentionally, and I've actually met several really close friends now from this app, and we talk off the app now. So it's not necessarily all bad, because sometimes you can find kindred spirits and develop friendships. And I've met several people off the app as well, and so like it can lead to connections increasing, but that's definitely rare.
I agree. It is rare. I was going to ask, have you ever met Jesus?
Who are you asking?
Anybody.
Sorry, what was the
I'm
question?
pretty sure nobody.
I'm pretty.
Are you talking about the historical Jesus or the spiritual philosophical teachings of Jesus?
I don't know. Does Jesus exist?
Does Jesus exist? Well, right now he does, because you brought him up and we're talking about him.
Okay, well, so you're saying that anything that is spoken about exists.
In the mind's eye, yeah.
I actually met Jesus. I did meet a Jesus. He's a Mexican.
Yeah, and you don't F around with the Jesus.
Well, his name was Jesus. Jesus.
Yeah, I know. We've all seen The Big Lebowski.
I mean, there's a lot of Jesuses.
So, if you're going to bring up Jesus, let me just ask the room, what were the secret teachings of Jesus?
Well, we don't know.
Erotic power. Tantra yoga. To kill children if they looked at you funny in the church.
In the chat?
They were a secret church, she said.
Yeah. The Gospel of Thomas.
Well, the Gospel of Thomas didn't exist because it's not in the Bible.
So.
And we don't know it exists because basically Jesus, how do we know he existed?
Does
just
the
because
Gospel
the
of
Bible
Thomas exist?
No, but just because a book says he existed doesn't mean he existed.
I've just realised who's talking. It's Paul C.
Yes, Enigma.
Parrot.
Okay, so can anyone tell me what the good news of the gospel is in just one sentence? I don't want to hear a paragraph or even two sentences. I want to hear one sentence. What is the gospel?
The gospel is that God killed himself for himself to make up the rules that he made so that he can have a relationship with automaton.
Amen, sister.
That's a paragraph.
It was a sentence. It didn't have any commas.
So, Enigma, let me ask you this. Do you agree, that if you look at the word God, the first two letters are go, and if you reverse it, the first two letters are do. So go, do, or do, go. Do you think that God is really just...
That the word God comes from the word Gott, which is Germanic, has nothing to do with English.
Oh, really? So there's a Yiddish expression. It says, Alles ist Gott. All is God. What do you think that means?
Yeah, it's a Germanic word.
I know. Did you hear what I just said? Alles ist Gott is Yiddish for all is God, meaning that everything is God. What does that mean?
So you're saying that if everything is God, then it can't be everything.
So nothing or everything or something or all or nothing. I mean, is God, life and death, death and life, all and nothing, nothing?
Everything doesn't exist. Because it's God.
Look what Goddess Shakti just wrote. Come. You have to income or you have to come in, which means go within. Go in, come.
I've never heard anything quite so stupid in my whole life.
Then why did you look in the mirror this morning? Why did you look in the mirror this morning if you haven't seen or heard anything stupid?
Because I very sensitive words to come up with some sort of, I don't know.
Well, Enigma, my favorite. You're English, right?
What's even written in English?
So you're a figment of our imagination, Enigma.
Okay, so Shakespeare said, "Words, words, 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 words." Enigma, is God a word?
He also said, all the world is a stage, and all the stage is the world. So, is God fiction?
I don't know. Is God nonfiction?
Well, according to Shakespeare, who you just quoted, he is fiction.
Are you God, Enigma?
So that means God doesn't exist.
God does not exist in this dojo, does he? No, sensei.
So my question is, the atheist who says there is no God, but then they have to know there's no God, has to believe in some kind of God to have a God. But also, when they're having sex, they also say, oh my God, I'm coming, oh my God, I'm coming. So an atheist
This guy's clearly mad. Yeah, no, oh my God, this guy's clearly insane. Yeah, no, he's off the rocker.
I know that you're a theist, but at least you can string a sentence.
Oh my God, I'm coming!
It's important to be able to string sentences along coherently, unless you're just going to be crazy like Cruelty.
Also, if you're dying, you're saying,
Can you shut up, Cruelty? Can you shut up, please? I'm done listening to it, man. You're disturbed. You're disturbed.
No, I like cool.
Seek professional help.
Hold on a second. Let me ask the room this question. I mean, you're on a social audio word app where we're exchanging words. If I'm gonna play a word game and try to make some totally, I'm just gonna make connections between words. I don't understand. Why does it get people so triggered when I try to invent and utilize words in a way to try to, express myself?
I've got a joke for you. Words? I've got a joke for you. Knock, knock.
Who's there?
God.
Get out of here. Which God are you talking about?
Exactly.
What?
Are you talking about the atheist God or the Buddhist God or the Hindu God?
Should we try it again? Should we try it again while you're
Go ahead, Enigma. Go for it.
Should we try it again while he doesn't talk over me? Okay, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Don't answer it. God.
I'm telling you.
God who?
Exactly. God who? Damn it.
Wait, did you say exactly as in EGGS?
X.
Oh, I see.
EX. Exactly.
I thought you were trying to make like a spiritual reference to the egg. It's like a
you
union
need to
with
brush
God.
your hair rather than worry about what I say because you look like a baby bird.
Brush my hair? I'm bald, madam, and I suffer from androgenic alopecia. Stop being a bigot against those who are bald.
Listen, alopecia comes from stress, so why are you stressing yourself out? Life's too short.
Because sometimes we make mistakes, miscalculations, and, our eyes are bigger than our stomachs.
And that's why we say, oh God, oh God, oh God, I'm coming.
Oh my God, I'm gonna come! Oh my God, I'm gonna come!
Wow.
Even on your deathbed, we're coming to God.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Could you imagine being on your deathbed? Like you just have minutes left to live and you're like, wait a minute. And let's say you've been an atheist. Let's just say you're an atheist for 30 years. Hardcore communist, socialist, wealth redistributionist atheist who hates Jesus, hates the concept of God because you think that God and religion are the root source of all evils ever and all of mankind.
Because you're afraid. And again, his pubes have now probably got alopecia.
My God, I think I'm gonna come.
You have a, oh my God, coming to God moment when you're dying of heart attack.
Jesus Christ, I think I'm gonna come.
How did God
Oh my God, I think I'm gonna come.
Did Jesus die?
Did Jesus die?
According to the Bible, the man died on a cross.
So if he died, are we saying that God died?
Jesus. We do not know if he was.
No, his name wasn't Jesus. It was Yeshua.
God did not
Which translates to Joshua.
The Son of God died.
The Son of God died. The Son of God.
He committed suicide.
The Son of God died each day when the sun set. The Son of God is.
So Mary is a professor. So Mary.
You cannot commit suicide when you're.
So Mary took over
He
the
committed
role
suicide, remember?
of Astarte. Because Astarte was El's wife.
He did not put his nails in himself. He did not put the nails
Well,
in his feet. He did
Judas
not
hung
die.
himself.
He didn't do nothing to stop it.
But he let the people do it.
He was born to die.
He was judged
so
by man.
He committed
He was
suicide.
judged by
Just
man.
Get your head out of your ass,
He
man.
cannot commit suicide if he was judged by the people. The people were the one who judged him. And he
Are you
forgave
good?
them.
What
are you talking about, man?
Are you with it, Kofi? Who was it that told
God,
Joshua?
The Son of
Who was
God did not commit suicide.
Who was it that said,
He was
you
judged
can
by man.
decide, but this will be the outcome? Who was it that said that?
He did not say that, though.
Well, just Pilate said, in the spirit, I will release one prisoner to you. Okay? That was his decision to do. Therefore, he was the one that ordered his execution.
Yes. God did not order his own death. He accepted the consequences of the people.
So you're now saying then, that Jesus
Accepted the
God's plan
consequences of
was
men.
not for Jesus to die. So God's plan was not for Jesus to die. Is that what you're saying?
No, I never said that.
So the people that killed Jesus did a service to him. You know, because that's what he needed to do for everyone's sins. So the people that killed Jesus were actually, you know, his savior.
Serving the Lord, they were actually doing God's will. If you think about it, because God was sending his son to
The Pharisees who Jesus said, you hypocrites, you this, you that, and whatever, and the Sadducees and the Romans and everything, all of these people should be revered for what they did then.
I mean,
Do you know what revered means?
Jesus did not commit suicide.
Yes, he did.
Jesus did commit suicide.
Wait, didn't Jesus commit infanticide since he killed himself?
Well,
he did not kill himself. He let the people of the world. He let the sinners kill him. He did not kill himself.
Wait, cool. See, is there a connection or an allusion or a metaphor between Abraham and Isaac and God the Father and Jesus the Son?
The Son of God did not kill himself.
The sons of God were demigods. Jesus is a demigod. He's not even a full-blown God.
He is the Son of God.
He's a demigod.
He had the power of flight, so he could have flown over there any time. So he killed himself, fella. Come on now.
Yeah.
Why would you fight out of it when it was
Because
your
you're about
job?
to be dead, so therefore you killed yourself, man.
I also believe that.
Man, come on.
No one put the nails
Come
in his
on,
hand, and he can't put his
Yeah.
nails in his hand.
He made those nails go in his hand.
He didn't do nothing to stop it, but he could have. That's suicide.
Yeah, all things happen in accordance with God, apparently.
He allowed the humans of the time frame to persecute.
No, he made them do it psychically.
No, he didn't make him.
Using
He allowed them.
telepathy and
He allowed
telepathy.
He allowed the people to persecute him. They were allowed to persecute.
Jesus was a New Age hippie who was more likely to be gay because, you know, he was quite, some of the stuff he said was quite nice. You know, he even went against his God on a lot of the stuff, like stoning people.
Did you just say that Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, is gay?
Yeah, he probably was, because he said, it is said in the Bible, Jesus loved all his disciples, but he loved John the most. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Also, he never took a wife, and when he was captured, he was found in the garden with a naked boy. So what's that all about? No, Mary Magdalene. No, Mary Magdalene became the first nun. She was not allowed to sleep with anyone.
Was that not Jesus' son in the garden with him that he was trying to dress?
No, because it was an
he
adult.
had a kid with Mary Magdalene.
It was an adult boy.
No, you just said it was a boy in the garden.
Yeah, I meant boy or girl. Alright, a man, a naked man, a young man, who was about 20.
That was his son.
So Jesus had his son when he was 13.
That's the last we hear of him when he married
Are you stupid? Are you stupid?
Men back then, and people were having kids at young ages back then.
When did Jesus start his ministry?
Oh, he left his household around the 13 and until 30, no one heard of him.
No, he started his ministry at age 30 when he turned the water into wine at the wedding. You don't know your Bible, you don't know your stories.
He was 30.
You're ridiculous. Get out here. Get out here. You're a fake Christian.
Get out of here.
You're fake.
The time frame he left his house was 30.
Liar.
The time frame he left his
Jesus
house
said,
was 30. He had
many will call my name on that day, Lord, Lord. I will say to them, you don't need from me, because I never need you.
You're right
Demon.
on that. You're right on that. But from the time he was 13 or left the house of his mother.
No, he stayed at home.
Mary Magdalene. No.
He stayed at home and became a carpenter. He didn't get married because he was a homosexual.
No, he was married till 30.
And people called him rabbi, and it would have been very weird for a rabbi to not have a wife.
5 or 6. The kid was 5 or 6 years old.
Come on, what's wrong with Jesus liking a bit of dick?
What do you want?
Whoa. I mean, David and Jonathan were gay lovers.
So men, when they were shepherds and carpenters, left their household when they were 13 or when they were teenagers. So from the time he was teenager till the time he was 30,
he would have gone through his...
no documentation of his history from like once he left his mother's house till 30. There was no documentation of him. So he was married to Mary Magdalene. They had a kid, and that's the child he was.
I don't love dick, Hammer. Hammer said that I love
That's such
dick.
an inappropriate thing to say too to such a lovely young lady. Like
I'm not into dick, unfortunately. I am a lesbian. I like tits and pussy.
Well, that's because you're an enigma. A figment of our imagination.
Yeah, and your name does not suit you. I think
well,
it's
quite cool, and my name begins with C. So
you're not cool at all.
And a place to be on the MIC. I'm kicking it around. Place to be with Adrian Dittman, the .com bitches.
So what Enigma and Cool C, what do you get out of arguing in this manner? Like what is your goal?
Dopamine, darling, dopamine.
Yeah, we were talking about false dopamine earlier.
That's about the only thing you get.
Yeah.
You don't get nothing else than dopamine.
What a lovely thing. Listen, when I come on here, I come on here for a laugh. To meet cool people.
Watch the way you're talking.
To fight with the silly ones.
The other dopamine is you're getting your voice heard on the YouTube.
Calm down, darling.
The other dopamine you're getting is the fact that you're on YouTube right now.
Why are you stressing out? Calm down. I don't know no questions for mine.
You're getting enigma.
Come on, calm down.
Dopamine you're getting is the fact that you're on the internet right now.
Just slurring your words now, darling. Come on.
I'm a trucker. I'm not slurring my words.
Just 2 seconds.
That's what you said last time.
Trucker. Yeah, 2 seconds is all you're able to manage, isn't it? But anyway. So in answer to Rachel's question, in answer to Rachel's question, this is entertainment. It's just, I'm not really arguing with him. Paulson is probably a lovely guy who has verbal diarrhea though, but he's probably a lovely guy. I have nothing against him. And yeah, if he's going to give it, I'm going to give it.
From Adrian Denman is the high you're getting because you're on the internet from Adrian Denman. That's why you're in this room.
What is wrong? Who hurt you in life?
It's the dopamine you
Who
say you're
hurt
getting.
you in life? We'll see.
It's the dopamine you're getting, Enigma, from being in the room.
Don't get jealous because I'm having a dopamine hit and you're not. It sounds to me like you're having more of an adrenaline rush.
It's actually all over the internet right now by Adrian Denman. And that's why you like that.
You've said that 6 times now, Paulsy. Do you think I didn't do it the first time? I chose to ignore it the first time. I didn't think I wanted you to say it. So yeah, Rachel, sorry about that, darling. So that's the reason.
So see, you're lucky to be that person. I'll slap the shit out of you, fella. You acting real disrespectful.
I can't help a bitch like her only wanting 2 seconds. And the fact that it's on the internet, she's getting the dopamine hit from it.
Listen, you can call me anything. You can call me bitch. You can call me cunt. You can call me dyke. I don't give a fuck. At the end of the day, I came on here, had my dopamine hit. You got upset about it because you're jealous.
I'm not upset.
Let's be honest.
You're just happy you're on the internet for once. Because Adrian Denman's blasting you all over YouTube right now.
I don't care.
Giving you the shit and giggles you want for your life. Because that's all you're worth is the shit and giggles that you're doing.
What the hell? I don't consent to any of that.
Whenever I put my voice out on the internet, I allow anybody to use anything that I say or I do.
Adrian Denman's room is everybody's being posted directly on the internet. So even
Why
if you don't give a shit,
saying that? That's the 8th time you've said that.
even if you don't give a shit, you're actually getting on the internet and getting recorded for free on the internet on YouTube.
Wonderful. Thank you,
So
Adrian.
the fact that you're in his room and you don't consent to it, you're
I am
accepting
consenting to
it.
it.
That's a cool thing.
I am consenting to it.
Well, no, I mean, whoever said
I don't consent to it.
Someone said they didn't consent to it.
That was Daniel. That was Daniel up in the corner. We all heard it.
Daniel said he doesn't consent to it, but the fact that he's actually in Adrian Denman's room, he's actually being recorded and blasted all over the internet and YouTube right now.
What?
Lovely.
What are you talking about?
Well, right now you're on the internet.
Oh my goodness, he said it 10 times now. We got it the first time you said it. You don't need to keep saying it.
Well, Adrian did get it. He's asking what he meant.
See, now you made him wait.
He just left the room.
You made him feel self-conscious.
Oh, he should be. If you don't want
You know
to be
what?
recorded,
Hey, you know what, Cool C? You're a real piece of work.
so are you. But I understand the fact that I'm on the internet. And that's why God didn't kill himself. He was
Bro, you don't even
suicidal.
know me, man.
And that's why I'm a trucker here, trying to, just enjoy my time and talk to you crazy motherfuckers.
Okay, so I want to thank all of you for coming to Atheist's Low IQ Room. I'm going to read some biblical passages, and then I would just like to discuss a few of the things that I've read. Okay, everybody, put your thinking caps on. Take the deepest breath of the day and hold it for 10 seconds. This is the confidence we have in approaching God, that if we ask anything according to his will, he hears us. The joy of the Lord is your strength.
The Lord gives strength to his people. The Lord blesses his people with peace. Joyful is the person who finds wisdom, the one who gains understanding. Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek,
thou shalt receive. Yes.
Seek, and you will find. Knock, and the door will be open to you. Do not worry about tomorrow, for tomorrow will worry about itself. Commit to the Lord.
What she said the last time I fucked her.
Commit to the Lord whatever you do, and your plans will succeed. I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans for welfare and not for evil, to give you a future and a hope. Know that wisdom is such to your soul. If you find it, there will be a future, and your hope will not be cut off. The fruit of the Spirit.
That means my dick won't be cut off?
The fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness, and self-control. Against such things there is no law. The Lord will guide you always.
That's what he said.
Okay, so those are some biblical passages. Oh,
That's what she said last night.
She left. I was hoping, the whatever her name was, she was going to be able to say something. Enigma, yeah. Anyways, to me, though, I have these little flashcards of biblical verses. I bought it at a Bible bookstore, and just reading these cards out loud, to me, it's just like terrific wisdom. And people who really hate God or hate Jesus or hate religion or it's like they're anti-wisdom. They're anti-words. They just want to talk and get their dopamine.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's like throwing out the baby with bathwater. Like there's not some wisdom to be had.
Okay, overall though, there's no analytics in this app, but overall this has been a successful room. It's been fun, but alas, we all must make preparations for the future by taking action now. Therefore, I bid you adieu, farewell, Rachel, Cool C, Brian, Harlequin, and all the future listeners. Any final last thoughts or words? Does anyone want to say a prayer for our peace, our harmony, our joy, our love?
May the force be with you.
May the force be with you as well. Okay, have a great afternoon, and God bless you all. Talk to you soon. Bye.
I like you that way.
I am funny. I'm funny when I have certain substances. Like if I have, it doesn't matter.
That's true. That's true.
But then I promptly fall asleep, and that's the problem. So and also since I had the surgery, I can't really drink.
Have you ever had a woman in your life?
To be honest.
Yeah, to be honest, yeah.
Into my stack.
Right, that's why you're down to 23 ounces of gold. You know, you were up to 55 at one point.
Oh, got it.
I'm so glad that I never owned physical gold or silver or anything. Never owned any of that shit.
Hey, Donald, have you
Yeah,
adjusted your 6.15 Bitcoin strategy at all based on the bullishness of everything right now?
I don't. What does that mean?
Well, I mean, just there's so many, tweets of people that are like, oh, if you own 0.1 Bitcoin, you're set. And,
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
Are you asking me if 6.15 is still the number?
yeah, like, is that like still your mantra?
I think for rich people, sure, but like I think it would be quite unreasonable of me to demand that the average person attempt to get 6.15 Bitcoin when that's like $600,000. The average person doesn't have, nor will they ever have 600,000 liquid dollars.
I think you should stick with it.
No.
It gets detached from reasonability, but Kathy, I do think, and I don't know if there's a particular stat number, but if you're in your 20s and you put, $200 a month into Bitcoin every month for your entire 20s, you're going to be just fine by the time you're in your 60s. And, that's the reality of it.
You know what's funny, Mohan? I don't know if you've seen this, but the Tate brothers have been telling people to get 21 Bitcoin. And I just find that hilarious because they're 10 years late to that number.
It's an insane number.
It isn't insane. I mean, no, it's a great. You're telling people to get $2 million worth of Bitcoin.
Back when that was telling someone put, $3,000 into Bitcoin, it was beyond reasonable. And then it was like, hey, put $10,000 into Bitcoin, it was beyond reasonable. But I don't know, man. I tell people to do what I did, right? Which is, look, just take a couple $100 a month, just buy Bitcoin with it, and then don't touch it for 40 years. That's all you got to do,
Yeah.
Stop touching it for 40 years.
401k and put it into Bitcoin instead.
No, great. I'm not even joking. If you have student loans, fucking stop making student loan payments. Just buy Bitcoin. See which one works out better in 20 years.
I think when I came into Bitcoin, the 21 Club was it's probably about $10,000.
Which is still a very reasonable number to hit as a normie. Like, you can do that in a year. You can clip that off in a year.
Yeah, it is reasonable. It's more reasonable. When I was telling people to get 6.15 when I started, it was $30,000.
Yeah.
Which is a little more unreasonable.
No, but that's a multi-year goal. That's like a down payment on a house.
Well, it was always supposed to be a stretch goal,
Are you loading magazines right now, Otto?
No, that's just your ears playing tricks on you.
Hey, Mom, did you guys hear that they apprehended the New York guy who burned the lady?
Good. I look forward to people pretending that is in any ways as important as that stupid United guy, because I feel like Trend Agua or whatever the fuck it's called going.
Did they honestly just kick me from that room? I can't believe it.
when I was in middle school and early high school.
Gonna get
Moderator, so it's well, I'm gonna bring up Harriet.
some ways.
Someone else wants to speak.
You know that
We'll see. What did you say?
Fucking no ball. Wow. Fucking there it is.
Just showing the demonetization of gold in real time. If anybody would care to look at it.
It's not just gold. I mean, gold is the thing I think it's drawing the most from, but it really is going after everything. I have it in my mind where it's like every single time I evaluate buying property, I go, why? Bitcoin's just better.
Yeah. It would be a stupid thing for you to do to buy property, honestly.
So I just think like, but even if you think about properties like a cash flowing asset, like it just, there's so much shit that doesn't clear the Bitcoin hurdle rate.
I think I'm gonna get a mortgage on my next place and just put the rest into Bitcoin.
Taylor just replied to Bezos' tweet about the $600 million thing being bullshit, saying 600 million would buy a lot of Bitcoin.
Most folks will still look at that chart and say, well, look, it's going up. Gold is still going up.
No, but dude, like, this is also the thing about gold that's nonsensical. Gold is not a hedge to inflation. Because the problem with gold is that even if it maintains purchasing parity, because your taxes are dollar denominated, you now have a wealth tax against your gold because gold's not clearing the hurdle rate of the asset value and the tax rate, right? So if you have, let's say you have $1 million in gold, right? And all assets inflate by 2x. Now you have $2 million of gold. You sell your gold, you now have 1.5 million worth of purchasing parity, right? Not 2 million worth of purchasing parity. So like the only way you actually have a hedge against inflation is if it clears the hurdle rate of capital appreciation and the tax cost of the phantom gain of the inflation.
But Mohan, won't that be the same problem for Bitcoin once it monetizes?
I mean, I don't ever see that day happening in my lifetime, but I'm just saying that like Bitcoin always clears both the inflation rate and the tax rate. I mean, in your scenario where you're saying, won't that be a problem for Bitcoin when Bitcoin gets monetized? We won't have inflation if Bitcoin is the asset to which the dollar's denominated in, right? It's sort of like a self-correcting problem.
Your Bitcoin isn't going up, bro. It's the dollar going down.
I think right now Bitcoin's definitely going up, but
I'm not hearing that. I hate that line.
No, I mean it is true though that like $70,000 Bitcoin 2 years ago is like $85,000 Bitcoin today.
Of course, the devaluation of the dollar certainly plays a factor, but Bitcoin is a nascent technology and it's growing, and that's why I'm in it, to generate wealth.
That's why we're all here. We're not here to bank the unbanked. Nobody gives a fuck about that. Don't say that shit.
Hey, listen, you fucking New Age Bitcoiners with your don't bank the banked. I was told by Mr. Bitcoin that Bitcoin will succeed when you can buy a cup of coffee in Calcutta with it. And that was the mission statement of Bitcoin.
Nobody who's ever used the phrase "bank the unbanked" has given a single fuck about poor people ever. Including myself. If you ever heard me say it, I didn't give a fuck when I said it.
I was lying.
Bitcoin allows you to generate a bunch of wealth, but then explain you're in it for different reasons.
Oh, David, are you still in the room? Where is he? Yeah.
It's important so we don't get Luigi Mangione.
Yeah.
Did you hear what Coinbase said about USDC last week or a couple days ago?
No, with this.
So they announced that if you have USDC in Base, like Base their L2, on your own self-custody wallet, with no KYC, they'll give you a 4% interest rate on the USDC that you hold in your wallet that's in the Base protocol. So they just added a savings rate to self-custody USDC.
So it's 4% if it's non-KYC, and is it like 8% if it is KYC?
Nope. It doesn't matter. It's just you hold USDC in your Ethereum wallet, but that USDC is wrapped in the Base L2. No KYC, no whatever. They're just going to start emitting rewards to people equivalent to a 4% APY in USDC on USDC terms, and they're just holding treasuries and clearing the difference.
So Tether's gonna go back.
Maybe. Let me look up the article for this because a friend told me about it. I haven't seen the article with my own eyes, but I believe them. But it'll be completely non-custodial, non-bank account returns. Oh, okay. So here's the difference. It's 5% if you're on Coinbase and KYC, and 4% if you're just using the Base protocol and there's no KYC.
Yeah, I mean, I guess people still probably won't trust it, so Tether will still exist, but I would think that that'll have a pretty significant impact on USDC.
I think the most significant impact will actually be on the holders. So like, you know how there are all these AMMs that have USDC as a pair? That's free money for the person who's like managing the contract. So you're going to see a bunch of those aggregators not do USDT pairs, but switch to USDC pairs. Does anyone in normal banking pay 4%, not at a savings rate, but just for having it in your like checking account?
They do with a bunch of terms. So Kelly would think she has like 4.25%, and she has to do 12 debit card transactions. So that's probably some kind of a small institution that has under 10 billion in assets and is still exempt from the Durbin Amendment. But yeah, I mean there are whatever. If you look it up, there are like up to 6%. Interest on savings accounts, but it's usually for small amounts of money.
If I were some random Argentinian, I would be fucking, having USDC earning 4% on it instead of any type of Argentinian bank account.
Mohan, yeah, it's simply acting as a money market mutual fund, and there's thousands of them in the brokerage world, right?
Yeah, but there's not thousands of them with zero KYC that you use in a smart contract.
Yeah, correct. And they're also, but you're not getting SIP, you're not getting any kind of backing. Coinbase goes down, for example. There's no SIPC for them. Of course, no FDIC. And money market funds aren't insured as either. Even if they're held in treasuries, they're not insured. But I think we've all been waiting for a product where you earn interest realistically based on the underlying securities held within Tether or USDC, i.e. their treasuries or their commercial paper.
Mm-hmm.
So it's about time they start acting like money market funds. But I thought, previously somebody told me that they would have to be classified as a security or whatever if they did pay out. So that's why they were paying out.
Coinbase has gotten super aggressive the moment Gensler stepped down. They've been listing a shit ton of tokens. They've been announcing a bunch of new products. They've gotten extremely aggressive in the past 2 weeks.
On USDC is Circle now, not Coinbase technically, but I think Coinbase now owns like 10% of Circle or something else.
Okay, thanks for the distinction. I forgot about that.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're paying 5% because there's no treasury right now earning 5% right now. You know, treasuries are really at the 4%.
I looked it up. So it's 4% on Base and it's 4.35 on Coinbase.
Yeah, that makes more sense because 5% was kind of last month or 2 months ago. Now everybody's earning 4%, and if you're in a prime money market fund, in other words, prime money market funds have commercial paper underlying, so those are paying a little bit higher. You can usually generate I think the Schwab money market, institutional money market or money market's paying about 4.35 right now. SWVXX.
You know what would be a genius product is to give somebody 10%, and then just do a blended basis with Bitcoin and treasuries, and you keep the rest. So you take all the money that they're giving you, you invest into Bitcoin and treasuries, and then you take the gains for yourself and you give them back 10%.
I like that model, but most of the people that are investing in these stable, they just want their money back. They want a 1-for-1, and just earn a little bit of interest. But it's a pretty good idea.
It's sort of what MSTR implied they're going to offer with the additional products stuff in that last quarterly earning.
Yeah. I used to call it the boomer annuity, but it's the same idea, and you can apply it to all manner of businesses. But the idea is basically you invest in Bitcoin, and then you give somebody a small percentage of the Bitcoin gains, and that's it. That's the whole idea. And you just keep enough cash on hand so that you can pay out even when Bitcoin is dipping. So it's a rebalancing strategy on the flow, basically.
Yeah, the only problem is that people are going to pull money when Bitcoin's crashing because that's when they want to buy Bitcoin and get out of the only 10% thing, But yeah, otherwise.
Well, I think you don't do it as a Bitcoin product. You sell it to a different audience, and that way.
No, I know, but you're going to have to disclose that this is what you're doing, so that's only going to be Bitcoin people that are going to use it, and then
Yeah. You could just say something that makes it we generate yield using a variety of treasury strategies, including some unique digital asset plays.
Treasury and option strategy.
Translation, we just buy Bitcoin, you stupid boomer.
That's like the Grant Cardone strategy, right? They're the real estate and Bitcoin together. I don't know how that's going to work.
Yeah, neither does Mars. He was on a phone call with them. You should have heard that.
Mars was on with the Cardones.
You didn't see that?
No. Is it real or just a meme?
No, it's basically he called that phone number for Grant's fund that they're doing, and the guy was super aggressive and couldn't tell him what clips from Clubhouse. Charles, you ever seen it? I'll find it. I'll post it.
Yeah, I gotta go look at that. I called Peter Schiff. I called Peter Schiff's place one time, and I got their fax number, and then I doxed their fax number on Twitter. Which I thought was hilarious.
I told you when I was in Puerto Rico, I worked in the same building as Euro Pacific Capital, right?
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I found it. I posted it in the chat.
Oh, okay. I was about to post it up top. If someone could play it, that's funny as hell. You should listen to it. The dude is he's so bad at what he's doing, but they're still gonna make so much money off this. Such bad scammers.
What's Euro Pacific Capital's AUM? Is it still like 40 million? Because I know it's been 40 million for forever.
Didn't he get shut down? Didn't the Fed shut him down?
No, it was so.
Oh, there was like a different thing, yeah.
So it was the choke point bullshit, and the Feds came in and shut down almost every single credit union in Puerto Rico that wasn't like one of the major banks. And the Euro Pacific bank charter, got caught up in that. But it wasn't Euro Pacific Capital, it was just his bank charter.
Yeah.
Great.
Interesting.
JC's not here. No.
Only 5 more mags to go.
I was just about to say, my thumb is fatigued just listening.
My fingers are tired, bro. How many did I just do?
You get ready.
This is 50. This is 50 mags.
Get ready for tomorrow?
Oh, I go every morning. So I usually load up the range bag to have about 5 days worth of shit in it. And I do handgun stuff 4 days of the week. Rifle stuff and shotgun stuff the other 3 days of the week. It's very therapeutic.
Mag loader, don't you?
Yeah, I use mag loader. Doesn't everybody?
Yeah, I would hope so.
Yeah. I want to do handgun stuff with you. I just dropped about 500 on ammo just now, like an hour ago.
Ooh, what'd you get? Where'd you get it from?
It's a place in LAX ammo. It's like I have to buy shit in person. Can't get shit.
Oh, yes. Because I was going to tell you, Florida just hooked me up with a really good deal on Blazer 9mm.
I mean, I'm pretty happy because I've been just buying match ammo for the longest time for my 6.5, but I'm going to take go with a buddy in a few days who for sure is not shooting sub MOA, so like, it doesn't matter. And if I'm going to let him get a bunch of rounds off, then, why wait for better stuff?
Dude, I had my first guy come up to me the other day at the rifle range and be like, hey, do you collect brass? I was like, no, buddy. And he was like, well, do you mind? And I was like, I don't mind. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like the way they say it is like they're hungry and they haven't eaten in a while.
Dude, they're so thirsty.
It's like, mind if I chew on these?
That's some real nice brass you got over there, Bisha.
I can see why women feel uncomfortable because I'm a 6'3" man who weighs 240 pounds and I had a rifle in my hand and I still was uncomfortable, you know? I was like, is this guy trying to rape for my brats?
Couldn't tell if you wanted to fight.
Are you trying to party? What? With them sweet lips? I mean, hey, can I get your brat? That's the vibe.
You should do that. I mean, you shouldn't for many reasons, but next time you're in the range, just go up to a guy and be like,
Trying to party with those sweet lips?
be like, hey, you look cute. And he'll be like, what? He'll be like, I said, are you using me, Brett?
That is some shit I would do. That's funny as fuck.
You look cute. Excuse me? I said, do you like to shoot?
Do you come here often? What? I said, are you shooting 308? That's good stuff. Fun stuff. Alright, I just go.
That's my biggest thing. I really just wanna. I wish I could just walk out my back door
And shoot. Yeah.
Like, but you you need some more specific.
I've been looking into those laws and properties, man. I'm also taking the other route, finding some of the best private shooting clubs and courses and trainers in the state, and then just buying a baller ass house near that.
Yes. So that's, dude, Florida, that's what I have right now. I have a nice house within 3 minutes of the range. And let me tell you, it rules. Because there's a mile-long range 3 minutes from here, you know?
That is super legit.
It's one, dude, honestly, it's one of the best setups. I would put it up there with best setups in the whole country. Because there's like a really, like if you were a baller, there's $20 million homes right here, you know? Because we're up by the mountains. Because everybody who's rich lives by the mountains. So like, yeah, if you were a big dick baller and you wanted to fucking have a dope private range, like, it's right there, bro, 500 acres, you know? And there's no taxes out here, baby.
Yeah, Florida too. It's really nice.
That's the thing about the desert, is like, the desert sucks, but it also rules, you know? There's like so much freedom out here that like, even though you're like, yeah, it's hot and it's dirty and there's poison bugs, but like, there's so much freedom. Because they can't get, you know, like, okay, if you live in Malibu, they can be like, if you don't do this, then if you don't pay me all your money, then you're not allowed to live here anymore. And you'll be like, oh, okay, you're so hot, Malibu. I'll do what you want. Right? But the desert gets mouthy and like, you need to take me out. And you're like, bitch, fuck you. I ain't taking you nowhere. Alright? This is the desert. Shut up. Be grateful I'm here.
Well, Florida's the same. We got some swamplands. We get a hurricane every 3 years that actually matters. Some mosquitoes. And if you can handle that.
So many mosquitoes. That's why I can't handle Florida.
Oh, running a bath.
Yeah, it's really rainy towards December. That little body of water that I'm talking about just turns into a giant still puddle that'll last for 2 months. Mosquitoes love it. So do armadillos.
Dude, I do have to say though, having the nice private range so close is very expensive. Because for a long.
Because
of ammo.
Your own.
Yeah. Because bro, I'm so addicted to going, and it's so close and so easy. Like, dude, like when the kids nap, I go over and pop off shots for 30 minutes and then come back. It's fucking amazing. I do it all the time. It's amazing.
It's like taking a cigarette, dude.
It's so good. And yeah, dude, I bet you, no joke, this year I go through like between $15,000 and $20,000 worth of ammo.
You're gonna end up on a list, Huddle, buying all that ammo.
They're gonna be like, what do you do with all this ammo? And I'll be like, I just love shooting, my guy.
I remember.
And then they're gonna be like, now you're on another list.
Well, I just did that. I was like, I was talking to this guy about going to shoot, and I'm like, oh, I haven't checked recently. My stockpile should probably just make sure that I have enough. So I just bought a bunch more, and then I came home and put it with the other bunch more that I bought last time. So,
You don't realize though,
it
like
just means I don't go enough. That's it.
ammo is such a small shipping container. You order 10,000 rounds, you show up, you look at your front porch, you're like, that's it? That's 10?
Yeah, but then it's like I have probably in my safe right now. I probably have 15,000 rounds, and it's very small. It doesn't take up much space at all.
Yeah, I like to buy 5,000 counts of 22 LR bricks.
Like you feel like when you're
so
buying.
when I think about all my bullets, I'm like, wow, it's so many bullets.
I'll just buy that Glock that's a 22. Which one?
Pablo, you're gonna get solenoid. It's so dirty.
What 22 LR?
All AR platforms are dirty as shit.
Yeah, I want to say June has this recommendation as well, but Smith & Wesson has a pretty decent $500 22 AR.
Yeah, what's that? The M&P Sport chambered in 22.
I'm also a fan of the conversion kits. It's really just a 22 magazine and swapping out your bolt for the 22 bolt. It works. It doesn't damage your gun past being really fucking dirty, as stated.
Did you guys see that video floating around on Twitter with the guy who's got the 60? It's like a 60 cal setup chambered in 20. It's like a belt gun. It's a belt fed 22.
Oh, it's beautiful. Him marking up that metal target.
Yeah, dude, that's so sick. I'm like, I want to get one of
It's like artwork. It reminds me of raining paintballs back in the day.
I was shooting in a 22 long range league for a while because it's challenging as shit. So I got a Ruger precision rifle chambered in 22. It's probably one of my favorite.
I didn't understand that was a big thing. One of the clubs that I was looking at, they've got like the largest and most competitive 22 long rifle, bench rest, long distance shooting. They've got the big tournament every year. I didn't even really think that was a thing. But yeah, it's just a bunch of old retired white guys who just want to sit there and shoot all day.
Makes sense. Because 22 LR is like significantly cheaper, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, if you really want to shoot fucking all day, 5 cents a trigger pull is better than 75 cents or $1 plus on other precision rifle rounds.
Totally.
And it's just hard, man. Like wind, there's a lot of factors. And I'll tell you this, if you got any experience with 22 rounds, it's almost all garbage. Like even the expensive 22 CCI fucking whatever name, it's, I don't know, it's like hit or miss. You could shoot probably 20 rounds and you're going to have 13 different placements on them.
That's interesting.
Bro, if you were to grab like those, you see those big bricks or like the bucket of 22 ammo, that shit is so inaccurate. You probably could be standing in front of a piece of paper 10 feet away and miss with some of these.
Bro, what was I gonna say? I'm looking up 22 right now. Just to see what the cost is versus 9mm, because that's what I shoot the most of.
Dude, Huddle. 5,000 rounds for $280.
Oh, really?
So cheap.
It's that cheap.
Oh my god, it's so much cheaper.
Even like the expensive shit.
The deals that I find, I aim for 5 cents taxed and shipped to my front door.
How much am I at 22 on this list?
Yeah, you can find it.
Yeah, look.
That's the beauty of 22. It's just basically
it's so cheap.
It's like, I don't know.
And it's got like no recoil, so like women and children can shoot it easy.
Yeah, and then there's always that dude that's stockpiling it for whatever reason. It's like that guy that owns a bunch of silver. Like, no one knows why. Like, what are you going to do with all that silver? What are you going to do with all that 22 ammo in the apocalypse?
Dude, I can't believe that 5,000 rounds are $300.
I feel like you're talking about me, John.
I knew it. It's always somebody.
Is it super annoying to load?
I have a couple guns in 22.
Fuck yeah, dude.
So it's like much more annoying to load.
It's just time consuming, right?
It's gonna be the same. It's gonna be the same.
The nice thing though
It's
with 22
easier in
is you
some
can get
ways
those
'cause
big
it's
ass
so
banana
light.
clips.
It's a lot easier to teach my wife to shoot with 22, so I just bought a bunch.
Yeah, I will go back to the original point of 22 LR just being kind of a shitty bullet, like most rimfire bullets are. So you're gonna just experience more general failures, which is a training and something to learn.
That's true.
As you go anyway. Your rifle goes click.
I mean, bro, the typical amount of money that I spend on an order of ammunition for 9mm, I could get 20,000 rounds.
It's nice to have. Like I said, it feels good too. You have a lot of something. It's like a shitcoin.
This is Huddle's XRP for this segment.
Wait, what'd you say?
Florida said that it's like a shitcoin, and I said this, 22 ammo is going to be your XRP of this.
Is I would say just going to the range is my way to combat activity bias this cycle.
Please don't scroll.
Makes me not want to do other stupid shit.
22 ammo would be a good way to bring your costs down quite a lot on that range.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Otto, I'm going through my shit to tell you what the good stuff is. The good.
Yeah, what's the best? Like, what do you think would be best?
CCI Stingers. This is what I would shoot long range with, 1,600 feet per second. Well, 1,640 feet per second. And then there's also CCI Mini Mag 22 LR HPs. These are hollow points, not as fast though.
Yeah, I have those, the CCI Mini Mag and the other one.
Do you think that'd be good for handgun shooting too?
Yeah, that's like the best. Some of the best 22 ammo you can get. It's sold in a much smaller package, so I think it's a lot easier for that. I'm gonna buy some ammo right now, and then I'll help me get a gun. It's currently have a 22. That's the market right there. It's not looking back at like old ammo purchases. It's like old Bitcoin purchases. I have the box 9mm max this year, $10.99. This is gotta be for me. Which CCI did you say? The 22 LR Stinger.
Two. Yeah, no problem. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay, sounds good. Okay. What is going on?
Just like the Hulk, which is called hydro tipping, where a thin film of colors is placed on the water, which
cards just do exactly as I do. But the young man took his words a little too literally. He picked up the empty pizza boxes with one hand and the pizza peel with the other. But surprisingly, it worked. It made him question his own reality. Kobe Bryant threw his game-worn arms.
Hope's brought up a very interesting point, which is what about the people that aren't police and how they, how do they react to this? Because what Dr. Adams is doing is saying that, like, hey, we're going to do the ridicule thing because that'll keep people disciplined because they'll want to avoid the pain of being ridiculed, and that will lead them into a healthier lifestyle and take care of themselves. But Hope is making an interesting point. So I want to ask Dr. Adams a
Hi Cam, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually still in the tub.
Oh.
No problem. How's your afternoon going? Or your evening?
It's good. I'm watching some crazy ass documentary on Netflix.
What's it called?
It's called Tell Them You Love Me, and it's like, I don't know, it's really kind of sick, but like I'm just like glued to it. It's basically this like professor. She's like this like she's like one of those like aides for like mentally disabled people, and she falls in love with like her student who has like cerebral palsy, and like he's like completely nonverbal, and he's like severely like mentally disabled, and they supposedly they end up like being lovers, and like they have big love and stuff, and then the family like finds out, and then like they have to please, and then that was some court case and stuff. It's just crazy.
Was he like mentally disabled as well?
Yeah, he has cerebral palsy. She doesn't though. She's like this white lady, and she was married and she had 2 kids, and like he has cerebral palsy. He's completely nonverbal. Like he needs like 24-hour care, basically. And she was like, and then she would try to tell his mom and like his brother, like, no, like he needs to live in like independent living, and they were like, what? They're like, he like literally is like a baby, like he can't live on his own. And she like left her husband for him, and she's like crazy, absolute craziness.
Have you ever seen was it 90 Day Fiance?
Yeah, I've seen that show.
Yeah, it's like good insight into just psychology, depression, delusions, and then mixed with like how the media and like being on a TV show like he pushes them further, you know.
Yeah.
But it's all just like unhealthy, toxic relationships.
I know, like, oh my god. I know, I like see like
It's so gross.
some episodes still. I mean, it's good. Like I'll like watch it, but then I'm just like, oh my god, like some of the stuff's just crazy.
Yeah, that's disgusting that that woman would like abuse that person. You know, it's gonna be disgusting.
Yeah, cause like there's like this thing too. It's like this like computer or something. And I forgot what it's called. It's called facilitated communication, and it's like this thing, but like it's not really like proven. And like it's where like you have to like basically like hold a person's hand, and then like a person who's like disabled can like type out stuff. But like it's not really proven though that like you know like if the person's actually like doing it for them, or like the person's actually like doing, you know what I mean? So then it's just kind of like, well, no, like he typed this out, but then like the doctor who like created this like communication thing, like evaluated him, and he's like, no, like he's like severely like disabled, like he wouldn't be able to like type out that stuff. Well, yeah, it's just like crazy, like it's wild. Like I'm watching this, and I'm like, dang. Like,
I mean, do you think she has a mental health like derangement or disorder?
I think so. Like, I don't know. See, I would be like, I don't know, she's just like, she looks like a Karen, you know, and like, I don't know. No, I don't either.
You read about like school teachers like sleeping with like multiple students, and like their husband is the sheriff in town. It's like, what are people thinking? I mean, it's got to be like dopamine, and like no inhibition. I mean, but it's also just like bored as hell living in the burb or something. I don't know. It's hard to explain why people do these things.
Yeah, my senior year, at Leanie's, we had a teacher, she wasn't my teacher, but we had like a teacher who was like caught like having like sex with a student. I mean, she wasn't actually caught in the act. She was arrested with him for like smoking marijuana, because this was before like marijuana was like legal here. So this was like in 2009. So she was caught, like right here in this Plains, in a car with him, and they were both smoking weed. And then they took them to like they were arrested, and they took them to the police department. And then she like told them that like they were, you know, like he's 16 years old, or she's his teacher.
well, that's what she could get. I mean, you know, yeah, I mean, it's disgusting. But, people are insane. I don't know. Like, you see it all the time. Like, people do all these, like, sting operations now of, like, on the internet, people wanting to beat the children and do sexual things. And it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with people? You know, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't believe you should, like, kill people, but, like, I don't even, like, to even imprison people for committing these crimes, it's like, why pay $100,000 a year to, like, imprison these people? I mean, I don't know, maybe they should be monitored. Like, I don't know. There's predators out there.
Yeah, and the internet, like, does not help, like, at all. Like, it's so, you know, then you hear people, like, fall in love with, like, those, like, scams and stuff. My coworker, well, she's an old coworker of mine. She fell in love with, like, a man she met on Facebook, but he was one of those, like, Nigerian, like, scammers. And she, like, sent him all this money. And she was like, and then she, like, was asking people, like, for money. She even texted me, and she was like, can I borrow, like, $5,000? And I was like, yeah. And, like, she never told me that before, ever. And, like, I was like, well, I was like, first of all, like, no, like, I wouldn't, no offense, like, I wouldn't do that with, like, my best friend. Like, no offense, but, like, you know, it's like, well, why are you asking me all this $5,000? And, like, I didn't know the situation at first. And my other old coworkers were, like, texting me, and I was like, hey, like, she tried to contact you, like, she tried to contact me. And, yeah, it was, like, wild.
Yeah, I met this girl at, like, a festival one time, and I took her out on a date, and then she started messaging me, like, stuff about some kind of, like, cryptocurrency investment. And I was like, she, like, sent me links to, like, her Instagram, and I realized, I was like, oh my god, this woman is, like, involved in a scam, and she doesn't even know she's in a scam. So, like, I basically texted her. I was like, hey, I was like, do you know what you're sending out? I was like, you're involved in some kind of a scam. And then she, like, ghosted me. And then, or blocked me. I don't know. Then a year later, I see her again out. And she's like, yeah. She's like, I was dating this Israeli guy. And I thought he was, like, legit, but he was running basically a Ponzi scheme and a theft ring. And I was like, oh, so you decided to promote his shit and try to scam other people. I was like, well, thank God, you know, like, I was like, you're not dating him anymore. So she's like, no. She's like, I realized he's a criminal. I was like, oh, wow.
Yeah. It's just crazy.
So what are you doing the rest of the evening?
Literally, you can hear, like, how nasally I am. I'm just laying on my couch, just gonna, like, watch TV kind of thing. I did, like, yesterday, I was just out running errands, and then I went to dinner yesterday, and I woke up this morning, and, like, I just woke up so stuffy, and I had headaches, and I thought the heat was, like, too high in my apartment, so then I, like, lowered it, and then I went back to bed, and I still woke up, like, really stuffy, and I was like, ugh, and then I had a headache. So I was like, just gonna take it easy today.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. I take hot baths pretty regularly. It seems to clear me out.
I don't think it is a cold, because it's weird, because usually, like, when I had a cold, like, my throat would be, like, burning kind of a thing, and, like, it's just been, like, very itchy. Like, I want to, like, go down and, like, just itch it. So I feel like this is more of, like, a weird, like, sinus, like, thing than,
Maybe you've been kissing too many hinge guys and you have mono.
too many what, guys?
Hinge or bumble guys.
Oh, no.
It's just a joke.
Well, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I have.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. Do you have a neti pot?
No, I
also just like steaming a hot pot of water and not burning yourself and like putting your head over like a hot, steam. Like so good.
Yeah. Okay, we need to get like a humidifier. Cause I actually moved into my apartment in May. I was living at home for the whole time. And this was my first time like out, like not living at home. And I live in like a 2 flat or like a 3 flat. And I'm in the basement, so I'm like the garden like basement apartment. So I feel like moisture and stuff inside of the basement.
But is it like moist down there?
I don't know, but it gets really cold in here.
Yeah.
And it's not, because it's the basement, like in the summer when I moved in May, it was nice. Like I only had to turn the air conditioning maybe 1 time the whole like summer. Not even joking, because I had a fan. And with the fan, it was nice.
Do you have a space heater?
No, I just have like this heat like in the apartment. It's like a baseboard heat.
Yeah, you gotta get a space heater.
Yeah, and I think I gotta get like a humidifier too. I wouldn't mind like doing a humidifier, just for like my room, like putting it on when I sleep. Maybe that might help too with like clearing out my sinuses. I gotta look up one on Amazon. But
Yeah, you can put menthol like in the humidifier, so like you can get like menthol mist.
Oh yeah, they're not that bad. They're like $30 on Amazon.
Yeah, I have a basement unit in my building that I own, and it's cool in the summer, and I mean it's pretty hot down there in the winter, probably. Even then, like you might need to set with a little space heater.
Yeah. So I'm gonna look into that. But yeah, so I'm doing them off all week.
Nice.
So I don't go back till the 30th.
Oh wow. What kind of work do you do?
I work at a hospital, but I work in the medical records department. So I guess the official term is health information management. People are like, oh, are you in IT? And I was like, no, it's not really IT. But so what it is, it's just more of like we're kind of like behind the scenes. So we don't like release the records, like the hospital uses like a vendor company to do that. But we're more on like we like make sure because the doctors have to like document on time and they have to like sign because that's how like the hospital like gets their money. So we just have to make sure like the doctors like complete their documents in time. If there's like duplicate charts made for patients, we like merge them together. If a patient wants to like and I don't know, as a right as a patient, like patients have to like they can request an amendment to their record. So they feel like something in their record's wrong, they can put in a request, but then the doctor like ultimately makes that decision of like yes or no to like remove it kind of thing. So we do that. So that's what I do.
People want to set the record straight.
Yeah, but like too, and then people don't know like once it's in their record, like it's technically permanent. You do have a right to like amend it, but then if the doctor says no, like you can't appeal, and then if you still no again, then I mean you can appeal with like the state or whatever, but then it's just typically like well whatever in there is in there kind of thing. And if they say no, like then it's kind of stay in there.
What do people want to amend it for generally, like lawsuits or disability or work?
No, people will say that like they'll go there and then they'll say they have issues like psych issues. Like I never told them I had psych issues, like I'm depressed, and like whatever. Or just like crazy stuff. Just like crazy, like people are crazy. Like the phone call me up for patients are like so like I can tell you like the stories I've gotten with patients calling. You see like wanting their records or like whatever. I
surprised that you take phone calls. Why doesn't it just direct them to like an online dashboard, submission form?
Because like people don't like old people, like they don't like computers. And like a lot of them don't have families, or like they like can help them, they don't want stuff electronic, they want stuff now, and they want this and they want that, and they don't want to fill out forms, and like they don't care, and it's just like, well, too bad. Because it's so sad.
Yeah.
But it is what it is. But yeah, so I'm off all week, which is nice. I have a lot of PTO, so it was just like, oh, that's multiple week off. It's Christmas week.
Yeah. It's good to take it off like when nobody else is working.
Yeah. Plus, because it's like, I'm not going to work tomorrow. Like, no one is probably going to be there, and I'm going to be like, damn, like, I wish I was like home, So, I mean, I would have been able to probably get work done, something like that. But I take the week off.
Yeah. I took the week off. I'm actually not going back till January 20th.
Dang, that's a long time.
I have like I had 30 days of vacation, and then I've got tons of sick days, so I'm just going to burn them up.
That's good. Well, so if I don't talk it, like I don't talk.
Yeah. I know it's a lot of chatter, but yeah, I mean, I think we're really beautiful, and we sound smart and fun, and I'd love to take you out on a date.
Oh, thank you. I would like that too. See what happens, get to know each other.
Yeah. We're not far. I mean, Niles. I grew up in. I went to Niles West. I grew up in Midland, but I live in Jersey.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I went to my niece. The Karen's live like right by Omega restaurant.
Yeah. What was it? Dumpster?
That's Golf Road.
Oh, golf. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Omega, like the restaurant.
Mhm. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where the teacher was found in the car smoking pot with the student. She was found in the Omega parking lot. Yeah, I know. And then that year too. So that year, like senior year, 2009 at Maine East was like crazy, cause like we had that, and then our assistant principal, like we only knew this kid, but like supposedly he was arrested because he was giving his head to a member of the Blue Man Group in a Chicago like park.
Was it a real Blue Man Group actor, or was it just somebody dressed up like a Blue Man getting a blow?
I don't know. So like it was so funny because like our senior, so like I don't have to do this so now, but like back then I mean like the senior like pep rally, like the senior like the final big pep rally with seniors, like people could dress up in like costumes. It was kind of like a second Halloween, like if you wanted to, just like a thing that they did. And my sister was a freshman at the time. Anyway, so like her friend dressed up as a member of the Blue Man Group, and then she won like the department award for like English or something, and during the pep rally, so she's dressed up as like this member of the Blue Man Group, and she wins this award, and during the pep rally, she has to go up and shake like the assistant principal's hand, dressed up like the guy that like sucked that member's dick off, like as like a member of the Blue Man Group. Up there, and we were all like, we were saying all like shouting like mean stuff and like everything, like just like being like silly kids. It was crazy that year. Like my senior year, it was wild. It was a wild year. Stuff was happening. I don't know how it is now though, but
Yeah, schools are like chronically plagued with these things. I mean, people want to orgasm, people want to have sex, and like it happens. But my dean in high school was accused of like having inappropriate relationships with girls, and there were always girls in his office, and he even kept his door closed quite often, and so he got suspended. And then I saw him at the mall one day, and he's like, John, he's like, don't believe any of the things you're hearing. It's all lies. And I looked at him, I'm like,
you were so full of shit. You were a scumbag, I can tell. And he ended up like starting this business for like it's like an education business for educators. And the head of Chicago Public Schools, her name was Barbara Bergman, gave him like a multi-million-dollar no bid contract, and he bribed her with like 200,000 in cash. And the FBI were like monitoring his emails and her emails, and he went to jail. She went to jail, and even this girl that I like the first girlfriend I ever had, her husband was involved in the scam too. He went to jail. So there's because there's so much money in education, you know, there's a lot of scams and like quid pro quo fraud. No, I'm in the bathtub open the window in my bathroom. Like, it's not like open windows, like windows open and close for like you know moisture and whatever, so you can hear the breeze.
Oh, yeah, it's like a storm window.
It's like one of those bathroom windows where like the fog glass like opens and closes so you can exhaust after you take a shower.
Yeah, that's how my bathroom is too.
Yeah. But I live on Central, so the police use the street and fire use the street to like get around.
I live right off of Milwaukee and Oakton. So I'm right by like the Jewel, and like Jerry's, like fruit.
Oh.
Market.
Yeah. There's a good little Italian place I used to go. What is it called? Biggio's?
Yeah, I'm literally like right behind her. Like I literally live like right behind her.
Nice. I used to go to Biggio's all the time when I was a kid.
Yeah, it's not called Bridges anymore, but like it's another restaurant that's there. But like I live like literally I live on Oriole, like right there. So it's nice.
You ever been to Superdog?
Oh my god. Superdog is my favorite like hot dog place.
Yeah, that's good.
I don't know. I'm like I already tried vegan food. It's okay, but Superdog like okay. I don't care what it is.
Yeah, James Juice is shit compared to Superdog. Superdog's just cooler because it's you know it's super and it's the driving.
Yeah, I've never been to the one in Wheeling. I refuse to go to that one.
It's cool. It's new. You know, it's actually beautiful, really.
I know, I'm not really like even if I lived like just even if I like if I ever ended up like living like somewhere to do like up north side, like I would drive all the way down to live here. Like I I'm passed by like a couple times and like my dad is like curious as to kind of like go there and I'm like, look, I'm loyal and always will be loyal to this one.
I talked to the when I was younger. I talked to the owner. I was like, I really want to open a Superdog franchise. Please let me have a Superdog franchise. And he's like, we're opening one in Wheeling. It's so expensive. It's so difficult. You know, it'll never succeed. And I was like, but you're the best, and I love the brand. He's like, I appreciate it, but I can't give you a franchise.
I've always wanted to like buy like their swag, like their merch. It's just never like bought it. But I've always wanted to.
Yeah, it'd be cool if you go out and you wear a Superdog t-shirt.
I know. I need to get one. I went there for a birthday. Cause like my parents will be like, oh, like where do you want to go for your birthday? So I'm like, I want to do a Superdog.
What ethnicity are you?
So I don't know. I guess like the proper term is like mixed, kind of thing. But I'm Mexican and like white, so like Polish, German, Italian, Irish, I think.
But isn't Mexican just Spanish?
Huh?
Isn't Mexican just Spanish, basically? There could be a lot of things, I guess, right?
I mean,
indigenous?
Yeah, like when we're like on our side, like in Mexico, like when we're on like the indigenous, like Mexico, then it could be Spain. Because there's like certain people, like they're either like from Spain or, but I think we do have some Spanish like traits, I think too. I don't know, but my mom was born and raised in Mexico. She came here when she was like 17, 16 or 17.
Do
And
you
then
speak
my
Spanish?
right dad, huh?
Do you speak Spanish?
I understand it a lot, but my speaking is very bad. Like they can tell I'm a gringo when I go to Mexico. You can tell. But I can speak it a lot. My grandma, like my abuela, my mom's mom, she doesn't speak English, so I do like this weird like Spanglish, and like we understand each other, so it works. I think just because like she's just so used to it, like me and my sister, and then um my sister, my daughter-in-law, he's Venezuelan, and like he speaks Spanish, like he was born in Venezuela and everything, like he came here. So like our mom was like really excited when my sister married him. She's like, oh, she's gonna learn Spanish, but like we talk English with each other. And her Spanish is like me, like we speak it a little bit, but we can understand it a lot. So but it's fun. So how long have you been like uncle for?
Well, you know, I don't know, like since the summertime, I guess.
This summer?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, I haven't really been dating anybody from Humble, or I haven't really met anybody. But, you know, I mean, it's talking to you. What about you? How's your love life?
Me too. It's been in the summer. It's been kind of a shit show, but it is what it is. Just like moving, like talking to like, I don't know. I've been talking to like some like weird, not like weird people, but just like guys sometimes are just be like way too open, and then I'm just like, yeah, like I can't do this kind of thing.
Well, when you meet somebody that you really like, I mean, you know that, and, you know, there's just a question of like, is there a relationship, or what?
Oh no. It's just like open like weird like fetishes and stuff that they would just like tell me, and I'm just like, okay, like.
Yeah, I'm very vanilla. And whenever I hear somebody like talking about kink or something, I'm like, if it's not a girl, I mean, obviously I'm just like, just shut up. But like, yeah, I hear weird things where it's like, wow, I'm really not like in the know when it comes to like all this weird sexual terminology.
So I had this one guy, like we were just like talking, okay, and like this one guy like didn't say anything, let him out or whatever. We're just having like, you know, been like a couple days, and we're still like talking on the app, and then he goes, hey, he goes, this is gonna sound like really random out of the blue, but just wanna answer you. He's like, how would you feel if we were together and you gained 100 pounds? And I was like, I went to, excuse me? I was like, what?
Oh my
Or he
god.
like explained to me like he had like this weird, like he didn't call it a fetish, but then I called it a fetish, and then he got like offended because I called it a fetish, and I'm like, it is, but we got like a fucking or whatever, because I called him out and said it was a fetish, but he said that wasn't. So he basically like had like this weird thing that he is like a feeder. And like when he's with women, like he loves like bigger women, so like he'll just like force feed you, and he'll always just constantly like show you love by like bringing you food and constantly like putting food like in front of like your face, and like he said his last girlfriend gained like 125 pounds, and I was like, so I was like, oh, so you have a fetish? And he was like, oh, you know, that is not fetish, and I was like. Like, you know.
Don't you think that's like depression or something? That's gotta be like severe depression, like manifesting through like bizarre and unhealthy
oh, like, you know, like just like this stuff about it. Cause I was like, you know, like I just don't want to be like, you're weird. Like I was really trying just to be like open and trying to like hear like what he like had to say about it. And then yeah, then he was like, oh, but then I realized like it's not healthy. So I realized like we can't do that anymore. Like kind of a thing. And I was just like, but then why do you ask me if I was okay if I gained 100 pounds? Like, what? And I was like, yeah, I can't like talk to you. Like, I was like, you know, like I'm done. Like, I tried, and this isn't. Yeah, it was weird. It was really weird. Yeah, yeah. And then like I think I was like hesitant to let people do like the right way to because like some things like I don't know, like I remember just sent me like crazy stuff or like orders and stuff. So I'm just like,
Yeah. I don't know. People are crazy. I don't do like I'm not mature or unprofessional.
well, no, like that's fine. I know like everybody's different, but you know. And then I felt bad because I know you've been asking to like hang out and like I was busy yesterday. I like went out to dinner and Wednesday I was sick, so I was like, you know what? I was like, we can do like a call.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're love like when you live close to somebody, I feel like love is like geographic. I mean, if you want a relationship, it's like you can't be an hour away. You live to if you're like within a 15 minute to 30 minute radius, it's like impossible to like actually have a relationship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Because when it gets to like, you know, anything like 45, like 50 minutes an hour, it just gets hard, you know.
Yeah. I hate traffic.
Oh, yeah, me too. Like, I work in Skokie, so I literally take a shoot down Oakton, and it's like so nice. But then Oakton's now backed up because they're doing a lot of construction. So, but
Do you go to that fruit market by you?
Jerry's.
Yeah.
I do. I try not to go there a lot because it's very overwhelming. Like that first aisle, like even going to that first aisle, and then by the time I get out of that first aisle, I'm just like, you know, like I'm done. So like that was like that was so hard because you know it's like it's basically like a one way aisle where people are coming down two ways, and the kind of goes down one way, and just how like crazy and packed it is, and how like there's so many cars like go get something and you're like stuck between like two people and you gotta wait for the person to come back. It was just like, oh. Yeah, I go there. They have good sales on like fruit and stuff. Very good sales.
There's a place a little bit further up Milwaukee. I think that is Dempster. It's like a Mediterranean restaurant, and they have a bingo hall in there. And a hookah lounge, like a patio on the outside. It's kind of cool.
What's it called?
I have to Google it. I don't know.
Oh.
It's across the street. There used to be a place called Rosini's, which was like an Italian place, and then now it's like an Indian place. It's like right across the street on the corner.
Milwaukee, look.
Dempster. Pretty sure it's Dempster. Anyways, I'm just saying we could go. I would like to, go there one night because it's fun.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, the food is really good. Do you like Mediterranean or Greek food?
I like Greek food. I've been to Mykonos like a couple times.
Is that in London?
No, Mykonos. It's right by like Oneida too.
Right. Yeah, I like that place.
Yeah.
Well, anything else you want to know about me, or anything else you want to tell me?
So, you said you were like, you work in like maintenance facilities?
Sort of, yeah. It's called like, my title's a facilities manager or project manager, so I basically open and offices.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah, for like 5 years. Yeah, I mean, it's a career, like, appointed position, so, like, you get a pension, and, you know, they also do, anyways, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna do it for probably like 10 more years, and retire, like, a pension.
Oh, okay.
It's a good job, and, I get to work from home most of the time, I travel a little bit, to like, different offices, and then like an annual event in Kansas City for, like the regional meeting.
Mhm. You don't look like you're 40. You look young, which is good.
Yeah, I mean, I work out and I like to take care of myself.
Well, that's so good. Yeah.
I know, I appreciate the compliment.
I look young too for 33. People are like, oh, how old are you? 16? I'm like, 17.
Yeah, you do look like you're like 26 or 28.
Yeah, it's just awesome. And when I'm like 60, I look like I'm in my 40s, hopefully. So, hopefully it won't, go downhill too much as I get older.
What about your mom? Does she like maintain her appearance?
I mean, my mom is young. My mom is going to be 64. No, she's 54. She just turned 54, so.
So she had you when you were 21?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Have you ever been
My
engaged?
dad's going to be 60 next year.
Have you ever been married or like, been in a serious relationship?
Never been married, never been engaged. But I have been in like a couple serious relationships. What about you?
Yeah, I've been in love, I've been in serious relationships, but I've never been married. Never had any kids.
Oh, okay. Were you ever like engaged or anything?
Yeah, when I was 26, I got engaged.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry that like didn't work out.
Oh no, it's like destiny. I was just kind of doing what all my friends were doing when we were 26. They were just getting engaged and married. I was like, oh, time to do this. She must be the one.
Yeah, kind of something. So I get that,
Yeah. I mean, I feel like there's not a speck of dust out of place. You know, I mean, I still feel like, in my 40s, I can, still get married and have kids. Have a successful marriage as opposed to like an immature marriage that can like break apart just like some, fly by night dating situation.
Yeah, I like know people that they like got married. Like my cousin's friends, like all of my cousin's friends, like they all like got married because they like dated girls like since high school or like college, and they dated them for like 6 years, and then they just like got married because they were like, well, we've been dating for so long, kind of a thing. So they kind of felt like they had to in a way, and like they're literally miserable. Like my cousin told me, he's like, all my friends are miserable. They like hate their lives. Same thing, because like they realized that like their wife wasn't like the one kind of thing, and then they have kids, and just like complicated like relationships.
Yeah, I heard there's like, I read somewhere that there's no sin in life so terrible as like fake love.
Yeah. Or like how people like think being married like just for like the kids' sake.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
And like not like divorce. You're like, oh,
lot of my best friends are divorced. They're like horrible, you know, and surprising too, because you're like you stay married and I thought you were happy, and then you guys were chronically fighting and cheating on each other.
Yeah.
But, you know, some people just never do the therapy. They're always going to be toxic, and they're always going to be drinking, you know, and some people straighten out. Or, one of my friends, his wife, like, cheated on him with somebody at work, and they had 4 kids, and she still cheated on him. I was like, God, what the fuck is she thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah, but she claimed she was like on medication, like psychiatric medication for depression or something, and that's like what, you know, caused her to have infidelity. Okay.
But technically, though, they say antidepressants like lowers your libido. That's what I read.
Yeah, that she claims that she was having a manic episode, and you know, but honestly, what I think happened is my friend was cheating on her, and she knew subconsciously that he was cheating on her, and so she decided to have her own affair. That's what I really think. But he didn't get caught, and he's never admitted it. So, you know,
Do you think he cheated on her?
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. But you know, he never got caught. He never admitted it. She never proved it, and so it was all just like. But that's how the mind works. Like subconsciously, she must. I think she probably felt like hurt, and she wanted to get back at him because she had suspicions that he wasn't being faithful or something.
Yeah. I mean, you can tell kind of thing. Like, you know, like, you can.
Yeah, it's like a gut feeling.
Especially too, like, if they, like, weren't really being, like, intimate, you know, and, like, just kind of just being, like, more like parents than, like, husband and wife kind of thing, you know?
Exactly.
Like, maybe she noticed that they were just more of, like, being, like, co-parents than actual, like, a couple. And that's usually, like, they say that that's usually, like, a first sign kind of thing that, you know, your partner is, like, cheating on you. If, you know, you're kind of, like, just being co-parents and, like, the intimacy stops and, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, that's a picture. That's exactly what happened. They had 4 kids. They started having sex, and she was like, okay.
Yeah. I mean, it's still not right for what she did, but, you know, it's just, like, it is what it is.
All right. Well, enjoy the rest of your evening, and you know, let's get together this week. I don't know what day exactly, but I mean, yeah, I'm feeling better tomorrow or Tuesday. But when is Christmas? Wednesday?
Wednesday, yeah, I'm doing something though. I have family Tuesday and Wednesday. I can do something Thursday.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, it should be better, hopefully. Cross my fingers.
We just eat a lot of peppermint, you know, candies. I hear peppermint candies cure everything.
Really? I did not know that.
Yeah, you just gotta eat a lot of candy canes.
Oh, I have candy canes. Oh shit, from my secret Santa gift at work.
That's it.
Okay. Because I have 2 candy canes. I'm actually gonna eat one right now. I'll let you know how if it works or not.
Yeah, let me know if it plays with your sinuses. It should.
I'll try it. What are you gonna do for the rest of the night?
I'm gonna hop out of this bath and then probably go down to the Colombian rotisserie a block away, pick up some chicken, and have some dinner, and then just relax.
Oh, Colombian rotisserie chicken. That sounds good.
It's very good.
That sounds. Oh, you're making me hungry.
Plantain and French fries, the salsas. It's called asadero de Colombia.
But will I enjoy? I'm gonna finish this documentary about this
forbidden love.
Yeah, and so the documentary is literally called "Tell Them You Love Me," and I was like, Bill, like that even sounds. Why does he mean that I think acting?
It's so embarrassing to like even be in a documentary, like exposing yourself. It's so
I know, people are.
Are you laughing at all? Like, are there moments where you're just like laughing in disbelief? Like people are crazy.
Yeah, like does she honestly think that like he's like, oh, like he's like an independent male and like the mom and like so she's white and like the guy like the disabled was like black. So like his mom is like, excuse me, like an independent man. Like she, just with like that attitude and like I just started laughing. It was so funny. Mom's reaction. She was like, excuse me? Like, yeah, it's just wild. And people amaze me with decisions that they make.
I know. I honestly think we're monkeys.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. You see there, but sometimes people are just, oh,
Yeah, it's like monkeys with varying degrees of intelligence.
really it is. What are you doing for Christmas?
I'm just staying at home. I'm not going to my parents' house. My dad lives in Miami, and my mom lives in New Mexico, in Albuquerque. So
Oh,
yeah, we did Thanksgiving and Christmas right, but most of you.
oh, okay.
I might go to Houston and have dinner.
That'll be good. Which one, Rivers?
Yeah.
I've been there at the restaurant before.
Which one? Vigos?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, I like that other one too. I forgot what it's called.
I think the other one's called RC Supply.
I think.
Yeah, I went there actually for Thanksgiving. And it was good.
Yeah, that was good. Both those places were good. But I've been there though in a while, but I was there once at both those places were pretty good.
Yeah. Well, we'll go there one night too.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a while, so that was good. It was something new, something different.
Yeah, it's like fun. I don't gamble, I just go to like people watch.
Yeah, me too. Like, I'm not like a gambler either. But yeah, I wouldn't mind like just going there just to like hang out kind of thing.
Yeah.
Just to like, I just people watch, eat, drink, see what's up, and that's it. But yeah, I have like no interest in playing.
I feel it's like for suckers, and I'd rather spend my time, in a lot of positive things that don't like have negative return on investment.
Yeah. Yeah, the gambling, that can really get you. It's like once you do it and like you get like that like high, like it really can like ruin you.
Yeah, if you're an addict or you have like a dopamine addiction, like you're just some people think they can like win, like somebody hit that scratch lottery ticket. Wow, you don't understand that.
Yeah.
All right, well, enjoy your evening, and looking forward to maybe Thursday if it holds up, if you're not too stuffed with that like the Christmas tree.
Oh, I've been stuffed since Thanksgiving and I'm still eating, so I don't know if I'm stuffed. I literally am. Like after Thanksgiving, I was so full. I'm like, I'm not eating till Christmas, but that's a lot because I always eat. But for like, Julie, we need you to put that in writing because I always say that. I'm like, God, I'm gonna eat until Christmas, and I end up eating because this is how it is.
Yeah.
But no, I will not be full.
All right, well, I'll talk to you soon, and Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and we look forward to meeting you.
Same here. I'll let you know like 20 minutes, 25 minutes In general, for thinking about
have to apologize from the chat, and then after I receive your apology, I might be in better spirits to A, accept it, and B, to fire one of my. So we'll see. You go ahead and do that. But Keto, let's talk about that. What is your name? So the work of the clubhouse
common ground. And I did not take offense to this, but I went to her and she said, "Oh, I didn't know that was you. I was just away from the phone and I found someone I was talking to that I liked." So it's doing
accepted that, and within 24 hours, I'm in sales, and I understand, short of selling something to Hitler, I should be able to find a common ground with somebody, whether I have the same politics or not, whether I have the same economic status or educational background, if they have more or less. There has to be a buzz button. There has to be something you can find common ground with, and I think that makes you successful in sales. So that it's kind of the 24-hour synopsis. I'm sorry for taking so long into. And today, we're talking. She was in a room, and she said, "I still can't believe they were friends." That was her comment. I wish you happy holidays.
David, your diatribe really spurred a question in my mind.
No cutie pie.
Message to the room, especially for Roger. But if let's say that you've done someone wrong, you had an interaction that just wasn't convenient,
Cutie pie.
and you apologize to them, is that business done? Can you do a spit shake on it, or do they have to accept your apology for it to be a done deal?
Like a hot too.
I think if they don't accept your apology, then they're not really admitting that they want to go further. So, apologizing and I would like to have it accepted, but I left out one part. She came in the room mad as hell, but she also unblocked me, and I thought that was the first crack in the chink in the armor. Sorry for that word, chink in the armor.
Wow. Did you just say chink?
I said chink in the armor. A lot of old words have been
co-opted.
Yeah, and so a lot of words have been co-opted, and they used to mean something different. So that was the first break in the armor, and I thought, if she can unblock me as angry as she is right now, there must be hope somewhere.
Who the fuck
So really, it was something.
Like, this is weird. Who has beef with David?
David is an angry little
Have you
bitch.
ever had a disagreement over something so stupid that happened in chat and it just escalated before you could fix it? It was do you know what it was over? It was whether Trump had a son-in-law that was from the Middle East. And I forgot about, I think of Jared Kushner, right? I forgot they even had another son-in-law. And she thought I was trolling her. And she also thought that I was being disingenuous. I was just asking, who is this person? And she said, Google it. I Googled it.
David, you asked me a question. Would I handle it the same way you handle it? No.
I didn't ask that question.
Oh, okay. I thought you said, if somebody, well, anyways. For me personally, if somebody's going to attack me in the chat over something stupid like that, listen, wash your big bag, go on mute, and just, move around. Like, why am I going to sit there and explain myself to a fucking stranger on the internet?
Well, before you get your boxer shorts in a bunch, I was gonna say panties, but I don't want to trigger you. So before you get your boxer shorts in a bunch, Roger, I need you to mediate this.
You
were there. You were invited to have a chair at a table at one of Dr. Adams' functions, and I was excluded. I was not given a chair at a table and told that I would be there dining with whomever I was going to be dining with, and I need an immediate apology. You can play mediator, Roger.
Well, we weren't talking about you yet, but my answer is, if someone doesn't accept your apology, and she didn't accept my apology, but it just took her like overnight to kind of just marinate in her feelings, and we were able to go forward.
And Brent, I'm not apologizing, but I am, however, saying that if you felt the kind of way about me saying that your voice sounded effeminate or whatever, I didn't mean it in a, you know what I'm saying, in a way that hopefully you was triggered, because I didn't mean it that way. I was just saying what that's what I was saying. That's it. And I apologize if it triggered you.
It didn't matter to me either way, man.
And actually, Roger's point was that often people have a disagreement can end up going beyond that disagreement and actually becoming friends. And I think if we hadn't had that blow up, I would still have misconceptions about that person and really not want to make the effort. So it actually did turn out to end up as something good positive.
David, you're a bigger person than I, because I was there for that whole thing, and she stood 10 toes down. So congratulations for being the better person. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you. But I also have friends from that culture. I'm going to make this words more I talk. I know I am. And I talked to my friends who gave me some insight and just calm me down in the next 24 hours to prove that, so gave them time to come around. Where did Brent go?
Well, hey, Adams, let me ask you this. If we're trying to, like, clear the air and go into 2025 without feuds, is there any feud that you'd like to end today? Like, how about the Monica feud that you've had ongoing?
Monica and I don't have a feud.
Oh.
When did Monica and I have a feud?
That's, then you're not.
Monica and I don't have a feud. Okay, listen, Roger, at the end of the day, I have my friends, close people that, I've met on this app. I've known before even coming on this app. For me personally, listen, this sort of strangers and this bullying and this shaming to get people to come to some type of consensus with a beef, to me, it's like, listen, if I'm going to beef with somebody